Welcome one, welcome all. It is Thursday, April 27th, 2023, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time on the dot. The 2023 NFL Draft about to begin, which means we have begun here on the Blog on the Boys YouTube, Twitch channels, and of course our Facebook page. We are live streaming. We are going to be live streaming throughout the entire draft, so join along with us. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Follow us on Twitch if that's what you do. I don't know the exact verbiage, if I'm being totally honest with you. Like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, follow us on Instagram, and of course, visit our landing page, bloggingtheboys.com. There is going to be so much Dallas Cowboys action happening this weekend as the Dallas Cowboys add 7, maybe TBD players to their roster that we hope contends for a Super Bowl this coming season. My name is RJ Ochoa. You know me from all throughout the Blog on the Boys universe, where you know these fine gentlemen as well. Joining me throughout the first round, going in clockwise order, and we will podcast this so these people can't see it. But we first of all have Brandon Laurie, who is on mute. Brandon, be very careful. Brandon looks to be in a super futuristic cave that also features, I think, 2 different sets of drum sets. So we got Buddy Rich joining us tonight. Everybody, Brandon Laurie, how goes it?
It's awesome. You know, I had to get my draft bunker set up. This used to be our Jailhouse Rock sort of practice setup for when we were in a band. So my brother has 2 drum sets here. So while he's away, I get to kind of use the space to however I like it, and it's awesome. I'm so happy to be here, and I'm happy that the draft is finally here.
Very, very, very cool. Tony Catalina is here sporting a 1st and 10 cap. Interesting, Tony didn't have any caps made for us. I know we're not on the show, but, that would have been kind of a cool kickback. Tony Catalina, who you can hear on Mondays every week on the Blog on the Boys podcast network. Tony, how are you feeling? We have about, 3 hours until the Cowboys are on the clock.
I mean this sincerely, like no jokes about it. I really wouldn't rather be anywhere else. So I'm pretty pumped up about this. This is really fun, and I'm glad everybody's here with us.
Danny Phantom here from the Pacific Northwest. You said that this was the hottest day of the year. I won't say where because, I've got your back. But so you have fought through all the perspiration, I suppose. You actually had a fan on to kind of pull the curtain back. We asked you to turn it off because the audio issues are compromised. So what's life been like since you turned the fan off 5 minutes ago?
Actually, you know what? I think the AC's been off for 5 minutes, and, I'm already feeling it, RJ. So, I mean, it's hot right out of the gate. So, I'm hoping I can make it through this.
Well, I believe in you, Danny. I do want to say that tonight and this weekend, our coverage is presented to you by our friends at Homage. We are all wearing Homage t-shirts here on our live stream. I have a Dak Prescott NFL Blitz themed one. Brandon Laurie, you have a kind of baby blue colorway situation going on. Tony Catalina, you took we can't see if you stand all the way up. We can see. I don't know what your situation is, so be careful. You have a CD Lamb shirt going on. And Danny Phantom, you went classic Navy Cowboys. So we've got actually all the colors of the wind are represented here. I have gray. Brandon, you have a light blue. Tony was just kind of a pure blue. And then Danny, you have navy. So we do have a contest going over on the Blog on the Boys Twitter account that is at Blogging the Boys. All you have to do is follow BTB, follow Homage, and retweet that specific tweet. Homage will be giving away a shirt each and every single day of the 2023 NFL Draft to one lucky Dallas Cowboys fan. We have linked to their Dallas Cowboys collection down in the description if you want to go buy a shirt for yourself. But otherwise, it is now time to get ready for the 2023 NFL Draft, which I guess technically has sort of kind of begun. It's 7:03. I think in the background, the Carolina Panthers are on the clock, but Roger Goodell has not hit the stage to say that yet. So, Brandon, do you feel like this has really started? I don't know. We're kind of in a bit of a purgatory situation here.
Yeah, you know what? I'm in my comfortable shirt, so I'm just here to relax. It definitely, feels like that. It's like every time a kickoff starts for a football game, it's never really 8:30 or 8:25. It's always, 15 minutes, 10 minutes after that. So I get it. Honestly, I mean, when we think about the draft, and I mean, I haven't been around for as long as anybody else on the pod here, born in 96. It's like the spectacle of the NFL draft has exploded. It's in Kansas City now. It's in different cities. So the fact that we're actually able to watch the draft, it's as exciting as it is pretty special. But yeah, I don't think it's started yet. The anxiety, if I was a Carolina Panthers fan right now, would be through the roof, but I'm happy we're not in that position.
Paul BB, thank you for the super chat, says, hello, BTB staff and friends. We actually had an article go out a few hours ago at bloggingtheboys.com introducing people to our staff. Sometimes we do that as kind of a refresher because we have people joining. Brandon mentioned he's one of our newer writers and personalities here at Blogging the Boys. I say newer, but it's been a long time at this particular point. Thank you for the super chat, Paul. Tony, Brandon said that he would be anxious if he's a Carolina Panthers fan. Do you think so? Because I feel like, you've kind of known for a long time. Like, I feel like there's really not a lot of anxiety when you have the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, I think this year is no different than a lot of years where if you're a fan or just cover the the draft, it starts at the second pick. I feel like we're all pretty comfortable with who is going to get selected in Carolina. They moved up for a specific guy in mind, and yeah, there's probably some nerves until it actually gets pushed through. But I think that we all kind of understand what's going on.
Danny, excuse me. Do you think it is going to be Bryce Young? This feels pretty chalk at this point, right?
Yes, I do.
You think that's a good pick?
You know what? I don't know. It's so hard. It's it's one of those things that, as a Cowboys fan, it makes you appreciate Dak Prescott because we don't have to go through this of is it going to be Mitch Trubinsky or is it going to be Carson Wentz? You don't know. It could be. Nothing's guaranteed. So I mean, look at what Pat Mahomes. What was he, like the third quarterback? Who knows? So it's like every year, it's almost seems like it's very challenging, and I can't answer that question, RJ, if it's a good pick or not. I'm just glad the Cowboys aren't having to make it.
That's true. Paul says that Bryce Young or CJ Stroud. I think we all agree. I think so. Well, first of all, thank you for the question, Paul. But Shams from the NBA world has tweeted out that the Carolina Panthers are selecting Bryce Young at number 1 overall. So I'm going to put that the Carolina Panthers are on the clock. Now, we do live in a world where Twitter is a little bit more rogue than it used to be. But I'm making sure this is it is according to so who had Shams being the first person to break NFL news tonight? Who
not
had
on
that
my
their
bingo card? Not on the bingo card.
Listen, you gotta give Shams a little respect. My man is well versed, apparently.
I'm not saying that he's incapable of it. I'm just kind of stunned. I didn't expect that. Tom has joined us and said, "How are my buds tonight?" Tom Ryle will be making an appearance later this weekend here on the draft coverage. Wow. Kenny says in the YouTube channel, "I haven't seen any Cowboys fans in the crowd yet. Suspect, I suppose." Now we do have Roger Goodell. We have the NFL Network feed. That's the feed we're going to be referencing this entire weekend. Roger Goodell is on stage in Kansas City. Eric Stonestreet is there. Danny, did you like Modern Family?
I have not seen Modern Family.
Wow. I don't know who is with him. I don't know who this woman is with Roger Goodell and Eric Stonestreet. But Eric Stonestreet is dressed like he's at media night at the Super Bowl. Like, when they come out in like their sweats and like the zip up jackets and the caps, like that's the vibe I'm getting from Eric Stonestreet right now.
I can't say I have a friend that works in the front office of the Kansas City Chiefs, and he's always with Eric Stonestreet. Like he's a diehard Chiefs fan. It's like it's
of course
a real deal.
Is.
Yeah.
No, I mean, well, they have like a pretty strong contingent. There's Eric Stonestreet, there's Paul Rudd, Jason Sudeikis is a KC guy, John Hamm. In fact, I think there's a publication in Kansas City called the KC Current. I don't want to get that wrong. But a friend of mine, Ali Trost, after a recent episode of Ted Lasso, Ted was wearing a shirt from the KC Current in the episode, and so that was like a big old thing. Thank you, Kenny. That's Heidi Gardner from SNL. That's our bad, Kenny. That's our bad. I haven't watched SNL in a very long time. I think the last skit I saw was the Five Timers Club with Justin Timberlake and Steve Martin and all them. So my bad. Heidi Gardner is awesome, according to Kenny. Everybody trusts Kenny on that. Casey Phillips says lots of Cowboys fans there tonight. They just showed a group of 15 of them. Okay. Watsamata says people not of interest. It's effing football time. Wow. Does anybody feel different now that Goodell's on stage? Does it feel a little bit more real?
It's setting in a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. You know what? Again, it's just with the first pick, like you mentioned before, RJ. I mean, the anxiety. It's like maybe for me. Oh, now you got the and that it is a cool part. They actually mentioned it how this is the first time that the draft is being held in the Super Bowl winners' city. So it actually is pretty cool that they get to kind of have this moment, extra Super Bowl celebration for the Kansas City Chiefs fans. Maybe a little too much, but
as
that might be a little better.
Mahomes is walking out onto the stage carrying the Lombardi Trophy. Travis Kelce's there too. I feel like, Tony, they should have had both of them. You know what I mean? Like it's like This is this era.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I will say this, I might date myself. Kansas City's doing an amazing job. It looks awesome, but part of me misses like the Music City and New York City. Like that's how I've always thought the draft was. I mean, this is great, but I mean, maybe I'm old school.
Oh, we've got some technical difficulties. This is really awkward. Patrick Mahomes is like screaming into the microphone, like trying to hype up the crowd, and the microphone is apparently like muted. So nobody heard what I'm sure was a. Oh no! Wait a minute. I've got the audio now. It worked. Never mind. Now here goes Travis Kelce.
Is there any lip readers in the room here?
Would you guys ever wear sunglasses on stage in the evening?
If I was Travis Kelce, I would.
That's what I'm saying. Like he can totally do it. But
he was pretty good on SNL from what little I saw.
Was Heidi Gardner there? Kenny, can you answer that?
Probably. I don't remember. I just remember the episode with the brothers, the Kelce brothers. That was worth watching.
So Ian Rappaport has tweeted that the Carolina Panthers are on the clock. So we've got like a Rappaport Shams off happening here. Have any of you ever been to a draft? Tony, you mentioned Radio City Music Hall. Have you ever been to one?
I haven't. It's definitely on my bucket list though.
I went to the one at AT&T Stadium, and I will be honest, like this is kind of a bold take of mine. Not the coolest NFL event to go to. Just it's
yeah, but you've been to a couple Super Bowls though, so
yeah.
I've only been to one game. I've been to a few Radio Rows, but you don't realize how important the broadcast is. Like how important shows like I would hope shows like this are. Like because you can't hear anything. Like you're just in the middle of the crowd. It's like imagine being in the middle of the crowd and you're like Shams tweeted that you know what I mean? Like you're kind of like freaking out right now about what's going on. So it's cool. But and plus like I do think it's cooler in like a setting like this as opposed to an AT&T Stadium, you know, because then it just feels different. So if you're like in a pavilion area, I could see it being cool.
It's probably a better like fan experience overall. You know, you figure like if you're there as a fan, it's like you get to see the prospects come out on stage. You know, they have the moment with the jersey and everything. I wanted to go to the one in New York, but then when I was old enough to go, they decided to switch and leave Radio City. So it's like I didn't have that opportunity because I was just an hour outside the city. So I feel like that they did that because they knew I was kind of be getting there the next year. And they're like, no, we don't want him to get it. We don't want him to
go. Interesting. By the way, let's see. I don't want to overlook this. Kenny mentioned that I'm a How I Met Your Mother fan. So Siegel is at his finest with this show. I don't know what show you're talking about, Kenny. Is it so I don't know what show you're talking about, Kenny. Does it have Heidi Gardner? I'm not totally certain. But Kenny offers here, can I just say, as someone who's been watching and following BTB since 2015, it is so nice to be a part of this live. Isn't that cool? I mean, like, that's why we exist. That's how BTB came to exist, is like to unite Cowboys fans. We actually, the four of us, don't even live in the same state. Like, how cool is that we're all here united under the same banner, so to speak? I've got goosebumps, Danny Phantom.
Absolutely, too. And, you know, same with me, Kenny. I joined BTB in 2015 as a front page writer too. So yeah, I mean it's so nice to actually be able to, and like all these new people come along and new friendships, and you get to share this experience too. I mean, absolutely, it's fun. So I mean, I'm glad everybody is hanging out with us tonight.
Kenny says it's his first draft with the BTB crew. Paul adds, same, I've done post-game shows before, never a draft. Tom wants to be a part of this. Says, we love our fans. Kevin says, hey guys. So standard Jason Garrettism here. And Paul offers, I've been a Dallas fan since 1993. I was 8 years old and I live in upstate New York. So if anybody wants to offer their northeastern address, maybe Paul will go buy you a cup of coffee. So wow. How are we feeling?
3 out of the 4 of us, I want to say this, 3 out of the 4 of us are in different time zones, so I think that's pretty cool too. So.
Yeah. So you're, to simplify that, you and Brandon are in the same time zone,
right? And then yeah, there's 3 total time zones on the show here.
So we don't got a mountain person, basically.
Need to diversify.
Let's see here. Kenny, I like where this conversation's gone. Says, the diehards have been with BTB since the start, and I'm blessed to be a part of this. People who make this team their life. I'm happy to share it with all the other diehards sometimes, unfortunately. Yeah, if you came in 2015, it's a tough scene right there at the beginning. But actually, I kind of like this. We do this OCC used to do this once upon a time, Danny, kind of the roll call at BTB. So we've got Oregon represented with Danny. We've got the Northeast with the MA, Tony Catalina. And well, Brandon, you're kind of all over the place. Like it's difficult to like pin you down exactly. I would say Virginia, North New Jersey. Like I'm kind of like vague on that myself.
Yeah, I'm a Jersey Taylor Ham guy, so
Okay.
yeah.
Well, I have the Lone Star State represented. Absolute Beast Warrior says Fresno, California is in the house. Freddie says he's been a Cowboys fan since 1964, and Kenny offers that it is shrinking on Apple TV with Seagull. Yeah, we watched the first episode, my wife and I. It was all right.
Not that good?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't that into it. Got to be honest. So I recently got into the F1 show. I don't know if any of you guys seen this.
Is that the one on Netflix?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Brandon, D-Day 2 wants to know if you are in a drum supply warehouse.
It seems that way. And my brother, he's a drummer in a professional band. And so this is his sort of studio. It used to be our studio. I always tell people this when they sort of first meet me, is I'm a triplet. So we used to be almost like the Jonas Brothers and Hanson, but better musicians, I like to say. So we were in a band for a very long time, up until 2020. So he's kind of taken over the space. So the drum sets are his, but I do have a Nickelback poster in the background, which that's always a polarizing take for a that people. But
you mentioned that on an episode of the Writer's Block with Jess. It was the same episode you mentioned. I knew you obviously were multiple. I didn't know you were a triplet. And that was like the band. That's a really cool thing. But you mentioned that your first concert ever was Nickelback. I'm with you. Like I don't know why it became a cool thing to hate Nickelback. Nickelback rocks. Like if we're gonna sit here and act like Nickelback doesn't have songs that we enjoy, like we're just lying for no reason.
Yeah, it's definitely a hot take, but the one thing I really like about the band is that they've embraced it. So it's sort of like it really just flies off the shoulder for them, and it's something that I think they enjoy. It makes them in the conversation, like they always say, bad publicity is always good publicity.
Raul is from San Diego, California, America's finest city. Kevin just coming in negative mood here, negative vibes. If Bijan goes to the Eagles, I will cry. Paul says my first concert was Linkin Park.
Nice.
Very cool. Wow. Look at that. What was your first concert, Danny?
It was Def Leppard.
Actually. Nice.
Very good answer.
Bravo.
Wow. Okay, let's see if we can do this. Tony, what was your first concert?
Wiz Khalifa.
Dude, that's pretty sick. And there's like a Cowboys tie there, obviously.
Yes. Yep.
Wow. Mine was Taylor Swift, the Speak Now tour. It rocked. That was back when tickets weren't like a mortgage, I guess, the way they are now. Paul offers, I didn't anticipate Nickelback being such a play here. Says Photograph, You Remind Me of Rockstar are songs I enjoy singing karaoke. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
Nathan offers if this is Major League Baseball because it looks like a BTB All-Star line. I thought that was going to go somewhere with the time, but says it looks like a BTB All-Star lineup tonight. Thanks for going live. Thank you, Nathan. We will be live all throughout the weekend. We've got some more first concert things here. Kenny says Whitesnake was mine when I was 11. What a great answer. Autumn also had Def Leppard as their first concert, Danny. So you got that. Iggy says Kiss in 1976.
That's a good one. Yeah.
And Nathan says that Wiz Khalifa is a sick first concert. Yeah, Tony, you said that with some shame. Like, Wiz Khalifa. Like,
I didn't know.
Really good answer.
I tried to read the room. I didn't know if we were talking about Def Leppard and Nickelback, so I don't know. I thought I threw a wrench in it.
Paul says that he's going to see Train here this summer.
Nice.
Anybody seen Train live?
No, but my brother's obsessed. They were on the Spider-Man 2 soundtrack.
Oh, Brandon, like holy crap, dude. That soundtrack slaps.
Yeah.
That soundtrack has Nickelback 2, has Dashboard Confessional.
Yeah.
Man, that is such I brought this up on an episode of the NFC's mixtape. There's a song by Yellow Card on there that I think there's some like rights issues with because it's not available anywhere. The song is called Gifts and Curses. It might be my favorite Yellow Card song.
They, you know what's funny, RJ? We're going to be spending a lot of time together this weekend, so I think we're going to learn more and more about each other, and then we're just going to become really, really best friends. I have to agree that between the movie, the soundtrack, everything, and you don't see that anymore. Movie soundtracks on CDs aren't really a thing.
Right.
So, yeah, that was sort of like a peak era.
We have a pick. 1 second here. I know that everyone is super, curious who the Panthers have selected. But before we do, I do want to get a couple of these out of the way. Steve says Led Zeppelin in 1973. RK says Beach Boys at Six Flags, LOL, like an episode of Full House. Dylan says Slipknot changed my life forever. Freddie says my first concert was Santana. That is an awesome answer. The pick is in. The broadcast is catching up. The Carolina Panthers have officially selected, as Shams told us, Alabama quarterback Bryce Young.
And the Cowboys are playing the Panthers this year too, right?
They are.
Yeah.
And so I wrote an article about this. They could technically play if they opened up with the Panthers like they did in 2018. They would have consecutive games against the last pick in the 2022 NFL draft and the first pick in the 2023 NFL draft because they finished their season at the hands of Brock Purdy. How cool would that be?
I don't know. I guess that's sort of. I mean, you hope that it would get further than Brock Purdy, but yeah, I brought this up, on the writer's block. How Jess and I we were talking about something that relating to the draft with food items and everything. I said that the draft is sort of an appetizer where it's very refreshing, rebirth almost. So you kind of forget what happened in 2022. Now you can look forward to facing Bryce Young whenever that happens. But yeah, I mean, the future of Carolina definitely looks really good right now. He's definitely, he's going to be the shortest quarterback entering the NFL. A true outlier with regards to where quarterbacks are size-wise. He weighed in at 200 pounds, but it's sort of like he gained a little bit of weight for the combine just to be over that 200 mark. But a brilliant guy, very intelligent. But I think at the end of the day, a true outlier that we really don't know what his future holds in the NFL. But the Carolina Panthers feel like that they're willing to take the risk on that.
Tony, are you worried about the Cowboys facing Bryce Young?
No, I mean, there's development with these quarterbacks, especially rookie guys. If they get thrown into the mix early, you don't really know what that progression is going to look like. So, rookie quarterbacks take their lumps. And honestly, I actually look forward to that situation. I know it's kind of funny losing to Brock Purdy in the playoffs, but if you can give me a chance to go ahead against a rookie quarterback for most games, I'll probably I'll take that bet.
Kenny offers, says, as someone who lived in Charlotte, North Carolina for 16 years of my life, I have never liked the Panthers, especially 2015 when my life was terrible as a Cowboys fan. Danny, do you recall in 2015 when Tony Romo came back through the left-handed pass in Miami and the Cowboys hosted the Panthers the next week on Thanksgiving Day? The Cowboys were like 3-8 and the Panthers were still undefeated. Do you recall that the Cowboys were favored in that game? I think about that often. Like, that was so ridiculous.
I didn't realize that they were favored.
They were literally favored. It was the Thanksgiving Day game. So, at home, like whatever, however much you believe that's a factor. But they were like, that was literally the third win of the season because they had all been authored by Romo at the time. And the Panthers were still undefeated. And that ultimately was Tony Romo's last start in the NFL.
Yeah, no, I mean, I remember the Miami game very well because, I think Rolando McClain had a pick six in there. And it's like, we got this, after all the long wait with Romo being hurt. I'm like, you know what? We got this. We're still in position. And then as happy as I felt, in the Miami game, the Carolina game was just a flat out disaster. And then, you quickly go to we don't got this. And, it's just, really terrible. So, yeah, thanks for bringing that up, RJ.
I didn't bring it up. Kenny brought it up, to be fair.
Thanks, Kenny.
I do think it was an incredible flashpoint. I mentioned it was Romo's last start. It was the debut of the Color Rush uniform. Jim Nantz was on the call, his obviously future partner. Jim Nantz also was on the call, his first ever home start, not start in general. But yeah, it was kind of a interesting moment. And the Panthers wore their Color Rush jerseys, those aqua ones. They were pretty gross. Tony.
To add insult to injury, I actually met Thomas Davis that week after it happened. And I asked him, just playfully, I was like, why would you do that to Tony Romo? And all he said was, why are you a Cowboys fan? And I'm like, all right, I'll just take this picture with you. Thanks.
Wow. Where'd you meet him?
So I worked at University of Georgia at the time. And because they had that little break because of Thanksgiving, he was at the game and he was on the sideline.
Wow. Okay.
Well,
Bryce go ahead.
I was going to say, RJ, it's interesting. You brought up how depressing it was. It was also sort of like a crossroads for both franchises where now you look at where the Cowboys are this season and then where the Panthers are here. It's like Tony Romo was on his way out. Cam Newton was on his way up, but then everything reversed where Dak Prescott then was on his way up. Cam Newton was on his way down. It's just, you look at that moment and you think about where the Cowboys are this season. I think if we knew at that time that they would be in their position right now, multiple 12-win seasons, back-to-back playoff berths, I think that we would have it would have been a little bit easier of a pill to swallow.
The pick is in for the Houston Texans. So no
trade.
trading out. Even though Tony, you asked if there was silence, there wasn't. So you definitely had a lag issue. So I think you're back though, so you're fine. Tony had an internet issue that nobody knew about until I exposed it. So sorry, Tony, but that just seemed easier.
Thanks, man.
The Texans pick is in. They are not trading out of it. Do we think this is a quarterback? By the way, Bryce Young just met with Melissa Stark, and I could hear it in the background. Super awesome dude. That's one of those I'm gonna enjoy rooting for him in the NFL. I think we all I don't think any of us have any beef except for Kenny, I guess, with the Panthers. You know what I mean? Go be great. It was like when Russell Wilson was great with the Seahawks. It was I have no qualms with this team. Go make them awesome. That was super cool. Okay, let's go. Tony, you have noted who is some picks that are being tipped. That's okay. We're an internet show, so we can do whatever we want. Let me get this ready though, Tony. Great job. Who do you think this is, Danny? Unless you know.
I don't know, and I'm thinking it's Will Anderson is what I would put my chips in, but I don't know. I haven't heard what the pick is.
What do you think, Brandon?
Yeah, I would say Will Anderson only because you have the D'Amico Ryans, Alabama connection. Oh no, okay,
you are wrong.
Completely
the Houston
wrong.
Texans have selected Ohio State quarterback CJ Stroud.
That makes sense. I mean, the way that it was explained to me, and I'm sure it was all smoke throughout the week, but everybody kept saying if they weren't going to take a quarterback at 2, but then hope one fell to 12, it's like you're just risking 9 other people or whoever, jumping in front of you to get that quarterback, and you could be left with nothing. And you can't go into the season with Davis Mills as your starter again. You can't go with Case Keenum, especially with the way that the Texans have, unfortunately, their years and seasons have turned out the previous few years. It's the smart pick. You have to go with the quarterback, and CJ Stroud has been compared to somebody like a Dak Prescott. He's a little bit bigger. He definitely has the size, but people were complaining about the S2 test, and I don't think that evaluators look at that. There's really an uncertainty with a lot of things on how to analyze that right now. I don't think that was something that was sort of a red flag for them, clearly, because they're taking him second overall.
Okay. I'm down with this. Good for Houston. I mean, they had to do it. I have a really good friend who's a Texans fan, and he was kind of pontificating about not taking a quarterback. It's like, dude, no, it's been long enough. I was thinking about this, and I asked him, when was the last time that any of you would feel or would say the Texans were competitive? I know the answer, but when was the last time? It was when they were up 24-0 on the Chiefs in the 2019 divisional round. Remember that? They were up and it was like, holy crap. And then in the blink of an eye, Kansas City came back and then stormed through and beat Tennessee in the title game and won the first Super Bowl we talked about a little while ago. So it's been a long time. There's a lot that's happened, obviously. So I'm all for the Texans getting good. There was a point in time where I really hated them from a Cowboys slant, but I feel like I've gotten over that. I don't know why. I don't know why it was a thing and it's not a thing. But that's just where I'm at.
Well, I'll say obviously everyone knows we're all diehard Cowboys fans here, but me not being in the state of Texas, the hatred is a little different, right?
Yeah.
I can understand the Houston, Dallas dynamic. So for me, I don't really have any ill will towards Houston, but I can understand why somebody in state would.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat too. Honestly, any AFC team really doesn't bother me that much. So, but I have nothing against the Texans.
Well,
I feel bad for them.
Great for Dalton Schultz, right? He signs the contract and he can actually work with a quarterback that's pretty good. Hopefully get that second contract for a lot of the guys, even Noah Brown too.
Hey, a tight end is a rookie quarterback's best friend. A good tight end, safety net like Dalton. So,
I mean, I guess, are we all?
Hey, you can't take that attitude with up until 26. Okay.
Wow. I don't know how Stroud went too, though, guys, because the S2 exam, I mean, he was so bad. How is this possible? By the way, Zachary asks who the Panthers took. They took Bryce Young. And Kevin gave me -5 points for having that thing against the Texans. I mean, there was a time, and so I went to college at Texas A&M University, and College Station is 2 hours from Houston. So there were a lot of Houston people who went to school with me. And that was sort of around the Schaub, Andre Johnson, Arian Foster, Gary Kubiak days. That was a little annoying. There was a time where TJ Yates had as many playoff wins as Tony Romo. So around then I really hated them. But we've gotten we've gotten past that. So whatever. Wow. Let's get we had a super chat, by the way, from Paul. So we're 2 picks in. We have 23 to go until the Cowboys are on the clock. Let's see here. Paul says, who do each of you want to see as our first pick? Tony, I'll start with you. Can't have Bryce Young, can't have CJ Stroud. So at this point, who do you want to be the Cowboys pick?
I'm going to pick 2 if that's all right. I don't know if I'm breaking the rules here, but the 2 that I want, we all know, is Zay Flowers. And what I've seen, or at least the conversation that's been had lately, is that he may be available. I'm in on Joey Porter Jr. I mean, I know those aren't 2 like pressing needs right now, but I'm firmly in the camp believing that you can never have too many wide receivers or good cornerbacks. So if they can load up and get one of those 2 guys, I would consider this a home run success tonight.
Danny.
I mean, I want one of my absolute favorites, like one of my blue chippers, to fall somehow. So I mean, I'm going to be greedy with this. So I think the most realistic chance is maybe someone like offensive tackle Broderick Jones. I'm hoping maybe.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
I'm sorry, Danny. I'm really sorry. We have our first trade. Not a Cowboys trade, but Brandon, you have a sound effect. Could we get that going on, please? So we have all heard that the Cardinals were interested in moving out of the 3rd overall pick. They have done that with the Houston Texans. The Texans are back on the clock. So they took their quarterback. There was some rumors that the Cardinals were going to send this pick, the 3rd overall pick. Now let's get the draft cast up here. They still have Arizona on the clock, so we'll get a change here in a moment. But there were rumors that this pick was going to be sent to Tennessee along with DeAndre Hopkins. We know that the Cardinals are trying to move him as well. We certainly know that as Cowboys fans. Oh, sorry about that, Danny. Let me get your face visible here. Actually, let me do this. So we knew that was going to happen, we knew that Arizona wanted to move out. So they did with Houston. So Houston's about to pick for the second time tonight. I venture to guess we would all assume that the 12th pick, which Houston owned, is involved in this trade, right?
Yeah.
It has to be, yeah.
Let's see here. What's going to happen? Who's this for?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm still thinking Will Anderson. I mean, obviously they're not trading for a quarterback because they just took one. And that's usually where these deals go down like that. So I don't know. I feel like they're still going after Will Henderson, but I'm a little confused.
Tony, do you agree?
I do agree. I think that's the guy.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that you reset the franchise with your number 1 guy on offense, and then you reset the defense with your number 1 guy on defense. And then this way, Ryans can build his team the way he wants to on both sides of the ball. I think you get 2 pillars of the franchise in one draft. I think when you're picking at the top, that's exactly what you want. And that's the purpose of these picks too. So you want to get it right. And they clearly want to trade up for somebody that they know is going to be that pillar on maybe on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, I thought this was a trade for like maybe the Titans were jumping ahead of the Colts, to get another quarterback, but that's not the case. So,
let's see here. Twitter has the pick, and so that means we have the pick. It is Will Anderson, who the Houston Texans are trading up for. Here are the terms. I'll write these down in a second. The Cardinals received 12 overall, which we talked about, and 33. So the Texans' first pick in the second round. They get a first in 2024 and a third in 2024. So to fall back 9 spots, the Cardinals received, oh my gosh. And the Texans also gave up 105 for what it's worth. So it wasn't just, the Texans also received 105. So they get Arizona's first pick and their 4th round pick, right? 4th round pick. And Arizona gets 12, 33, and next year's 1 and next year's 3. That is a lot to give up.
That's an overpay, especially, I mean, from what I understand, Will Anderson isn't somebody on the level of like a Myles Garrett. I mean, they might believe so. And that's great. If they feel that way. He's highly productive in college at Alabama, the premier school in the SEC. So, I mean, it's a lot. Also too, for the Cardinals, I mean, they won this trade, and they also, I mean, everybody has talked about how they're one of the worst rosters in the NFL. You look at their long-term success. Maybe this opens up the possibility, depending on what happens with Kyler Murray this year, if they're able to kind of trade up for number one next year, get somebody like Caleb Williams, whoever that number one quarterback turns out to be, and then really reset the clock. But I think right now, as it stands, we don't know what Will Anderson is as a player, but I think the Cardinals won this trade.
Job well done to Arizona. I mean, it was the worst kept secret in football that Arizona wanted to get out of that spot. And for them to get the haul they did, Houston probably feels good about it. But if I'm Arizona, I feel really, really good about what they just did.
Yeah, I totally agree. You're going to see all the draft grades they're going to give the Texans credit because look, they got 2 and 3 overall, and that's going to look good on paper. But I totally agree. You know, this is a good deal for the Cardinals.
Wow. All right, I'm tweeting. I mean, if you're the Texans, you can call it a night, right? Like you're not, you know what I'm saying? Like you're kind of done.
They got reservations.
So
they had to get out of there.
That's true. You know, it's great night for. I'm a Houston Astros fan. You all know that. Sorry, Tony, but the Astros are off tonight, and actually tomorrow on Friday, the Astros begin a home series against the Phillies. So it's a World Series rematch. So if you're like, you know, because there are people who are like totally fans for like their, you know, geographical area, whatever. So if you're like a Houstonian right now, you are on cloud 9 with obviously what the Texans have done. And tomorrow you get to celebrate having won the World Series and rub it in the team's face who you did it against, et cetera, et cetera. Like the vibes are good in Houston right now, Danny Phantom.
Yeah, I don't know about anything with the baseball stuff, but yeah, I for sure. I mean, again, you get the number 2, number 3. I mean, how can you can't really make mistakes there. I mean, of course they may have. You never know with the quarterbacks. It's going to be such a gamble, but you got to feel good about taking the 2 of the top 3 players in the draft. So I mean, yeah, I mean, you don't need any. They don't have
literally
any more
though. Like it's not like, oh, we got 2 sort of first round picks. Like no, you actually literally got 2 of the 3 best players in the draft.
Yeah, and I didn't expect them to do this. This is pretty aggressive. So, you know what? Good for them, I guess.
To be honest, I'm probably in the minority with this take, but I personally like CJ Stroud better than Bryce Young. So as far as I'm concerned, you know, Jalen Carter is probably my favorite non-quarterback, but they got my number 2 in Will Anderson. So, I mean, that's a haul for Houston. And if they feel good about it, they're not really concerned about what it took to get there.
Yeah, I agree with Tony because I think Bryce Young is, like I mentioned before when he was picked, he's such an outlier with his size. We don't know what his timeline is. It could be 3 years. It could be 13 years in the NFL. But when you look at CJ Stroud, he has that prototypical size that you look for. People were knocking him for his mobility, but I think that's something that you can teach. Like if you have all the tools, you have all the intangibles of being a gamer. People talk about how maybe he just was playing with great wide receivers in Ohio State's system, but clearly he has everything you want in a franchise quarterback. And I think that, like Tony mentioned, I mean, he was my number 1 guy, and Bryce Young is great mentally, you know, above the shoulders, great player. But when you just look at his size, it's just something that's a risk. But clearly, you know, the Houston Texans must feel good about this.
Wow. Well done by the Houston Texans. The Indianapolis Colts are on the clock. The pick is in. Does anybody have a guess? We've got it ready, but does anybody want to? Danny, Tony, I know you know the answer. Danny, do you want to guess who the Colts have taken?
Let me see. I mean, I'm thinking quarterback. I think they're going to take the Kentucky quarterback.
They are taking Florida quarterback Anthony Richardson. Wow. He is headed to the Indianapolis Colts.
This is really good. I think. I mean, this is a quarterback that we're like. I think this is going to change the dynamic of the draft. So I'm liking how things have started so far.
Brandon, you like to look at interesting things the way I do. This is the pick that the Colts have been waiting for a long time, right? Yeah. Like, oh man, like they've been stuck in quarterback purgatory. Oh man, Andrew Luck retired. It's been such hard times. Like, miss me with all this stuff at this point, Colts. But that being said, so this is like a seminal moment for the Indianapolis franchise. Like, what a buzzkill to have to do it right after the Texans just made this big splash. Like, nobody even cares right now what the Colts are doing. We're all still on the Texans side.
Well, they might have the quarterback with the highest ceiling in the draft. And when you look at where the AFC South is, of course, Trevor Lawrence is a lock to be there for the foreseeable future, but Tennessee's uncertain. You don't know what they're going to do at quarterback. I'm sure they feel very anxious right now that they're seeing everybody in the division have sort of their franchise guy. But Anthony Richardson, he had one of the, if not the best pro day for a quarterback. When you look at all the stats and everything, the 40-yard dash, he's just an absolute freak. And again, in this draft of outliers, he's sort of like the premier guy. Now, the one thing and the knock against him, which is a big knock for a lot of guys, is that he's only started 13 games at the collegiate level, and he wasn't really that great. But people look at Josh Allen and where he was coming out of Wyoming and what he turned into. So it's like he has all the skills that you need to develop, and you figure Steichen, of course, being the head coach of the Colts, worked with somebody who was very familiar with this big body quarterback and a Jalen Hurts, somebody who can be a dual threat player. Just like we mentioned with the Houston Texans sort of resetting their franchise and the Carolina Panthers, this is like a long time coming, like you mentioned, for the Indianapolis Colts, who've been trying to find a quarterback since Andrew Luck, it feels like.
Wow. Does this move the needle for you, Tony? Colts take, I mean, was this, is this that, I'm and I like Anthony Richardson, but this is just such an thing to me.
I think it's intriguing. That's the needle that moves. Like, the intrigue is there, right? I think his physical traits and what he can potentially be is, I guess, what they're betting on, right? There probably are more ready now quarterbacks that they could have had. I mean, depends on how you feel about Will Levis, but they're betting on who he can become. Now, that's a dangerous game, at the 4th overall pick, but you've seen his rise ever since his, the combine performance and his pro day, and just people got enamored. And I think, the ownership in Indianapolis probably fell into that as well.
Wow. This was kind of anticlimactic. I don't know. Maybe I'm alone on that. I just was kind of bored by this.
So, I mean, the quarterbacks didn't go 1, 2, 3, and 4. That a lot of people were talking about that happening, and you wonder now where Will Levis is going to go. Of course, the Seahawks could always take a quarterback. They signed Geno Smith to a 3-year deal, but they could always develop somebody.
Where do we think? Let's answer that question. Where do we think Will Levis goes now? Now that we know these answers, these things were somewhat predictable, but now we know Will Levis is the final domino to fall before we get to the Hendon Hooker conversation.
I think. I mean, I was expecting Tennessee to be looking at Richardson here. Sorry to
interrupt you. Sorry, Danny. ESPN's Diana Rossini tweeted that the reason Tennessee was trying to jump up was specifically for CJ Stroud, and that when Houston took him at 2, that was when they pulled their offer with Arizona. So, they were operating under the assumption to this point that Houston was going elsewhere at 2, but there was a lot of Tyree Wilson chatter, you know what I mean? Whatever the case may be. But so, yeah, I mean, maybe Will Levis is not exactly a favorite of many.
So that explains why Houston did this Stroud first and then traded back to get the edge rusher. Right. So that just foiled their plans there. But I think the fact that the quarterbacks, at least in my opinion, have been swapped, puts Seattle now in the mix, because it could either Tennessee, I think, is in the mix for the quarterback, but now Seattle, maybe that's the quarterback they're interested in, and they didn't think they'd get past the Colts. So I mean, honestly, what this does, I hate to say it, but I really think this is going to put a lot of non-quarterbacks in play for our nemesis, the Eagles at 10. I mean, if we're looking at this is, I mean, because we could see 5 quarterbacks go. I mean, one? Am I counting that correctly? I mean, before 10.
So if Seattle takes Jalen Carter, that would be. I think that's also best case scenario, right? We don't want that to land or to be the situation for Philadelphia. So Seattle's 1 non-quarterback. Although you're right, possible, but still, so we'll call it Seattle. We'll call it Detroit. Depends how much you buy Vegas and Atlanta. Chicago's not taking a quarterback. That's 3. So you're talking about at least 3 of the next 5 picks for sure, not quarterbacks. Possibly 4, possibly 5.
See, now you mentioned Carter. I'll ask this question because I asked it in the pre-show. If we had to say right now, Philadelphia would be taking Bijan Robinson or Jalen Carter, who would we prefer them to take out of the 2?
I would say Bijan, personally.
Yeah, I don't want them with Carter. Yeah.
Now, the only thing to play devil's advocate is that Bijan is off the field. He's, squeaky clean. But when you look at Carter, you don't know how things can transpire with his career. So he might be somebody that's dominant for the next 3 years, but then he might be out of the league within 3 years. And so just looking, listen, the Eagles, I've come to the conclusion that they're going to be taking a great player regardless, because that's where they're at in the top 10. You take a great player. But if you look at the way Dallas
just said.
Yeah. And I just think that where Philly is, it's like if you take somebody like Bijan, yes, it's a shame. It's somebody that the Cowboys are going to have to defend for a long time, but I trust their defense a little bit more, and I don't trust the longevity of Carter's career to stick around, which would it be in favor of the Cowboys.
So two things. One, to the point that we're making, Lindsey Rhodes just had a tweet that, again, just bums you out. Says this is going great for teams in the top 15 that don't need a quarterback. And to be fair, most of the teams in the top 15 were not in the Super Bowl the way that the Eagles were. I don't know when this tweet was. Give me a second to double check. Okay, this was an hour ago. But right before we went live, Jane Slater, friend of the show, tweeted it. It sounds like Dan Quinn wants a nickel corner and Mike McCarthy wants a tight end. Let's see where this lands. So we'll see how that ultimately breaks out. But wow. There are some rumblings on Twitter that Seattle wants to move down.
I could see that.
Oh, wait a second.
They have,
yeah. I thought I saw a tweet that they were in.
Because they have a pick at number 20 too, right? They also are another team with 2 picks.
Right. And also, we didn't mention this on the Houston note. Houston still has Cleveland's first next year. So while they gave up their first, that's an important note. Let's see here. No, nothing yet. Man.
Before the Anthony Richardson pick there, I thought that might have been a perfect scenario for the Seahawks. Somebody where he can sit, he can kind of, take a year or two. I know they just signed Geno Smith to a little bit of an extension there. So maybe that was their plan. And now they're kind of like, all right, who's going to take our spot? Who's moving up? Because they probably don't love what's sitting in front of them right now.
Now, I know
Seattle is picking, by the way, just for the record. They're picking. Okay. Go ahead, Brandon.
Oh, I was just going to say, okay, because I saw that the clock was ticking down to the 52nd mark, and I know it's the 20th anniversary, I believe, of when Minnesota lost their pick because they couldn't get it in. So I didn't know if we were in that situation. It might be because they were trying to debate on where they wanted to go, maybe some trade offers that they didn't like, but it seemed like that they were really kind of just milking the clock a little bit.
Yeah. We'll see who Seattle takes. We'll see who Seattle takes. Oh my gosh, I've got it. Give me 1 second. Everybody, somebody speak while I do this.
I think it's a defensive player because
is it Jalen? You think it's Jalen?
I don't think it's Jalen. If I had to go, I would. Yeah, I think corner might be the pick if I really had to guess.
Christian Gonzalez is Oregon Duck. Stay close to home.
The Seahawks are selecting Illinois corner Devon Witherspoon. Y'all suck at not spoiling things. The Legion of Boom is back. Really hard. Why don't we get Chris Richard back? Just do the whole thing. You know what I mean? We'll call everybody. This is a bit of a bold pick.
So I have to say the way that Seattle built their team last year and where they're at now with 2 picks in the first round, they could very easily be an elite team this year, depending on who they draft. They nailed the draft last year, which really helps them with taking somebody here. And of course, the Russell Wilson trade is helping them out because it didn't turn out that well in year 1 in Denver. They really are poised to be one of the better NFC teams in the conference when you figure that the powerhouse, especially with Aaron Rodgers leaving now, it's like everybody looks at it's the Eagles, it's the Cowboys and the 49ers. They could certainly enter in that mix, way before anybody expected.
Wow. I was going to ask because I saw this comment a little while ago. Kenny said, if we get Joey Porter, I'm streaking through the city of Atlanta. Tony, I know you share both of those sentiments in terms of a zest for Joey Porter and a willingness to streak through your hometown. But there goes one corner. Right? Christian Gonzalez still available. I think maybe like 2 months ago, I think the idea of Joey Porter slipping to 26 was laughable. But, once upon a time, it was like, there's no way Jalen Hyatt's going to make it at 26, right? Like a lot of things change. That being said, one corner's gone. I mean, I think we all thought Detroit might have been the first place that they would have gone.
Yeah.
Maybe Detroit now blinks and goes Christian Gonzalez. Maybe Detroit goes Jalen Carter. But yeah. So
you must have read my first mock because I had I had Joey Porter Jr. at 26 and Jalen Hyatt at 58, and the comments killed me. They crushed me for it. So now, I mean, I don't know if that's what the Cowboys are going to do, but I think it's reasonable to think that both of those guys will be picked around that spot.
Kenny said Tony didn't know you were from here. He's not from Atlanta, Kenny. Sorry about that. But
I did live in Atlanta for a year though, so
right.
That counts for something.
Wow. Okay, so the top 5 is over. Detroit, we sort of have a huge vested interest in, I think, as Cowboys fans, right? Because if Detroit does not take Jalen Carter, I mean, maybe Vegas, he's been mocked to Vegas a lot. The point I'm getting at, and look, we're here to talk about the Cowboys, but the Eagles are a big part of that. And so if he gets past the Lions, there is, I think, a high likelihood that Jalen Carter is on the board for the Eagles at 10 overall. Anybody disagree?
I disagree. I look at the Raiders with defense. They need that. The Falcons, they need help on defense. It's same with the Bears. I know that Jalen Carter said that he stopped all interviews after the top 10. I know it came out today on Pro Football Talk that he said that, the Eagles basically told him, like, if you're there at 10, we're going to take you. But I just look at the Raiders. They need any help that they can get on defense. They were really bad last year, historically bad. And then same with the Lions too. They also need help. And I think the intriguing aspect of having Aiden Hutchinson with Jalen Carter would be too big for them to pass up on. And, I could be completely wrong, but I also look at the Falcons, how, they have a really good offense, building with regards to core pieces, Kyle Pitts, Drake London. And then, the defense, they added a lot of players on free agency, but nothing really in the interior of their defense. You plug somebody like Jalen Carter there in Atlanta on that revamped defense. And if Arthur Smith trusts the run the ball method, kind of just say, it's similar to the Cowboys, run the ball, run the clock down, just let our defense control the game. It could be, a player that fits really well for them too.
Let's see here. Paul offers another super chat. Thank you, Paul. Said, we got Danny and Tony's answers for who you want. So for anyone who joined late, Danny, Tony, right now that we're through the top 5, the player you most want for the Dallas Cowboys is one. I just want to name Tony.
We already answered, so I said Zay Flowers.
Okay, Zay Flowers. Danny, your name?
And Broderick Jones for me.
Okay. I might say Zay Flowers. I mean, I'm a big fan already. Did an interview with him here on the channel on Wednesday. Super awesome dude. Like, just incredible. I am such a huge fan wherever he winds up. I really hope it isn't New York. But
did you tell him I was asking about him?
I did not. Super confident guy in like the most humble way. So I think your answer is a little bit hopeful, Danny. If we're measuring practicality, I'll say Zay Flowers if I have to say one name. Brandon.
I'm going to be a little cheating here. I'm going to say offensive player. And I say cheating. I say that because Tony and I have been in lockstep with this, it seemingly from the beginning, where I look back to the 2021 draft for the Cowboys and how when they had a new coordinator come in, they were really bad on defense in 2020. A new coordinator by the name of Dan Quinn comes in and they revamp the entire defense. You get Micah Parsons, of course, Calvin Joseph didn't really turn out to be the greatest, but you have this revamped defense with drafted players. I think Mike McCarthy taking over, you really need to go all cylinders on offense. Your defense is pretty much set. And I think if you can draft an offensive lineman, a tight end, a wide receiver, I think that would be great.
Thank you, Bear. Brandon, can we get the trade sound effect? Not a Cowboys trade, but can we get the trade? The Detroit Lions are no longer on the clock, and that is because the Arizona Cardinals have come back up. The Arizona Cardinals, who traded out of number 3 with the Houston Texans, are back down to 12 and are now back up to 6. That 12th overall pick 2 years ago was where the Cowboys took Micah Parsons. That pick changed hands a million times. I think it started off with Miami, then wound up with San Francisco, then Philly, then Dallas. It was all part of the Laramie Tunsil trade, et cetera, et cetera. So this is already paying off for the Arizona Cardinals. The Lions in return receive picks 12 and 34. So not that steep of a price to pay. Arizona has cleaned up already, has established some future draft capital. And now, I don't know Oh, okay. We have the pick. Who wants
Ty-
to guess?
Tyree is my guess.
I'm gonna
Tyree
say
Wilson.
I'm gonna say Jalen Carter.
Tony, unless you know it.
I don't know it, so I am gonna say Jalen Carter.
I haven't been right yet, so it's probably Jalen Carter.
You are all wrong. And the Arizona Cardinals are looking out for their guy. They have taken Ohio State tackle Paris Johnson. So happy. This is a really great night for the Arizona Cardinals, I think. Like, they are really kind of cleaning up. They're protecting their guy and Kyler Murray. I think of the former Eagles coordinators, Jonathan Gannon's having a better time than Shane Steichen. I mean, Shane Steichen got a new quarterback, but like, this is the Cardinals have been down bad for a little while. The uniform reveal didn't help, et cetera, et cetera. I like this for the Cardinals.
It was also reported that Kyler Murray said that he really liked Paris Johnson too. Everybody said that he was a guy that would probably go a lot higher than expected, presumably the best left tackle in the draft. I mean, you figure that the guy who they have now, I think it's Kelvin Beachum. It might be, I might be off on that, but he's getting older. I think over 30 now. So you figure that they need to kind of solidify that if Kyler's going to be the future of the team, and if he has this input on the draft pick, maybe it shows that he is going to be with them long term past next year.
Danny, are you a fan of this for Arizona?
I'm not good for Arizona. I'm not a fan of this for the Cowboys, because I think this is really messes things up now, because I was expecting to see the Lions, I thought maybe they would go corner. I feel like this is gonna push Jalen to the Eagles. And I know we're debating about, could that happen? But now I'm trying to find a scenario where it doesn't happen. And
the ESPN DraftCast does not have the Paris Johnson pick in yet. But yeah, like, where is Jalen Carter going? I mean,
right,
Brandon, you were confident that, I mean, Vegas is it. If he does not go to the Raiders, you've got Atlanta and Chicago left.
Yeah, but I mean, Chicago, like I mentioned, who's the defensive coordinator or the head coach for Chicago?
Matty Eberflus.
So that he comes from the Rod Marinelli system. He needs a 3 technique to really solidify his defense, to be the center of the defense. The defense runs around the 3 technique. So I think it's something that they were hoping maybe to get. If they traded out the number 1 spot, they fall in line, still get the number 1 player potentially on their board. I could try and reach out to Josh McDaniels, see if it could be like, hey, do us a solid. But yeah, I think any of these 3 teams could use them, and it's just, you wonder about the character, concerns, and so a lot of people were saying that with the Eagles, you have Jordan Davis, you have Nakobe Dean, guys that he played with on the Georgia defense that can hopefully be mentors and sort of people that he can surround himself with that are positive influences. So, I mean, I would say for his long-term NFL career, it's probably the best spot for him to stay out of trouble off the field. But for the Cowboys, it's not really the best.
This is not looking great. I'm with you, Danny. I'm not like sky's falling upset, but
the Bears have to save us on this, or the
Raiders. Or the Raiders.
Do we see any scenario where he doesn't go to Philly, or are we just kind of locked in? If he makes it to 10, that's where he's going?
Oh, you mean will the Eagles pass up on him?
Yeah. Do you think if he gets to that point, is it any chance they don't take him?
I think so. I mean, anytime a player falls, you have to start to wonder what's going on. And other teams are passing. Philly might, but you remember, they're risk takers. I mean, they did draft Nakobe Dean. They will draft these players. I mean, players that slide, who people are wondering why the Eagles will scoop them up. So I mean, I don't know. I feel like if the Bears don't take him, then he's probably gonna. Yeah, I think there's a good chance he goes to Philly.
If he gets into the teens, would you move up if you're Dallas?
No,
I'm not moving up for anybody.
There's nothing you can do to talk me into moving up. Nothing.
Not even for him.
No.
So it's the same thing of how, like I mentioned with the character concerns, if you're going to give up draft capital for somebody who has off the field concerns, that to me, if he falls to 26 and you want to take him there, I feel a little bit better about that, because again, you're all the way at 26. You're practically taking a second round player when you're picking there anyway. So if the number 1 player on a lot of people's boards falls to you, it's just, the value might be too good to pass up on. But I do think that with the Eagles, they're playing with house money. They didn't have this pick, up until they traded with, I believe, New Orleans, or however they got the pick.
It was New Orleans last year.
Yeah, so it's just they were expecting to be picking at the back end, and the fact that they can get somebody like that here, I mean, you take the concern, you take the risk, and if it pays off, you look great. And you figure they lost Javon Hargrave. They are going to be getting Fletcher Cox probably retiring sometime soon. They need to fill that sort of role. I mean, it does make sense for the team. It just so happens that it's the Eagles and the Cowboys playing.
Yeah. Could you imagine Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter?
No, we can't. Well, we can just rewind the Georgia tape.
Yeah.
But Zach Kiefer, who covers the Colts for The Athletic, this is why I hate the Colts, just tweeted out that Chris Ballard said he knew for a month that he wanted Anthony Richardson. I'm sure you did, Chris Ballard. Sure. I'm sure you the way it went for you was exactly the way you wanted it to go. So okay.
I also loved the Jim Irsay tweet where it was very pixelated photos of all the quarterback prospects.
Right.
That was nice. I like that.
One final thought on that. I'm captain trade back this year, but if Jalen Carter is a talent all right, so we said if he gets in the teens, we wouldn't do it. If he's broaching the 20th, if he's in the 20s, I'm thinking about moving up, and I wonder if Jerry Jones, being the wheel and dealer he is, if you would take a
when has he been that wheeler and dealer, Tony? When has he been that guy?
He said things this offseason that's kind of made me think that his approach is kind of going back to his old ways. Now, I don't know if that's just smoke and mirrors and I'm just a fool, but at the same time, I mean, Jalen Carter is the type of guy that I might take a chance on that I think maybe Jerry Jones would too. I mean, this could be over in 2 picks, but
I want to add too. If the Cowboys take him, I'm going to be ecstatic, and it has nothing to do with Jerry Jones. It's going to because Will McClay's done his homework, and they're not worried about it. So, I mean, for them to make that pick, the Cowboys they would be high on this player, so that would just solidify any type of happiness that I would have for him falling that far. So I wouldn't have any problem at all.
Yeah. On field, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah. And also, I mean, the Cowboys have taken risks before. In the second round, that was usually where they went with a lot of these players. For what it's worth, not that it's always the end-all, be-all, but Haley Sutton from DallasCowboys.com, she interviewed Jalen Carter on the red carpet, and she asked him, what it would mean to join Dan Quinn's defense, and he said, "I've been winning my whole life and still want to win when I get to the league." So he has the mentality of a winner, still wants to play at a high level. He's definitely a premier talent. You just wonder if he falls that far, if that's something that they're willing to do.
Yeah, and also too, if you there's a short list of positions where you're like, man, we really could use somebody there, and defensive tackle is on that list, and so to score a blue chip player of his ability for at a position of need, I think that would just be a huge win for Dallas.
I think we're all a little bit on edge until the Raiders pick. We really need the Raiders to come in and save us a little bit here.
What are we expecting here? A corner?
I think so. This could be Christian Gonzalez.
What are their needs? The quarterback, cornerback.
Oh, I like this question from Paul. Although I think I know the answer. If we had picked 10 instead of Philly, who would you pick? I mean, obviously we're not there yet, but I think we'd all be like, I think everyone would be hoping for Jalen Carter. That feels pretty consensus.
Jalen Carter.
But what non-Jalen Carter player?
Oh, for me, probably Jackson. I would say
JSN.
JSN would probably.
Wow. Watsamata, thank you for the super chat. Says, "Hey guys, crack one open on me. It's a great night, great coverage. Nobody lobbying hard for a tight end at 26. Heavenly." I feel like I would be less disappointed in it than most people. Thank you so much, Watsamata. That is very, very kind of you. We love having you around here. Thank you always for being around. Okay, we have the pick is in. Who do y'all think it is? I'm getting this ready.
Tyree Wilson, maybe, potentially.
Danny, who's your guess?
Well, it was going to be Christian Gonzalez, but Tyree's still there. I think I'm gonna go with Gonzalez still.
Tony, do you know?
I'll plead the fifth. I know.
The Las Vegas Raiders have selected Texas Tech edge rusher Tyree Wilson.
And I didn't know for what it was worth. I didn't know, but I was looking at Daniel Jeremiah's board, and he was still, he's his 4th ranked player. The only player above him is Bijan Robinson, but of course it plays position that running back that's kind of devalued. But outside of that, Jalen Carter, is still on the board at 5, but even too, Peter Skoronski is the next one. So I figure that, like I mentioned, defense is something that they needed a lot of help with last year. They were historically bad. It just makes a lot of sense. Chandler Jones, Max Crosby, Tyree Wilson. I think as a defensive coordinator, you're happy with all those players, and certainly is a formidable defense. Now they can kind of start building backward.
Jalen Carter is 2 picks away from the Philadelphia Eagles.
Also, too, the Lions, David Hellman pointing this out, they have picks 12, 18, 34, 48, and 55. So it's a lot of draft capital to try and take advantage of Aaron Rodgers leaving the division and everything else kind of uncertain with Minnesota. I know the Lions are the betting favorite to win the division, but still, I mean, you kind of try and get a lot of premier players.
So this is our first pick that we could see Bijan Robinson go, right? So this is like
to Atlanta, you're saying?
Yeah. This Atlanta's up next, right?
That would be so underwhelming. I'm just gonna be honest. Like Bijan going to Atlanta would be like, that would just whatever.
You don't like it going chalk?
No, but like it's only, I want it to be like invigorating, and it would be invigorating obviously for him to wind up in Dallas. Like it'd be super polarizing. It'd be invigorating for him to wind up in Philadelphia. Atlanta, like what? And like the uniforms stink. I mean,
I just don't want. I see on the opposite way.
I want you to close your eyes, and I'm painting you a little picture here. It's Sunday Night Football. The Panthers are in Atlanta. Are you excited? Like, are you really pumped to watch Sunday Night Football in their stadium? It's not like, it doesn't get your juices flowing. I'm sorry. I'll be the one to say it. I'm sorry.
That the stadium actually looks kind of dark too. Have you ever noticed the lighting in it? It's like a dark stadium.
I've been there, and it's funny you say that. They actually, Tony, have a brighter light than most NFL stadiums.
Really?
And I noticed it when watching an Alabama game there. Alabama looks like cherry red in that stadium, as opposed to like their normal kind of like, burgundy-ish sort of color.
Is it the turf?
Crimson. Is it? I don't know if it's turf, actually. I think it is, but
Brandon, you agree, right? It's got a little dimmer look.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I know when the Cowboys played there, I mean, it was a day game, so maybe they didn't have the lights on. They had the roof open or whatever. But I remember watching that game a few years back, the Chaz Green game, and it just, everything looked dark. Like it almost looked like I had to adjust the brightness on my TV, and it was all the way up.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who thought
this is the most unusual anti-Bijan take that I've heard.
It just would be boring. I mean, it would be like Todd Gurley winding up with the St. Louis Rams. Like that was such a like catalytic moment, and it was the St. Louis Rams. Like, you know what I mean? It was so flat. Even when he went to LA, it was lame. It wasn't until like Zeke became a Cowboy that it was like this big polarizing subject. Like this would just be lame.
RJ wants chaos.
Yeah.
And I don't want to have to talk about how the Eagles did this with Bijan, or how they got a great pick, or we had a chance there. I want it to be a dead story. So yeah, we're definitely thinking differently about.
I think it's going to be fascinating to see where Bijan could make it all the way to Detroit. That would be fun. Like I'm all for that. They have all the picks to play with, as Brandon pointed out. But
they don't need a running back.
I think I saw a tweet that makes me think this is about to be Bijan.
I feel it's either Bijan or the Christian Gonzalez hasn't been taken, right?
Correct.
So I think it's one of those two. But you know what? I am 0 for 7 so far. So as you can tell, I am not getting the insight.
Consistency.
I'm not getting tips.
Now, the only thing to go against Bijan that, everybody was saying, oh, he's consensus, he has to be top 10. But it is also a deep running back draft. And that might be the same reason why the Cowboys, if Jahmyr Gibbs is there, let's just say they don't take him at 26, because they much rather look at the value of drafting a running back in the second round, the third round. And so if the Cowboys feel that way, maybe the Falcons and people who are in the top 15 feel that way. But he is a generational player. So I think, it makes sense to draft him this high, but he's probably the only one. And any team can get value later in the draft.
Boring. The Atlanta Falcons have indeed selected University of Texas running back Bijan Robinson. Tony, your thoughts?
I mean, we saw a lot of this. I mean, this is a lot of talk about Atlanta doing this over the last couple of days. And I mean, honestly, like you said, it's a meh pick. I'm glad to see, Bijan, because I think he's a top 10 talent go in the top 10. I would hate to see a guy who, because of his position, drops so far down. So him being at number 8 is good for Bijan, and like you said, it's kind of meh for the rest of us.
I don't have a hard take. I'm sorry. I don't have a passionate response to this.
Danny, what do you think?
I'm happy about it. We can throw some dirt on this and be done with it. I mean, I know that the lighting is really bad in Atlanta, but you know what? Sure. I feel like he could overcome that. And honestly, I don't want to have to face him. I don't want to have to just talk about how we could have got him, or have him slide and hear all the talks about we could trade up for him. I'm just glad that he's a good player. He deserves to go in the first round, and but I'm glad he's off the board, and we won't have to chase him as a member of the Eagles. So that's a plus.
Does that seal our Jalen Carter to the Philly fate?
I mean, something could go wrong. Something could be happening. I mean, it could be. I mean, who's picking at 14? I mean, so he could be sliding. So it could be. I don't know.
To Danny's point, the Eagles are very smart, and the Eagles do not let anybody know what they want to do. I
never said that.
Well, no, but like you did say a cousin of that. And so they are very smart, but they also are not a team that lays out their cards, right? Like before, like in the draft process. And there have been a lot of mock drafts that have featured Jalen Carter making it to 10. And it's like, well, of course the Eagles are going to take him. So like anything that is like an of course situation, I think could be thrown out the window at this point in time. Kenneth, thank you for the super chat. Thanks me for everything I do. Go Cowboys. Thank you, Kenneth Cook. Thank you. Kenny has promised to throw his TV through a glass screen door if the Eagles take Jalen Carter. I do want to shout out my friend Aaron Miller. I mentioned I went to college at Texas A&M University one time at a gathering. Aaron was so excited to get to the gathering. He ran through what he thought was an open door, and it was a glass door. And Aaron was kind of built like Bijan. And it was one of the most incredible things I've ever seen in my life. Like it was like sand. Like it just like disintegrated around him. And it was college, so he was feeling a little fun. He had no idea that he had just bursted through a glass door. So that was a really really interesting experience for me.
This isn't your buddy that looks like Howman?
No, that was my roommate, Nico. So yeah.
So the only thing I want to bring up is, so let's just say everybody knows, because it's on Twitter, everything, that the Eagles would take Jalen Carter, and that's presumably where he would stop. Does anybody trade with Chicago? Chicago needs more picks. Do the line, and I look at, so two teams, 12 and 13, the Lions and Packers, they can certainly use a lot of help, especially on defense. And also the Packers are like the Eagles, where they just draft former championship Georgia defenders. So you figure that those are two teams, but then do they trade with somebody with Chicago who's in their division? I know the Cowboys did that with the Eagles. You're only swapping picks, not players.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's get I think we're in a bad place. Can we get a trade sound effect? You mentioned somebody trying to jump the Eagles, maybe for Jalen Carter. The Eagles maybe think somebody are trying to jump up and leapfrog them. So they have done it themselves. Bijan Robinson has gone 8 overall to the Atlanta Falcons. The Chicago Bears were picking one spot ahead of the Eagles. The pick that Philly got from New Orleans a year ago, we talked about that already. The Eagles have now jumped up to number 9. Presumably number 10 is involved. If this isn't for Jalen Carter, it is obviously for somebody who the Eagles are very, very fearful of losing. If it's not Jalen Carter, who do we think it is? Anybody have a vote?
It's Jalen, man. It's got to be. It has to be.
I mean, the Christian Gonzalez is still there. But I mean, I don't. Yeah, I think it's Jalen.
So the Bears have traded pick 9 to the Eagles for pick 10 and a 4th round pick in 2024. So they're not even giving anything up this year. I think, I mean, you figure the run on offensive linemen could start in this range. Peter Skoronski still on the board. Lane Johnson, you don't know how long his career is going to last. They had the right guard, leaving free agency to Pittsburgh. So maybe they plug in Peter Skoronski at one of the guard spots. That's something where they think maybe if somebody was trying to trade up to Chicago. And like I said, the Bears, I was right about the trade, just was wrong about the team, unfortunately. But I just think the Bears are trying to get as many picks as possible. It doesn't seem like that 2024 fourth doesn't do anything. But
so that's all I got is a 2024
yeah,
fourth?
2024 fourth.
But the Bears don't want their guy. So, I mean.
Well, the Bears did not want Georgia defensive tackle Jalen Carter, who is the newest member of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Can we get that purge horn again?
It's like I mentioned, it's not ideal, but if you had to on one of the two players, Bijan or Carter, with regards to off the field character things, you don't know. It's an uncertain with Carter. We're hearing a lot of things about work ethic, something to do with, he gained 9 pounds from the combine to the pro day, didn't finish drills. Like I mentioned, he has a few players from his former team at Georgia that could help him along the way as he turns into a pro. But that's something where you have to look out for the next few years. If he turns into maybe like a Robert Kimdiche, somebody like that, where it's just kind of phased out in a few years.
Yeah, I just feel sorry for Tyler Biotish and Zach Martin.
Yeah, this stinks. I'm sad.
It's another good move from the Eagles, man.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been making good moves.
I told you those guys are smart.
Yeah.
What's going to be this is objectively a good move. Like, we can all agree with that. But what's going to be annoying is the fawning that is going to happen. Like, you know what I mean? The just ridiculous. And it is so perfectly chaotic for the Eagles, and that the pick that goes in front of them is the running back that everyone tried to hoist up as the return of the running back. It's awful theater. It's incredibly well written. This is an HBO wedding episode, and I'm really upset about it.
So I have one question then. Now, does this change and not that this happens, not that you should address the draft this way, but the Cowboys, they clearly have a need at left guard. Does this really pigeonhole them to take an offensive lineman, given what just got thrown into their division with a Jalen Carter at 26?
No, I mean, but we're going to feel better if they do.
Yeah.
But no, no. The Cowboys can't let this impact their plans. But again, like I said, if we end up getting one of those offensive linemen, that's going to be, if that's their guy, it's just going to just make it that much better, because it's going to be tough. It's really going to be tough. I mean, that's a really strong defensive line the Eagles have.
The other thing here too that sucks is you can sit here and you can obviously call this. There's some character concerns, obviously, with Jalen Carter. This isn't even Philly's first round pick, right? This was the house money. If there was ever a time or a chance or a pick to burn, this was it. I mean, it worked out wonderfully for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 10th overall pick. It's not. This is a very important pick for them.
9th, to be fair. But
okay, well, excuse me, 9th. Yeah, but they don't have a 4th rounder next year. So. But
they are screwed.
They're screwed.
Wow.
But I will say this. I mean, they have an expensive quarterback now, so this pick needs to work. I mean, you can't be just throwing it around like it's a free roll. So it's and they're taking a chance. I mean, I'm really hoping that Laurie's right. I'm hoping this guy just has all kinds of problems and we don't have to deal with him. But I don't know. It's definitely there's some huge upside for the Eagles.
Let me frame the question this way, and then I'm gonna step away and get a root beer. So I'll leave you all to bicker here. If Jalen Carter is on the Eagles, do they beat the Chiefs in the Super Bowl? Go.
Oh, Tony, you start with that one.
I mean, I'm interested to hear both of you guys, obviously, but I'm interested to hear Danny's point on this. I personally, my answer is no. I mean, is he going to stop them from, airing it out? I understand he's got a good pass rushing bag. I know he can stop the run, but there's nothing in the Chiefs game, in my opinion, that he could have really neutralized or really made that big of a difference. Obviously he's impactful, and week to week he brings something to that defensive front with Jordan Davis and some of those guys they have on that defense that's going to really help. But my quick and easy answer is no. I don't think anything would have changed.
Danny, what about you?
I lean that direction. I mean, he's a really good player, and so certainly they could it could change the way the Eagles attack. But I mean, like I'd be more worried about against the 49ers if like, would they be able to stop the Niners in their running game? But that Super Bowl was super close. So if you just had a player like that, anything could change, could shift things. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's really going to come down to his availability. If he comes out and he plays to his level, he's there. He's going to make an impact. But if he's, if there's problems, he's a headache, and he's a rotational guy, and you're like, we're looking for him. Where's he at? Then no. I mean, he's not. So, but I don't know. I think he's too much of a wild card for us to really even answer that question right now.
The field conditions were so bad, I chalk it up to you never know. But I just think that he's a penetrating defensive tackle, and you figure the Chiefs struggled with offensive line, building their offensive line, but they have Creed Humphrey. They have the guy from New England that they got in free agency a few years back. So you figure it's a position where they could have hopefully neutralized it, and they have Chris Jones on the opposite side as their quote-unquote Jalen Carter. But like you mentioned, Danny, he's a rotational guy, so you don't know if he's playing every single down in and down out. Like a Javon Hargrave, somebody like that. He's a little bit bigger. So you never know, but I think it would have certainly made things a little bit tighter.
So y'all agree the Chiefs would have still won? Is that the conversation I missed? Okay. It's going to be a double root beer night. All right. Let's just cards on the table. This is one of two. The Bears pick is in. Anybody have a guess? Unless you've seen it.
I'm saying Peter Skoronski, offensive lineman.
Yeah, that's a good pick. I without even thinking, I'm going to agree with Brandon.
Tony, you've seen it, I think.
I know too much. Yeah.
The Chicago Bears have selected an offensive lineman.
Man.
No.
Wow.
Tennessee tackle Darnell Wright.
Now, hold on, Danny. I have to say, if Peter Skoronski's little T-Rex arms help him fall to 26, are you happier if he's there for the Cowboys instead of Darnell Wright? Because I'm with you. I thought Darnell Wright. I saw your board where blue chip players. He was right in there with a lot of those guys. I certainly think he's a great offensive lineman, guard flex. But
yeah, I mean, to be honest, I haven't done enough research on Skoronski. So I can't really honestly answer that, except, I mean, but you touched on it. I mean, I want a tackle that can play guard. I want to be able to have some flexibility, because I don't know what the Cowboys are going to be doing with their offensive line. I don't know if they know what they're going to be able to do. So, I mean, that's why Darnell Wright was just such a great fit for them. But if you're asking me, like, how does that change with if Skoronski kind of slides? I don't know. But I don't know. There's some shakeups happening here that's it's opening some windows. So I don't know. I mean, could have some opportunities here to still get one of those players. It may not be the player that we have been talking about a lot, but it could be one of those players like you guys talked about, Joey Porter. I mean, we got a one less corner that's still that's one more corner still available. So those dominoes start to fall, and it could make things interesting for the Cowboys coming up.
And we mentioned Tennessee as a potential for Will Levis, very similar player to a Ryan Tannehill. A great leader, prototypical build, pro offensive style in Kentucky. Almost like a younger version of what Ryan Tannehill would be. So maybe this is where the next quarterback goes, because after that, now you're starting. We talked about a good player falling to a division rival in the Eagles. If you look, there's not a lot. You have Detroit, they have Jared Goff. Of course, maybe they could always draft Levis if they like him enough. But the Packers, they have Jordan Love. New England certainly did their homework. Last minute 30 visit with Will Levis. They can certainly take him there. But the Jets have Aaron Rodgers. That leaves the Commanders at 16. And you never want your division rival to get a franchise quarterback. They have somebody in Sam Howell. Reportedly, they like him still, but that could be all smoke. They have Jacoby Brissett. But if they draft Will Levis, he can sit in the early part of the season and then come in, and then you never know, mixing him with that really good Commanders defense, that might be where, the Cowboys are in trouble next.
Poop.
Go ahead.
I'm interested in what New England's going to do at 14, and because you guys asked me who I wanted. I'm watching you, Broderick Jones. I mean, I like, if he can somehow slide past the Patriots, and I think that, there's a possibility that if it's like another team takes Skoronski, that's, that could make things interesting for the Cowboys. So I don't know. There's a lot of weird stuff happen that he could end up helping us. So
You've seen a lot of film, Danny, on Broderick Jones?
I haven't seen a lot. I mean, when I started doing my initial evaluation stuff without knowing anything at all, I just loved him. I mean, I just thought he got out of stance super quick, and he looked like one of those players that just like could dominate, and he just has that build, and it's just, I mean, to me, I feel like, if we had him, Tyler Smith is our new left guard, because I just feel like he's so powerful and so quick, and so I mean, I would love to have a player like that.
Just to have the conversation, the top 10 are in. Darnell Wright isn't here yet, but let's grade this 1 to 10 on a 1 to 10 scale. So 10 being is this went the best it possibly could for the Cowboys. 1 is Mach 1, right? That's the measurements guy. I know I ask that all the time. I believe Mach 1 is the most dangerous Mach possible. So that being said, where do you guys grade this in terms of the way the top 10, again, Darnell Wright's not here, but how do you feel like things have gone as they relate to the Cowboys? And that obviously includes the Eagles landing Jalen Carter. Danny.
I'm going to go a 7. I think it's still favorable. I mean, obviously the Jalen Carter thing's not good. And of course the Darnell Wright thing too is a little bit disappointing, but I still feel like, I mean, we knew these teams are going to get good players. So there's not a lot of big disappointment that I'm seeing here. So, but I think overall I'm still, pleased somewhat. So yeah, that's where I give it.
Tony.
I honestly, to be honest, to sound chalk here, this is about as exactly as I thought it was going to go. I know people thought it was going to be crazy, and this seems crazy, but there's a lot of names that we've been seeing get mocked to the top 10 here. And maybe it's in a little different order and a little different fashion with the trades, but I feel pretty confident in saying that this is kind of what I expected, to be honest.
Brandon.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think, like we mentioned at the very beginning of the night, the Eagles being in the top 10 and then trading up to 9, we knew that they were going to be getting a franchise player. And it's also too, Howie Roseman, record remains intact. He's never drafted a running back, cornerback, tight end, or safety. He's only drafted 4 positions since he took over as GM with the Eagles, which is pretty frustrating. But I just think that when you look at somebody like Anthony Richardson, right? I think he went off the board a lot earlier than people expected. Darnell Wright is sort of the trade-off where he went off the board earlier than we expected. So it's sort of like you're even on that standpoint, but you still have really good players on the board. JSN is still there. Like you mentioned, RJ, you did an interview with him. Seems like, by all accounts, a great guy. Zay Flowers, you did an interview with. Seems like a great guy. So those players are still on the board. We haven't seen a wide receiver go off yet. And, that could be here at the Titans, but you still have offensive players, high caliber guys being pushed down, as well as defense too.
You mentioned could be with the Titans. It will not be. The Tennessee Titans have selected Northwestern offensive lineman Peter Skoronski. Tony, are you taking a drink every time an offensive lineman gets drafted? Because that's
a good idea. I might do that. Yeah, I might.
Really, really well timed. I don't know if that's from Fruit Punch or maybe you and Aaron Miller are sharing resources. But
I don't drink enough water, so it's liquid IV.
Okay. This bum anybody out? I'm fine with this. Like, let's push some wide receivers down at this point. Like JSN ain't gonna make it, but let's entertain the idea for a little bit longer.
I wanted the quarterback there because I don't feel like is there a spot now where he goes between Dallas now? I feel like we
26
we lose a pick.
Come up and get him. You know what I mean? Like that's the spot as far as I'm concerned. You want that 5th-year option? Let's do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. So I just feel like I think we missed a chance there to take a quarterback off the board.
Skoronski is going to the Titans. Let's get the board up here. So we know the Titans pick. It's not obviously on ESPN's DraftCast yet. Next up, we have the Detroit Lions. We'll do next 5. Detroit Lions, Green Bay Packers, New England Patriots, New York Jets, and obviously the pick swap that happened between Green Bay and New York, and the Washington Commanders. JSN's going there, right? We're very confident in this.
Green Bay, I'm thinking.
Yeah, so he's going. Who else? Who else is going at this point in time?
I mean, Danny, you mentioned where the quarterback goes. I think New England, like I said, they did a lot of research. Apparently, there's a rift between Bill Belichick and Mac Jones. They might want to ship Mac Jones. I don't know where they would send him to, but maybe they could still keep him and then just have a competing quarterback room. But I mean, he seems like the guy that could land there with the Packers, like you mentioned, offensive player. The Jets, they could take Broderick Jones, your guy, at offensive line too.
Let me try to put 3 out there, right? I'm gonna say Lions, they go Christian Gonzalez, Packers go JSN, and I think the Patriots go. I have to stand. I say the Patriots go Zay Flowers.
Ooh, I think Broderick. I agree with everything Tony says, except I'm giving Broderick to the Patriots there. But I do think the Lions. I was expecting the Lions to go corner earlier, so this to me, I think they're getting a great value with Christian Gonzalez and Green Bay. Yeah, I mean, I do expect them to take our guy there, but
I think Tony's right. I agree with Tony's prediction here, which bums me out, but this kind of is what it is.
So
I'm not bummed to agree with you, Tony. I'm bummed that could potentially happen. For what it's worth, take this how with whatever salt you want. The Dallas Morning News' David Moore tweeted out a moment ago, the Cowboys knew the odds were against Tennessee's Darnell Wright getting to them at 26. He didn't even last long enough for them to hope. Do we want to read into that maybe the Cowboys really want to address the offensive line? That's why they were so high here? Or that's just they liked a really good football player?
Probably the second part, in my opinion. I mean, we've heard so much about tight ends and offensive line. You wonder what is smoke and what's real because, they've mentioned every single tight end known to man over the last 48 hours. So the fact that they're shucks and an offensive lineman, it could just all be a game.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the same thing. I think that they were hoping, I think it was a contingency plan. I think offense is sort of the circle that we're starting to kind of roam around right now for the Cowboys. Of course, like we mentioned at the top, maybe there's a competing interest between what Dan Quinn wants and, of course, what Mike McCarthy wants. But I just think that if you kind of circle offense and then narrow it down to where a hierarchy is of maybe it's an offensive playmaker or offensive line, the Cowboys might feel confident more so than what we think in Josh Ball moving to left guard, Chuma Edoga at left guard, Tyler Smith at left guard, and Tyron at left tackle. I don't think it's the best route, but they might feel more confident in that selection. And of course, maybe drafting somebody day 2, day 3, but I don't think the depth there. I think if you draft a tight end in the 2nd and 3rd round, they're going to be better than an offensive lineman that you draft in that section, as opposed to you might have to reach on a Steve Avila out of TCU, but that's because he won't come back around to you in the 2nd round.
Danny, we all answered in the middle of our kind of, pity party that we don't think that the Jalen Carter pick impacts the Cowboys draft mindset right now. But if it did, if they reached on Steve Avila because of that, would that be a failure to you? Like the reach as a reaction to what happened 15 minutes ago?
Yeah, I mean, if you're doubting your board and you're changing things, in the final hour to accommodate another team's, albeit a divisional rival, that's your biggest threat. That's not good. That's not the way you want to manage your roster too. So, I mean, I don't feel like the Cowboys would be behaving that way. I feel like they're going to get a good player. They have a plan. We don't know what it is. They have a plan, and I almost feel like all this tight end stuff could be. I could see Jerry Jones.
Let's kind of shift into this conversation because we haven't touched on the Cowboys as a whole, right? We've been kind of talking about all the picks that have happened at this point. We all agree the Cowboys have had an incredible offseason, right? Cowboys have dominated this thing. The Cowboys have generally dominated, maybe not the entire draft, but certainly the 1st round. And there's no example. Like, there's going to be somebody who disagrees with what the Cowboys do in about an hour and 45 minutes. And then somebody's going to respond to them and be like, I bet you hated the Tyler Smith pick last year, right? And we all hated the Tyler Smith pick last year. So that being said, they've earned the benefit of the doubt. I love the 1-10 game. Where's your trust level at? Even as we start to, oh man, Jalen Carter, oh man, Darnell Wright, oh man, like we're all manning this thing all the way to Timbuktu. But Danny Phantom, 1-10, 10, you give them your life. Total trust fall in the gym at the high school that the Mean Girls went to. And 1 being like, I don't trust them as far as I can throw them. I think that's a dumb expression, by the way. But that being said, 1-10, how much do you trust this team?
Yeah, I agree. That is a stupid expression, but absolutely, you know where I'm at. I mean, I'll fall backwards all day if I know Will McClay's catching me. I mean,
I'm so
I,
sorry, Danny. I don't mean to do that, but we have something incredibly riveting um, to get to with what the Detroit Lions have done. We'll get back to we have to touch on this. So the Titans pick is in. 1 second. The Detroit Lions have reportedly selected Alabama running back Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah.
wow,
It's rich for my blood.
I don't even know what to say about that.
Danny,
they not
again,
know they have
apologies
Swift?
for interrupting you, but I think this was worth it.
Yeah,
So-
no, this is fine. You know, I won't even talk the rest of the night. This I don't even know what
Why?
to say. You know, this. I mean, Brandon was already talking about it, and I thought he was being silly. You know, when we were talking about Bijan, and now this is. I don't know what is something wrong. Did they trade Swift? I don't understand what they are doing here. This is crazy. You don't. I mean, they're violating all the trade rules to me, in my opinion, as far as in doing this. So
I think they are soured on DeAndre Swift, and Jamal Williams is gone now. So
Yeah.
they think they may have a need, I guess.
yeah, I guess a big one. This is a top draft resource.
Yeah, I might be a little bit higher on Gibbs than a lot of people. There were a lot of reports saying that he was going to be going a lot higher than expected, definitely in the first round, but I think a lot higher. And maybe the Lions had some thought that they were going to be, he was going to be drafted by somebody after them, so they just wanted to take him now. I think that he's a great running back with regards to being a pass catcher out of the backfield. Like, that's his bread and butter. He's sort of like an Alvin Kamara clone. Whether you take that player here is to be determined. But like Tony mentioned, I think they're soured on Swift and his injury history, somebody that they just can't trust. Maybe they also envision him as a complement to somebody like Swift, where he's a little bit bigger bodied running back. He can kind of flex him out almost in that Tony Pollard type role. So if it fits their offense and makes them a more dynamic offense, then that's great for them. But it might be a little bit of a reach, and when you get into this sort of range.
Good friend of mine, Jeremy Reisman, who covers the Lions for Pride of Detroit here at SB Nation, he had tweeted "few," like he actually spelled it right. You know how a lot of people misspell "whew"? They put "WHEW." It's with a P, PHEW. That's how you spell that word. And so he had quote tweeted the Bijan to Atlanta tweet. Like, oh man, thank goodness the Lions aren't taking Bijan Robinson. So poor Jeremy is kind of up a creek here with the Lions taking Jahmyr Gibbs. This is really bad. Like and I just tweeted this myself. Like, the whole internet wants to love the Lions, right? Like anywhere you look, it's like, oh, I'm in on the Lions. I'm on the Lions bandwagon. Restore the roar. Blah blah blah. All this stuff. The Lions just peed all over it. They don't want your love. You know what I mean? They will not let you love them. Why? Why would you? What? There's not a world where this makes sense, Danny.
I know. And honestly, I agree with what Brandon said too. I also like Jahmyr Gibbs. To me, quite honestly, they were 1A and 1B to me. It wasn't even like Bijan and everybody else. So I really liked Gibbs a lot. But the problem I have with this is because you got like Nolan Smith available. You have Christian Gonzalez. You have Broderick Jones. You have a lot of good players are still available, and you're going to use that draft resource on. I don't know. To me, it's just a little bit of a misuse of resources. But you know what? What did you say about the roar? I forget, but that was
that's their thing. Restore the roar.
This will not restore the roar. I do not think.
I thought it was dumb enough when the Falcons took Bijan Robinson ahead of Jalen Carter.
You thought it was boring.
But that's dumb, right? Like, forget the poor lighting and whatever. Like, it's dumb to take Bijan Robinson over Jalen Carter in the overall scheme of football roster construction, right? It's even more dumb to trade out of position to draft Jalen Carter, let Jalen Carter go, and then to your point, Danny, while I agree with you that Jimmy and you too, Brandon, that Jahmyr Gibbs is a talented enough player, you don't even get the best running back, right? Like, you're diving on the like running back in the first round grenade, except you're not even diving. You're like swan. It's not even a grenade. Like, it's a tiny little landmine. Like, this is the worst possible formulation of variables that the Lions have done.
So if Christian Gonzalez was off the board, I would say it makes a little bit more sense. And even you have like somebody like a Nolan Smith, Lucas Van Ness, they just might feel that confident in their defense. I think that they have an absolute need, especially when you trade away Jeff Okudah. But they signed, I think, a few corners in free agency. Maybe they're going with veteran experience. Me personally, I mean, I look at where everybody is right now. I mean, we're at pick, 13, and Christian Gonzalez is still on the board. He was considered to be more of a top 10 prospect. That to me is a little bit more surprising. People had him over Devon Witherspoon in some cases. I mean, if Christian Gonzalez is there for the Commanders at 16, that's like, I think another like nightmare scenario part 2 for the Cowboys, where, the Commanders seemingly have great players fall to them. That happened a few years ago, with Jonathan Allen, a few other players as well on the defensive line. So that's another scenario too that might play out and not in the Cowboys' favor.
Yeah, but one thing about that, Brandon, though, is if Washington does take Gonzalez there, they're not taking Joey Porter.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
So I mean, there could end up being like a benefit them.
I would just like to answer Kevin's question. Says, have you thought that maybe the NFL said, hey, a run heavy team named the Eagles almost won the Super Bowl, and they thought maybe we should get the running game going? First of all, a huge part of the Eagles running game is their quarterback. So I don't know that Jared Goff is Jalen Hurts at this point in time. Plus, the Eagles had their chance at Jahmyr Gibbs and literally said no, right? Like, and literally saw their top running back and Miles Sanders let him leave in free agency to the Carolina Panthers, passed on him on Jahmyr Gibbs, and drafted Jalen Carter. I mean, so again, if the goal is to become the Eagles, which as much as it hurts me to say, that probably kind of is from a roster construction standpoint, this is the opposite direction. This is the Lions now trying to, this is truly trying to zig where everybody's zagging. It's just, miss me with all the draft capital they have, whatever. This is, you're really souring the vibe. Everyone is enjoying the Lions party that they got going on, and they just turn the lights on and change the music, and they're like, no, it's the same thing. Everyone just keep dancing. We'll have a good time. So no, gross.
And they'll pick high again next year, and they'll give another go.
Okay, I have not seen this. Okay, let's see here. We're about to move on from the Lions. The Packers pick is in. Tony, shut up, because I know you know it. Danny, who do you think the Green Bay Packers have taken?
Well, I think it's JSN, but I'm hoping it's not.
Brandon.
Yeah, either JSN or maybe one of the tight ends.
Dalton, maybe.
You are all wrong. The Green Bay Packers, with the pick they received from the New York Jets in the Aaron Rodgers trade, have selected Iowa edge rusher Lucas Van Ness. A good pick. Don't get me wrong. But I think he was, at this point in time, Brandon, I know you have it open to the highest rated player left on Dane Brugler's board as far as available players.
Oh, Christian Gonzalez.
Well, you're right. I'm sorry,
he's
Danny.
5. Yeah.
So he was the second highest on Dane's board at this point in time. So he's gone. Christian's still hanging out there. Tony, you raise your hand.
Yeah, I was going to say, is this the first time in this draft where we're like, okay, we have 2 back-to-back picks that are advantageous for the Cowboys? These are kind of off-script picks that kind of help somebody fall to Dallas, whoever that may be.
Well, let's take a look at the board as it currently lies. So outside of the chalk kind of beginning, right? Because, the top 5 stuff isn't really whatever. Let's kind of examine this from 6 on. I mean, in a perfect world, I think we were bummed by Paris Johnson and Tyree Wilson, but Bijan was good to go. Jalen was not. Darnell was not. So you're kind of, onto something. Maybe Peter Skoronski. Again, there are people who are not a fan, Tony. So maybe you could honestly argue that this is 3 in a row at this point, but at the very least 2. So that's a good point. Look at that. Where's the home for JSN now as we start to kind of forecast further?
Maybe New England?
New England is an answer, but that bumps Zay Flowers down. That's who you and we're singing his song, Tony Catalina.
Or Broderick Jones.
Danny, we had a song. We had a song picked out. We're still not on the screen yet. We're gonna, right there is Green Bay with Lucas Van Ness. I don't know who else is a candidate to take. Who knows what the hell Detroit's going to do at 18 at this point in time.
I hope the Giants don't get him. That would make me really upset.
Really bum me out.
So I was going to say Seattle could be a place for JSN. You figure that they have Tyler Lockett, an outside guy. They have DK Metcalf, outside guy. They need an inside guy. So he would make him an explosive offense there. Maybe it's a case that if Aaron Rodgers wants another wide receiver, we know the Cowboys had Dak call a few wide receivers, maybe Zay Flowers, maybe JSN, who knows, but maybe Aaron Rodgers wants another wide receiver to throw to. But that's.
Yeah. What about the Chargers? Give Kellen Moore.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask a question. All right. Now I recognize this is a really weird question, but are we rooting for one of the tight ends to go? Because the argument,
I am.
the argument for not rooting for one is that if one is gone, it increases the urgency, right? Like, Michael Mayer's gone, Dalton Kincaid's gone. We have to take the other one. So that's like, you could kind of be rooting for none of them to go.
It's a win-win to me, in my opinion, because you got two things going on. You either they go, you're going to get a good player at 26, a non-tight end good player, or they don't, and then it could be a situation where the Cowboys could be like, why are we even picking here? Let's move with it. We've heard the list, like you were talking about earlier, the list of all the tight ends they're interested in. Get those tomorrow. Get one tomorrow. So I think it's a win-win if whether there's a run or not. But I mean, I'm looking at all these really good players still left. I'm just hoping. I mean, you got what? Nolan Smith is still there.
He was not the top choice of the Packers. They took Lucas Van Ness over Nolan Smith.
Yeah, I mean, so
matter.
You guys talking about Joey Porter Jr., JSN still there, and I know someone's brought up Broderick Jones. I can't remember, but so I mean, there's some really good players available. And I'm really hoping one of those, blue chippers. I feel like I got a few blue chippers still available. So I'm excited about this. I'm really just hoping New England doesn't mess things up.
Well, they're not going to mess things up. Can we get the trade horn, Brandon Laurie, please? Who do we think just traded up with the New England Patriots?
Well, I know who traded up, and I have a feeling who they're going to take.
It is the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now, I will say now, and everybody is very well aware, that Jackson Smith-Njigba's brother also plays professional sports in Pittsburgh.
That's right, he does.
Yeah, he plays for the Pittsburgh Pirates. He actually, Brandon mentioned, I interviewed him yesterday, and he said, "Yeah, I would love to go to Pittsburgh." Because I asked him if he'd been to a Pirates game yet this year. I mean, he said no, and I was kind of like, "No, not really a cool move," And he was like, "I'm planning on going." I was like, "Dude, like you just got done with your free time. Like when are you gonna go now? If this is, I would love this. I don't hate the Steelers the way some Cowboys fans do. Go ahead, John.
JSN was actually in Boston at Fenway for his brother's first start.
He said that. He did say he went in Boston, but he said he hadn't seen a game in Pittsburgh. I would love, like, this would be cool.
The parents would love this.
Yeah.
This would be so easy for traveling. And
also, I say this all the time. Pittsburgh in general is super cool that all the major sports teams have the same color scheme. Like if you're a Pittsburgh person, your closet is all black and gold. Like that's got to be really cool in my opinion.
That is cool. Even the Penguins.
That's right.
I mean, if they get him, it's good for my guy Kenny. It's like when you're trying to evaluate who you have at your quarterback position, you want to surround them with talent. They have Deontay Johnson. They have George Pickens. I forget the guy who they got out of either Kentucky, the small guy. Last year he was injured, but JSN would fill that slot role, and then you really have all three positions filled on your offense, and you're set to evaluate the quarterback position and see who you have.
I really think this is where Christian goes. To be quite honest. I'm feeling this is a move.
How excited are you if you are JSN though? Like it's possible. It can happen.
Yeah. So they would pass on Joey Porter?
Maybe.
I mean, what's going on with Christian Gonzalez? Why is he still available?
That's why I was saying.
If you trade, you're making a move for someone. So I mean, this looks like they're probably thinking, why is he still there? Let's go after him.
It is not either of those players. I forgot who you all said, but you did not say who it is.
Broderick Jones?
It is Broderick Jones. Danny, if you want to leave and take a moment to mourn, now would be the time to do so. To quote Jeff Probst,
they traded with with New England, right? So
they did.
So this is where I expected him to go, but man.
Now they gave up a 4th-round pick. The Steelers did to move up. So you got, that's a very small tax to pay. To go get your guy. It's a good pick. Again, I know you're bummed on a literal level, but it was never going to happen, Danny. Right? Like you're able to admit that now. Now that the dream is dead, it was never going to happen.
Right. Yeah,
Watsamata has offered curse words and then more curse words. Sorry. I'll bring this up because Watsamata said I hate these people. I said this when we were kind of talking about it. I don't hate the Steelers. Like I'm not a Cowboys fan who I don't like them. Don't get me wrong, but like I don't have this ill will towards the Steelers. I'm sure older, like there's a generation of Cowboys fans that do. That's not me. I'm just gonna be straight up about it.
Yeah,
That's
no,
fair.
I think you're right. It's the older generation, and remember, I mean, the '70s were brutal for Cowboys. At the hands of the Steelers.
Right.
So it was, and there was a time where we were like in competition with who the most Super Bowls and stuff. So that's why the '95 Super Bowl was so sweet for a lot of fans. But yeah, I mean, I don't care for them. I mean, I don't hate because they're AFC. They don't matter to me a whole lot. But I don't care for their. If you go down the list, they're probably like around 5 of non-divisional
let's
teams.
see here. I'm working on getting something up here. Give me a second.
I bet Tom hates them though.
This is live. Oh yeah, wow, that's kind of a mean thing to say, Danny.
Shout out to Tom. Love you, Tom.
Yeah, maybe he's still here.
I doubt it. He's been awfully quiet in the chat if he has been. John Machado, The Athletic, tweeted this out. I haven't watched this yet, so hopefully there's no curse words. But Micah Parsons is apparently on the Bleacher Report show right now, and this is his reaction to the Philadelphia Eagles selecting Jalen Carter.
I'm just so sick to my stomach right now. Not only does he have veteran
next to Fletcher Cox,
Well,
it's him
Fletcher
and Jordan
Cox.
Davis for like the next 5 years.
that is just. Don't y'all just have N'Kobe Dean?
Oh yeah, Nicole, we're just
N'Kobe
Georgia North.
I just think the Eagles like Georgia, but I'm just sick. I'm just sick to my stomach right now. I'm just sick to my stomach. I can't believe that many teams passed up on
Come here.
this.
Come here, it's gonna be okay.
Yeah, that sucks.
Micah is all of us.
Yeah.
Wow, that stinks.
He's too honest.
I actually I know whoa, Micah Parsons is cool, but I love that so much about Micah. That
I do too.
He's like a
Yeah.
fan that's one of the best players in the NFL. That is one of the coolest things about it.
He's a spokesman for us.
Right. Wow.
Well, it seems like I mean, just as like a side tangent, the NFL is going that way too with a lot of the young players. Sauce Gardner and a lot of the Jets players were, doing the whole Rodgers recruitment plan, on social media. He's on Twitch and everything. So it seems like this is like a new generation of players that we're entering where it's just everything is already active on social media before we kind of figure out all these things out.
Let's see here. Tom said boo. So Tom is here and heard you reference that he was a part of that generation.
Love you, Tom.
So
I'm not breaking any,
Tom, I let the record show that I had your back. Wow.
I said something nice about Tom.
So
hey, RJ, where we go? So where are we at now? I mean, let's talk through this. What are we hoping happens? I mean, we're getting closer. So now it's at a time where we're there's a few guys that are on our wish list. So I don't know when we might want to bring up that discussion, but I feel like it's, we're past New England or whoever, Pittsburgh now. So
let's see, Danny, I know you are able to get us a consensus list. Can you get us that, please? And we can take a look at it. Let's see here. I'm checking through all my my notifications and things like that.
Well, I guess the next thing that I'm thinking about is, the Eagles being a division rival. Do they have it within them to trade up and acquire somebody if somebody starts falling like a Christian Gonzalez, somebody where they just want to just completely revamp their defense, get a cornerback that they know that they need, a few guys left in free agency on the defensive side of the ball. So that's something I'm kind of thinking about in the back of my mind.
There's cornerbacks, there's wide receivers. There's a lot of people still available with a lot of intrigue for the Cowboys. I mean, they kind of have.
Why are we trading up? Why are we trading up then?
It's a fair question. No, it's a fair question. I mean, they may be able to sit back, and if they can move up 1 or 2 spots, and if they're only giving up 4th or 5th round picks to move up a spot like next year, I mean, I don't know. We'll see.
So Danny has provided this. This is the consensus board, right, Danny?
Yes.
Okay, this is the consensus board. So top available prospect, Will Levis. No, I'm sorry, Christian Gonzalez. Will Levis, who cares? I think we need to take a look at 5 to 7 names. So that being said, the names measured with a bit of practicality. Let's go ahead and throw Christian Gonzalez in that mix. Jackson Smith-Njigba, that's 2. Joey Porter Jr. I suppose if you want to include Nolan Smith, Miles Murphy, who I know, Brandon Toney, you guys mocked at the Cowboys as well. I guess Deonte Banks is in that mix. I guess if you want to go Michael Mayer, I know that's not vogue around here. And then Zay Flowers, if you do rank him ahead of Jordan Addison. Quentin Johnston's still there. He was, for what it's worth, the Blog of the Boys pick in the SB Nation NFL mock draft. Our entire staff decided that based in that particular mock. So that being said, I think we feel pretty solid right now, right? Like we all feel 10 out of 10. The Cowboys going to get a player that we're pretty satisfied with, right?
It's a good spot.
Yeah,
This is a really good spot to be in.
If you're hoping for Zay Flowers, things are looking really
That's exactly
promising.
what I'm hoping for, especially so I can play his interview. That would be awesome. If Zay was all about that content, I would be really, really, really
You also
happy.
interviewed Jackson, right? So
I did twice.
Either one of those won't complain about.
I promised Jackson I would get his jersey, so it'd just be a lot nicer if it was a Cowboys one. Yeah. I don't see anything else yet. So, Danny, you were the one who wanted to talk about it. So, what are your thoughts here, Danny Phantom?
Yeah, I mean, so one thing that jumps out is that there's two corners. Two of the better corners that are still available. And I know, I figure Washington's in the mix here for a corner. So that's one thing that jumps out at me is we could have a cornerback that false twist that we weren't expecting. Obviously JSN's in play here too, and really, so we haven't had a receiver taken at all yet. So if you look at them, Addison and Quentin Johnson and Zay Flowers, all of it. So that's wide open to me. And I feel like I don't know how you feel about the edge rushers. I wouldn't complain if Nolan Smith made it to the Cowboys 26. I mean, I think that's a good player. I'm not as high as Miles Murphy as I am with Nolan Smith, but I kind of feel like there's some money five spots here that the Cowboys could end up walking into if by the landscape of what's happened here, whether it end up being a corner, which corner would be perfect in my opinion with Gilmore being only here for a year. I think that would just be a huge gift if the Cowboys were able to land one of that. But I just think there's a handful of players here that one of them is going to make it to 26. Are there anybody that jumps out to any of you guys? You're thinking, I'm hoping this guy makes it. Obviously Zay, but like anyone else?
Brandon, or Tony.
No, it's all right. So yeah, for me, it's the cornerbacks are the first thing. Like Nolan Smith as well. Like every tight end that they've ever mentioned is still available. So there's the guards are there, which you don't have to force if you don't want to. There's just like RJ mentioned it, and we talked trade up just for sake of conversation. But I think the Cowboys are in a really good spot to sit back and just let it unfold. And there really should be no need to force anything right now.
Yeah, I agree. And I was just going to say
man.
really quick that, if I'm looking at even a scenario where if Will Levis falls to the Cowboys, if they want to trade back, the only concern I have with that is the players or the teams behind them don't really need a quarterback. So you figure that you're going to be trading probably into day 2 pick. And so you kind of lose out on one of these guys. I mean, if they give up the farm for that moving back into the first to draft them, I mean, by all means. But I think that when you give up that 5th-year option on a player, you see that the way the Cowboys have a situation with Trayvon Diggs not having a 5th year, they're trying to figure out to balance that with the CeeDee Lamb contract. I think if you can kind of buy yourself that extra year, it's important to the Cowboys. So I don't see them trading back. I just think if you stick to where you're at, you're going to end up with a great player. Tony mentioned I'm a little bit higher on tight end at number 26 than I think anybody here. I just think if you can draft the number 1 guy, that will help your offense. But you still have a lot of good players, and who knows if there are a few players that people want to reach on. Maybe a Kalijah Cansey goes here, or Drew Sanders might go to one of these guys. Maybe somebody like a Nolan Smith falls to you at 26.
I'm making sure this is real.
Does it seem like that these picks are going a lot longer than the other ones? I mean, I just feel like we haven't had a pick in a while.
I feel like the Jets are going after Nolan here. So the pick's in.
You are wrong. Again, it is an edge rusher. Michael McDonald, the 4th, has gone to the New York Jets. They must have been in love.
Tony wants to say something.
Yeah. I mean, this is a popular pick for the Cowboys at 26, and I was okay with that. But there are guys above him that I would appreciate to have come down. I would rather a Nolan Smith. There's guys that I would rather have. So even though I was comfortable with that, I'm okay with seeing him go as well.
Totally agree with everything.
They have to be in love. I'm with you, Tony. At 26, I think that was actually Todd Archer's mock to the Cowboys in the ESPN NFL Nation mock draft, and I think we could have all lived with that because in our collective minds, hey, Nolan Smith is gone, right? Like all these other edge rushers, Miles Murphy's gone, blah 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 blah. But man, interesting direction. Okay, so we're waiting now. We have the Washington Commanders are on the clock. We'll obviously talk about them in a moment. We had established these as goals for the Cowboys early in the draft. Do we all agree these are kind of the 3 priorities as we get closer here? We're now about to be 10 picks away from Dallas. And these aren't ranked. These aren't in order, but goals overall: find interior offensive line help, add an offensive playmaker that can be a tight end. Obviously, it can be a wide receiver, and don't reach the way the New York Jets did. We all agree these are pretty solid consensus goals.
I think
100%.
1 and 3 are tied together, like Danny mentioned. You don't want to reach on interior offensive line.
Right. So that being said, I don't think that the Cowboys are going to have to reach, right? Like certainly based on the way this board is falling now. To be fair, they could be in love with somebody, right? It could be Luke Musgrave, the way the Jets now have that with Will McDonald. But that being said, as we take a look at the projected Dallas Cowboys offensive depth chart, we got this from our lads, by the way. They're the ones who do the best job of chronicling this. But if there is a mishap, it's on them, it's not us. But shout out to them; they do great work. So this being said, we're looking at the Cowboys offense. I don't think that Christian Gonzalez is going to make it. If he does, we'll certainly take a look at the defensive side as well. But that being said, what this group that you're looking at right now on paper, is it Aiden Moore by, we'll call it Zay Flowers, call it Michael Mayer? Now is the time to have this discussion because we're getting actually close to making the picks.
So your question exactly is
what makes this team better? Because we've had this conversation in the hypothetical, in the future, in the ether, in the cloud. Now it's here. We are 10 picks away from adding somebody, and we have a good idea of who's going to be available now. Again, it was all projection. It was all, there's no way that JSN makes it past the Packers, right? Like all those things are now answered to some degree, so we can start to draw some more legitimate conclusions.
Yeah, I'll just say this. I mean, I obviously there's no offensive lineman that's like, I think I don't want to reach as we talked about already. And to me, if you're asking between wide receiver and tight end, I lean towards the receiver. I think they're going to be a bigger playmaker. And I mean, we have Brandon Cooks now, but we don't have Brandon Cooks later. And I would just, if we could end up getting one of the premier college receivers in this draft, I think that's a big win. So I'm not even looking at tight end, to be quite honest.
So we all are leaning in the offensive direction, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well,
I wrote 800 words about it.
The Commanders pick is in. The Commanders pick is in, and they have pushed another offensive player down. So they've gone defense. Anybody have a guess?
Gonzalez or Joey Porter.
They have gone with another corner. Emmanuel Forbes has gone ahead of Christian Gonzalez for some reason. And Danny, you talked about this, right? We talked about it obviously with Jalen Carter. We talked about it last year was Nakobe Dean. Why is everybody passing? I mean, this is not just one team. This is not just somebody took a running back. Now we have seen one team, the Commanders, to be fair, prioritize a different corner ahead of Christian Gonzalez. There was all the, Devon Witherspoon go ahead of him, whatever. Blah. Look, now he is at best cornerback 3 in this draft class.
Yeah, I don't know the answer. I don't know what's going on. I mean, because I would, Forbes was on the short list of players I did not want, my Tyler Smith list, so to speak, of players I would really be upset if they took. And because I just think it's too early. I like the player, but not that early. And now here you got Washington. Washington's always doing this. I mean, I love the fact that they've overdrafted this guy, in my opinion. So I feel like this really sets Dallas up, spectacularly.
So we've now seen back to back. Will McDonald is 46 on Dane Brugler's consensus top 100 board, and Emmanuel Forbes is 35, and we're talking about picks 15 and 16.
Yeah,
and
goodness.
I was going to say, and also Christian Gonzalez is number 1 on Dane's board for cornerbacks. And I'm just trying to, like you mentioned, like, why is he falling? Like, what's the deal? When you look at size, I mean, he's 6'1", 197, better size than what you have in Emmanuel Forbes. I think Emmanuel Forbes, if you added 20, 30 pounds to him, he might be the number 1 corner in the draft. But the problem is you can't add 30 pounds to that player. He definitely has the ball production, NCAA record in pick sixes with 6. I think if you go back, Dane brought up a stat. If you go back to, I think, his high school days, he has 31 total interceptions in his career. So the guy gets his hands on the football, and the Commanders have struggled in that department. So you hopefully get a playmaker, but durability-wise, you're not sure. But with Gonzalez, I mean, he has the size, he has the speed. I think he also has the athletic pedigree. His sister is the sister-in-law to David Blau, the quarterback, former quarterback, I think, of the Lions. But I can't find any problems with him. So I just wonder why he's on the board still.
There is one thing you haven't brought up is he plays for the Oregon Ducks. So that's a big red flag. From
Danny is an Oregon State Beaver alum for anyone who's unaware. That's an important piece of context for the joke to land. That's all I'm saying, Danny. I got your back. Wow.
But they didn't.
That's about it.
They didn't take Will Levis. Like I said, I thought maybe they would go. And there was a report today that said that they like Sam Howell. Like they're going to try to, and maybe it's because of ownership. They're changing owners, so maybe they didn't get the green light to get a quarterback. They're going to just reset everything next year. But like Danny said, for all the problems of the Eagles drafting Jalen Carter, you are kind of happy with the Commanders not picking a quarterback and picking a cornerback that's sort of below what we would expect in the spot.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. If we somehow end up with Christian Gonzalez, I'm going to be. The whole Jalen Carter thing it goes away to me.
Yeah,
because I feel like this is. Look at what Brugler's top 5. It's his number 5 on his overall board, and we all really respect Dane. So I don't know what's going on here. You got Joey Porter and Gonzalez still available. I don't know how many teams are going to be looking at corners here, because Washington to me was like that was the cutoff point to where I think if he gets past that, now you got 2 that's going to get past. So
I think an important point within that, just to reference Dane's board again, Danny, is that Christian Gonzalez isn't only Dane's top 5 or his 5th player; he's his 3rd non-quarterback, right? Like that's an important, I think, qualifier to add, because quarterbacks kind of muddy the waters and are ranked a little bit, differently on an inherent level. Their value is obviously what it is. So yeah, if you wind up with the 3rd best non-quarterback at 26 overall, sign me up for that. But I'm still fine with not moving. I know that we're getting antsy. We're over 2 hours into this thing. Refresh yourself, get another drink, get another snack. You know what I mean? There's no need to move up. I feel that way. Like I know there's a lot of people who are wanting to jump up, but if Jackson Smith-Njigba fell to the Cowboys, we'd be equally thrilled, right? Like there's multiple guys that if they fell, so to speak, and they are literally falling, then we would call this a slam dunk, right?
So can I bring up one question?
No, you cannot.
Who would you be so upset that the Cowboys take at 26 that, like a good player falls there and they absolutely take a player that you just weren't even thinking of, at 26, where it's like, okay, they were better players on the board. I understand it was a need. Maybe they graded them a little bit higher, but just as initial reaction, it's like, oh, I wouldn't have gone with that player.
It's going to happen, Brandon. It's going to. The answers may be different, but
Paul says Michael Mayer is his answer to your question.
To me, it's Avila, because that falls into the reach category. But I almost feel like there's going to be players that we love at 26, and they're not going to take them. This is setting them up to be either a fantastic round day one or a very disappointing one. Is how I'm, as far as how we feel.
There was a lot of Luke Musgrave chatter today. We would all be. I don't think anybody would be bummed. I think we would just be kind of like, it'd be the proverbial socks for Christmas pick to go Mayer and Kincaid. We'd all be comfortable living with the value would be fine. We could all swallow it. It would make sense. But that would be truly totally random. That would be truly Tyler Smith. Like we're in love with this specific player. That would be, I think, what Jets fans are feeling with Will McDonald right now.
If they love him so much, that not a single tight end has been taken. And if that stays chalk until 26, get him in the 2nd round. You know what I mean? They're going to be there. There may be a run, but you'll still get somebody that you enjoy.
It's almost like teams don't value tight ends.
So just, them pressing for a tight end. Pressing for anything is not great, but still.
We have the Patriots pick. Does anybody know? Nobody look. Tony, put the phone down. Tony, get that phone out of your face.
Man.
Brandon, who do you think the Patriots have taken?
Maybe it's Gonzalez. Maybe it's
Christian Gonzalez. Let's end the facade.
Yeah.
So one dream is gone. It was never a practical dream.
Yeah, but it's not a dream because we thought he would be gone earlier than this. So I think it's something we didn't expect, and you figure it pushes another player down further. To answer my own question a little bit before, I was thinking, a few names that have been thrown out there today. Mazi Smith as a potential. I know he's a big defensive tackle, number 1 on Bruce Feldman's freak list from The Athletic. But to me, it's like there are other players on this board that are a lot higher than him. And now we're getting into the range where we could start doing the math of how many picks are left and how many good players are available. I don't know how many. I can try and do some quick math here to see what that is. But you figure you still have all the wide receivers. And that's the other thing. I think people thought wide receivers were going to be off the board a little bit sooner. But now you're starting to get in the range where somebody like Tampa Bay, they don't need a receiver, right? You can kind of eliminate them from their Chargers, maybe. Baltimore, you got Odell, you got Nelson Aguilar, maybe not them. But, you look at Seattle, Chargers, and Baltimore. But after them, I don't know who else is left, and maybe the Giants.
So the Patriots have taken Christian Gonzalez. ESPN is now updated, so we're going to get him off the screen. We are now on the screen. All right, we have made it. We have made it this far. It took 2 hours and 8 minutes, but we are on. Yes, you do. All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 picks to go. I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling so. Watsamata has said it's 9 p.m. I am cracking a cold one. We got 90 minutes till 26. I'd say it depends how fast or slow some of these go. What are you cracking open, Watsamata? We want to know. I'm feeling pretty good, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I'm feeling pretty good with where we're sitting.
So you said how many picks are there until Dallas? Ocho. So here's 8 names on Dane's top 100 that are still available, like 8. So you have Nolan Smith, you have Will Levis, Joey Porter Jr., Brian Branch, Jackson Smith-Njigba, Michael Mayer, Dalton Kincaid, Miles Murphy, Brian Brisset, and Jordan Addison. I think out of all those picks, to land one would be great. Like, you could probably make an argument for one getting there. Absolutely.
You also left off Zay Flowers. I mean,
he's on 32, but yeah, even him as well.
Yeah, right. Dane's not high on Zay for some reason.
Man,
good players. Minus a couple tight ends that I think are ranked a little too early, but
I would like to very quickly shout out the Texas Spartan for watching on Twitch. We've been streaming some things on Twitch as of late. We're on Twitch right now, so shout out to the lovely Twitch audience. We're planning on doing more things here, so make sure to follow us there. I still don't know. I really should verify. I think it's called following on Twitch, or liking, or I think it's following, not liking or subscribing. Tony, I know you Twitch yourself playing Animal Crossing a lot, right?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Okay. Cool. All right. Danny's going to exit for a moment. We'll see you in just a bit. Let's get this fixed. That's a really weird way to put our faces.
I was just taking a look at this real quick, if you don't mind interjecting. Like, I look at this, and obviously the board isn't, I know you do mind, but the board isn't going to fall this way. It's just not going to work this organically. But if you look at ESPN's best players available, right, and you just go down 9, the worst player the Cowboys should
hang on, Tony. Hang on. Before you do that, let me put that on the screen for you, so you can you can walk us through. So let's do that. Give me a second. Say please. Please put that on the board. Respect. There you go.
Yes. So if you look at it, right, just at the worst player based on the 9, obviously they're not going to go chalk. The worst player we should get is Miles Murphy. But there are multiple guys on this list. I mean, you could throw Will Levis out. That's not going to happen. But, there's 2 tight ends on this list that the Cowboys would love to have. But there's also 2 wide receivers I would love to have. There's a cornerback on there that I'd be really intrigued, a pass rusher. Like, I've said this about other teams, and I'm going to say about the Cowboys. Like, it would take a tremendous effort to mess this up right now. Like, it would really take a tremendous effort to really bungle this.
Yeah, I mean, and I've been saying that the biggest thorn that's going to be in this draft for the Cowboys is the Giants. If you want to take a wide receiver like a Zay Flowers or a JSN, I feel like that the Giants have been circling for me in every mock draft that I've done as a team that always picks the player that I want before the Cowboys. And I mean, maybe they are in favor of a Quentin Johnston, a bigger body receiver. They have a bunch of slot guys. When you look at Zay Flowers and JSN, they have that prototypical slot build. I know in your interview, RJ, he said he envisions himself as a wide receiver, not a slot. So, I mean, they could use him on the outside, but they need a bigger body receiver. So if they take Quentin Johnston and Flowers and JSN are still there for the Cowboys, I think that's a great bet. And you figure Will Levis, again, that idea of maybe trading down with somebody, but I don't know who's going to go up for him. That's, closer to the second round.
Okay, Danny, welcome back. Let's play a game. I don't know why this ad keeps pushing our list down. We're looking, Danny, at ESPN's best available players list because Tony brought up a point. If this were to just go chalk, Miles Murphy is the player the Cowboys wind up with. But I would like you each to pick a player who, if he is selected before the Cowboys pick, you're bummed. You're pissed. You are mad. And you can't pick the same player. So, Danny, you just got back, so you get to go first.
Oh, I do?
Who on this list do you not want to see go?
I'm taking Jackson. He's my top guy right now.
Okay. So, Jackson Smith-Njigba going elsewhere would bum you out.
Yes.
Tony.
I mean, I'm going to say Zay Flowers. It's easy, but I would also lean towards Joey Porter too.
Okay. And Brandon.
Sorry, I was just looking something up. You said players that we'd be bummed are gone from this list,
and you can't pick Jackson Smith-Njigba or Joey Porter Jr.
I'll say Nolan Smith because I think that the way Dan Quinn can use him would be kind of outstanding.
Great choices, so everybody.
Let's go.
What about you, RJ? You gonna pick?
Wow, thank you so much, Danny. Tony didn't, so I'll say Zay Flowers. So yeah, that's just any one of those guys goes. I think we're pissed off.
Those are all great players, by the way.
Hang on now,
happy
Brandon. I know you have something for us, and we'll get there in just a moment. But we have another pick. Give me a second. I will tell you all. It is none of the 4 players that we just said.
It's the Lions, so no.
Is it Miles Murphy?
It is not. Give me a second. I'm still working to confirm this. We're living in some volatile Twitter streets, so you really gotta.
Are they going with tight end 4, Sam Laporta?
They are going left field, though. I can tell you that.
Man, I want to connect with the people who Tony knows.
It's going to be safety.
Tony is just on Twitter, and he's
it.
Yeah, that's all he's doing right now.
Don't dox me, RJ, or my sources.
So you're saying left field? Is it safety?
No, not figuratively. Like maybe more like shortstop.
So is it Drew Sanders, linebacker?
You're getting warm.
Ooh.
Jack Campbell.
We're making sure. I really want to confirm. We have a lot of people watching. We love everybody who's hanging out here with us throughout the first round of the draft. Make sure to follow Blog on the Boys wherever. So we don't want to send anybody down the wrong street. So
slap an allegedly at the end of it, and you'll be fine.
Allegedly,
yeah, per sources.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Again, we have a lot to get to.
So let's say, just to like conversation's sake, hypothetical, when it comes to the Lions.
I'm sorry, Brandon. We're good to go. The Detroit Lions have selected Iowa linebacker Jack Campbell,
another pick that helps the Cowboys.
Yeah, 52nd player on Dane Brugler's top 100.
So clearly,
the roar.
Yeah. I was gonna say the Lions are clearly doing something that is their.
The
own
Lions
way.
are down bad, man. Like this is
yikes.
So playing. Well, this is what I was going to bring up: is playing in favor of the Lions, trying to play GM Brad Holmes of the Lions here. He might be the number 1 linebacker on their board in the entire draft. We know linebacker is a position in this draft, particularly that doesn't stretch very far. After Campbell, after Sanders, some people Trenton Simpson. It's like a ghost land out there. So I think that they struggled in the linebacker department. They've been struggling for many years now. Jack Campbell is almost like I compared him to like a Captain America type, like your all true blue collar type linebacker. Not great in pass protection, but great in defending the run. Sort of like chalk for what Dan Campbell wants.
Man, Brandon should join the Lions in the presser and help them out with that, because that was very convincing. That was very positive spin there.
I mean, again, that fine.
Yeah,
go ahead,
over
Detroit.
Drew Sanders.
We're all good. So let's see. Wow.
I'm scared to make too many jokes because I feel like the Cowboys might have one of these coming up.
Brandon, I see that what you had is no longer available. The Cowboys war room was visible.
Not anymore. Yeah.
Okay. Well, they didn't know that Jack Campbell was going to get picked, and so it did. And so they had to shut
changed
the
everything.
off.
Yeah, they need to reassess. Yeah.
A tough blow for them. Yeah.
I mean, like this pick alone is suspect for Detroit, let alone that they took a running back before it, let alone that running back was Jahmyr Gibbs.
I can't wait to hear Dan Campbell talk about it.
Yeah.
Explain this one to us.
Larry says the Lions had a great season, good coach. Maybe these picks fit the current lineup. Look, I'm not trying to like hate on the Lions. I get that they're like lovable. Did they really have a great season? Like, oh, they came close to making the playoffs. Cool. And like that happened at a time where the Packers collapsed as the like leader in the clubhouse. I just like, miss me with the like Lions love.
Here's again trying to be spin guy here. I would argue that they had a better season than the New York Giants, and I say that I know the Giants made the playoffs, they won a playoff game, but I think the Giants were in a rebuild mode and they did not expect to get where they need to, and it put them in a big situation with contracts with Daniel Jones, franchise tag with Saquon Barkley. You could argue that the Lions, they exceeded expectations, didn't meet the mark of making the playoffs, but now that's the bar, playoffs. It's not divisional, it's not championship. So you figure that they have now the capital, like I mentioned earlier, they have all these picks within the top 55. If they're going to draft like this, maybe it won't work out, but they could be a competitor in the NFC North.
Let me ask you a random question here. Is this where the Will Levis slide stops? Tampa Bay and Seattle? Like, does he finally come off the board with one of these two picks?
I think I would have felt interested in Baltimore. We didn't even mention the Lamar Jackson deal happened earlier today too. So like that's maybe Minnesota is an answer to Tony, to your point. You guys can discuss. Well, I need to go get some water to pair my root beer.
So Danny, you go first.
I was always thinking maybe toward the end, maybe with something with New Orleans, but there's really not a lot of teams in the mix there, so it's possible. I do think Minnesota is a potential candidate, and Tampa is. I mean, Tom Brady's not there anymore, so possibly, but I'm not sure. I feel like he's still going to get snaked before the end of the first round, just because quarterback's in the fifth-year option. But to me, I feel like New Orleans is going to be that spot, but I don't know. That's my thinking.
He has the mold very similar to like Kyle Trask, like very similar type guy, in my opinion, to what they had in Blaine Gabbert. I mean, they have Baker, not that that's anything important, but I mean, it could be somebody that they didn't expect to be there. I thought that maybe an Anthony Richardson would be there for him. But I know with Minnesota, they did a lot of work on Hendon Hooker. Maybe that's a guy that they love over a Will Levis. I think maybe a lot of people were soured on Will Levis's final season. Maybe didn't live up to expectations. Maybe it's the vascular bodybuilding where he kind of doesn't have rotational strength as a quarterback. But like I mentioned, I mean, as he tumbles down the board, if he gets past a lot of these guys, maybe Seattle's the last one that could draft him, to be that fifth-year guy, a bridge to, after Geno Smith. But the trade back scenario, if somebody wants to come up and get him at 26, is appealing. But again, you're going to be leaving probably the first round at that point.
Yeah, I think
it's not the Bucks at this point.
The Bucks have gotten their pick in, Danny. It is Kalijah Kancey. So that was Kalijah Kancey, excuse me. But that was an option we had talked about for the Cowboys. But I don't think any of us are upset here. I mean, like.
I'm loving the way this is falling right now. Honestly, this is amazing. Like
the only thing I'm upset about is that I think we're going to be upset when we pass up a really good player at 26.
But then the conversation is going to be like, oh, wait till day 2. You know what I mean? Like,
if they take a tight end now after all this, like I think it would be a little more salt in the wound than initially thought. Like all the tight ends are there. They're all achievable. You can get that, but you can have your cake and eat it too here with another player you probably didn't think you could get. And there's 4 of them, maybe 5 of them that they didn't think they had a chance at that are still in the board.
Can we rank them? Because I mean, we're like getting like, who's our favorite? Is it Jackson? Is that our favorite?
Jackson, Zay Flowers, Joey Porter Jr., Nolan Smith.
We have 6
like,
picks to go.
Those 4 are consensus 4, I believe.
So consensus 4: Jackson Smith-Njigba, Joey Porter Jr., Nolan Smith, and Zay Flowers. Was that the consensus 4th?
Yes, that's a consensus 4. Yeah, I think we all agree on that.
Okay, let me ask this. Say 3 of those 4, even 2 of those 4 are available, and say both tight ends are available, and the Cowboys go tight end. I think there is legitimate reason to be upset there at that point in time. If no tight end has gone, I think it's fair to be upset.
Well, ESPN has Will Levis as their best available, but their second best is Dalton Kincaid. So
let's take a look at this. This is ESPN's best available list right now.
So my only thing about what you guys were saying with tight end, putting the Cowboys hat on, they might have both tight ends graded higher than both wide receivers. So if the tight ends are higher on their board and say, well, we took the players that we feel are better. Like, in my opinion, Dalton Kincaid is one of the best pure pass catchers in the draft. I know he plays tight end, but out of all the options at wide receiver, tight end, I think he's one of the best to catch the ball. Now, he's not probably going to give you best ability in the blocking game with the run. That's more of Michael Mayer's trait, but he's more explosive than Michael Mayer. When you look at Jackson Smith-Njigba, like I said, people might envision him as a slot only. You can kind of flex Kincaid out in multitude of spots. So they might have him graded higher. So if that's the case, would we be soured about that if they actually say, like, no, he's graded higher than both wide receivers?
Initially, we would. I mean, because it takes us a while to realize that, they know what they're doing. And so, I mean, obviously, if whatever the Cowboys pick, we should give them the benefit of the doubt because, they've earned that. But, as far as how we feel on draft night, I mean, if they pass up on Jackson Smith-Njigba, I'm going to be pretty upset. And if they do it to take a tight end when none of them have been
how
taken,
upset?
I mean,
we want to know how upset. Like, what will you do? Put a measurement on it. You'll eat a foot.
I eat a foot? No,
Yeah,
I wouldn't be that upset, but I would not be very pleased. I would, it would almost be a little Tyler Smithish, in the sense of there's better players available. But honestly, I'd be worse because JSN is one of my blue chips, and I feel like, and same with Nolan, and I just feel like they wasted they squandered a great opportunity. Here we're talking about a team that struggled with separation, and you're going to pass up on JSN. I would be quite upset. I mean, I don't know.
I know we still get some picks to go, but when Tyler Smith was taken, there were clearly a couple guys that were, in my opinion, better or perceived to be better at the time. Right now, there looks like there's a lot longer list of guys that I would take over a tight end. So it would hurt more if 3, 4, 5 of these guys, and they're like, okay, we're still going to take tight end blank.
I would also just kind of add to that point. Last year, it was really obvious they were taking Tyler Smith, right? Like that was like that writing was on the wall in the pre-draft press conference, right? Like that. I know that they've been talking tight end a lot, but they also have kind of blown a lot of smoke, right? Like Terrence Steele, I don't know, he could play left guard, right? Like Josh Ball, he could play left guard. Like it's kind of difficult to know. Like I think they're getting better at the game. You know what I'm saying? So like maybe I'm like inceptioning myself, but I kind of feel like they may just be bluffing on this tight end business. Like my point all along, and let's get the Cowboys additions so far this offseason here scrolling on the bottom. Like people, any mock you read, it's like, oh, the Cowboys, they need a Dalton Schultz replacement. They know that, right? Like they went out of their way to trade for Stephon Gilmore, to trade for Brandon Cooks, positions that were not as large of need as tight end became the moment Dalton Schultz left. Like they themselves made the bed. Like they're not, they didn't wake up this morning and go, holy crap, we don't have a starting tight end on the roster. Guess we got to draft Michael Mayer or Luke Musgrave today. Like they're aware of the situation. So I think that maybe I'm trying to be a little bit hopeful here, but like we knew that they were taking Tyler Smith. We don't know anything right now. Like I do feel like we're a little bit off the wall right now.
Yeah, no, agree. I mean, I also too, I feel like with tight end is for not only is it a gamble, and with the learning curve there, I feel like Jake Ferguson is going to be our best tight end next season, regardless of who we draft, as far as because where his development is and whatever rookie we would get. So. To me, I just feel like it would be very, I don't know. It just seems a little careless to me.
I don't want to butcher his tweet, but John Owning had a great tweet earlier today. And so I'm going to paraphrase, like, don't draft Dalton Kincaid or Michael Mayer in 30 minutes and then trot out Jake Ferguson throughout all of Oxnard and week 1 against whoever you're playing. Like, no, like if you're going to do this, then do it all the way. Like we don't need the symbolic formulaic gestures or whatever. Like I don't need to hear about how this guy's got to earn his place, blah, blah, blah. Like, no, if you're drafting him to be a dynamic offensive weapon, unleash it. And if so, then fine, we'll accept it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why we should not like this, is because that's not going to happen, because those tight ends need to know where to be, and Ferguson's going to know that. So Ferguson is going to be the tight end one. So that's why it just makes it, I mean, I totally agree with John, and I think that's why it just makes it a very bad decision if they do that.
I was going to say, RJ, if you go to the screen that I have, this was something I tweeted out earlier, retweeted. It's from David Moore. And this is sort of like talking about what the Cowboys, if we're getting closer to 26, he said tight end is a possibility in the first, but the club would also be fine addressing that position on Friday. Now, maybe they thought that Mayer and Kincaid would both be gone. By this point, maybe they're happy that they're still left, but offensive line at consideration at 26, that could have been in Darnell Wright. Maybe it is Steve Avila. We don't know how high they are on him. We considered that to be a reach. But then also, too, where it says defensive tackle is also a consideration at that stage. I think maybe the way he's stacking it means that was the total wipeout position. Like I said, a Mazi Smith is somebody that's been, linked to them. But, it's certainly, it's interesting. With what he's saying, because I know he's connected, with the Cowboys as well too.
Hang on, I think we have a pick in.
Any ideas what Seattle's taken? I'm not guessing, by the way.
I'm guessing, like I mentioned earlier, JSN. I don't know for certain.
I think it might be Nolan. I think that
I know what it is. So yeah.
Edge is one of their biggest needs, and Nolan's just like a blinking light to me.
But, let me see here. I'm making sure this is accurate. Yeah, it is Jackson Smith-Njigba.
Yeah.
All right.
But we will rebuild. Okay. We will rebuild. That sucks.
Like I mentioned, it's somebody that makes sense for them. Like you said, an unbiased opinion for a lot of this stuff. It makes sense because they need a slot wide receiver to pair with the guys on the outside. It's a quality pass catcher for someone like Geno Smith to build, the offense, keep it going. We thought that Will Levis would have been a pick. It would have been great if he was the selection here, but it makes sense for him. It's just unfortunate because it's a guy you were hoping to be there.
Yeah, I'm sad. I mean, I think the Seahawks have an abundance of receiving talent, to be quite honest. I mean, the quarterbacks a little bit, they really need to upgrade the quarterback spot. But this stings a little bit.
I told him I would buy his jersey when I interviewed him. I love Seattle's jersey. So it's a subtle win for me. You know what I mean? Like I'm very fine with the jersey. It would have stunk if he'd gone to Arizona or something like weird like that. Just not a fan of their jerseys. But yeah, this poop. I'm not a fan.
I also to laugh at the Lions pick of Jahmyr Gibbs again. They also signed David Montgomery in free agency too. So they have Montgomery, Swift, and Gibbs. So
to put a positive spin on the JSN being
we
gone.
don't want to do that, Tony. We want to commiserate.
The positive spin on it is that's the first pick in what feels like 45 minutes that I was like, oh man. That stinks. I mean, the last 5 of them have been okay, all right, this is great. And then this one was okay. So back to reality, I guess.
Well, let's hope that doesn't continue.
I also
nice.
I promise I'm not bitter about Kellen Moore. I'm kind of happy that Kellen Moore doesn't get JSN, right? If I'm being supreme, Team Cowboys, loyal to the cause, Kellen, you want to take the tight end? By all means. You know what I mean? I'm gonna enjoy watching him. I talked about lighting and atmosphere, and when there's a Sunday night game in Seattle, that's an awesome night. You know what I mean? I can't wait to watch Jackson Smith-Njigba. So let's go. I'm pumped.
Maybe Kellen takes one of these tight ends right here, and I don't know.
I literally just said those words, Tony. So thank you for this.
All right, sorry.
He's gonna take Zay, and we're all gonna be really mad at him.
Yeah, Zay is another one that would be tough, but yeah, let's see what Kellen does.
So who are the, let's say, top two players right now that are available that you hope that the Cowboys get?
We shouldn't even pick anymore. Jackson Smith-Njigba's gone. Why are we here? Let's just go home. I mean,
I'm going to be very happy if we come away with Nolan Smith,
Joey Porter,
Jay
Porter. Flowers.
He wasn't part of our core 4, was he, Joey?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah,
he was. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we only
core
have
4 is a good name for an alliance, Danny. You clearly watch a lot of Survivor and Big Brother.
Or a cabal.
Yeah, where did I hear that from? Just recently too. Yeah, so we have 3. There's 3 left.
3 guys left that we like, and 5 picks left until they go.
So,
okay, let me ask you the question.
Yeah.
Let me. By the way, I agree with Zach in the chat. The Seahawks wide receiver group: DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, Jackson Smith. I think we all have teams we like and we kind of root for. The Seahawks are definitely in that box for me. There's not a player on the Seahawks that I don't like. I'm all for this. Like, if the Cowboys can't win the Super Bowl, I'd be totally fine if the Seahawks did. So that being said, I want to focus on this really quickly. Who would the Chargers taking upset you from a Kellen Moore slant? Like when you. Oh, that would be really bitter.
I think Tony said that a little while ago.
Yeah. Come on, Jigga, listen.
I don't. Like, how would you be mad if it's Zay Flowers to the Chargers? Like, mad? Because that also would like reinforce Dallas taking a tight end.
Yeah, that wouldn't help. I need Kellen to take one of these tight ends for us, man.
Yes.
Take
Laporta, Kellen. Take Laporta.
Yeah, well, what is it? The Chargers, they need tight end. They have what, Gerald Everett, and it's like he's not really flashy, so they need the position. And like you said, tight end Danny is a quarterback's best friend. So
yeah, but Herbert does not need too many. I mean, he would much rather have some Flowers. So I'm a little worried about that. I don't know. To me, I'm not seeing it. I think maybe Joey Porter might be a guy that makes, but then everybody's passing on him. So I don't know what's going on there. I'm just worried it's going to be Avila.
So can I bring up another trade scenario that might make people upset, like we did with the Jalen Carter and Bears thing? The Kansas City Chiefs highly linked to Zay Flowers. Pat Mahomes worked him out and everything. If they could potentially trade up with either Baltimore or Minnesota, if the Chargers don't take him, Minnesota I look at as maybe an intriguing spot, because if they want to take Hendon Hooker or Will Levis, they still have the 5th-year option to pick 32. And that's somebody that the Chiefs get the guy. And they know that maybe the Giants want him and the Cowboys, so they jump 2 teams that want Zay Flowers.
Hey, Brandon, all those words made me sad. Like, I didn't enjoy anything that you said. Wow.
I mean, I'm going to make you happy here, RJ. Of the 10 best available on ESPN, one of them's a quarterback, 2 of them's tight end. The other 7, I'm down.
Number 1 has been a quarterback for an hour, Tony. That means nothing.
It can be for another hour at this rate. So, but with that being said, there's 7 of those 10 where I would actually be legitimately happy.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm sorry, Tony. Yeah. We have something to discuss. The charge. Oh, let me get us back on the screen. That's my bad. So nobody look at anything. Give me a second. Chargers pick is in. Somebody talk.
I looked at Tony's face. Does that count?
I saw the pick, and
I did. I got to step aside.
The Chargers have taken a wide receiver, and it was the one that we mocked to the Cowboys in the SB Nation NFL mock draft. Quentin John. Oh, my bad. 1 second. There's a lot going on with typing. It is Quentin Johnston though. Is the pick, because I refixed the spelling situation here. Not bummed. Like,
no, okay with it.
I would have been fine with Dallas taking him, but push Zay down. I'm a fan of this. Well done, Kellen. Good job.
He's one of the 7 I'd be cool with, but that leaves 6. You know what I mean? 6 that I'm really okay with. And he was probably at the bottom half of that 10 or 7 anyway. So it could have been worse.
How do you feel, Danny? You sound upset.
I'm a little. I mean, the worry. I'm now worried that Zay doesn't make it past the Giants. And honestly, as much as we talked about, we don't want Kellen to have him. I'd much rather the Giants not have him. So I was figuring Quentin Q was going to be the Giants pick there. So I'm sad to see him go. Wanted to see a player the Cowboys aren't interested in. I know some people don't care for Quentin as much. To me, I would take him easily over any of the tight ends. So I don't know. I'm a little. It's not terrible, but it's also not ideal.
Yeah,
I think this is totally fine. I mean,
yeah,
I'm like, again, this is zero sweat off my back.
So, we were hoping Johnston went at some point. I was hoping he went to the Giants instead. Like I mentioned, they need a big body wide receiver. If we're looking at just dream scenarios, like hope of hope, if the Giants pick either John Michael Schmitz, the center out of Minnesota, they need help at center, or if they go, maybe if they still want that big body wide receiver, They go with a Cedric Tillman out of Tennessee, who's a great player, but not in the first round. But because he might be one of the few big-bodied wide receivers that are left, top of the board, they might take him instead. And then now you're left with another pick in the division where it's like, okay, this doesn't make any sense, but it helps the Cowboys.
Danny, we have a super chat that is specifically for you. So you are a hot commodity. Watsamata, thank you very much for the super chat, has said, question for Danny Phantom. How far back must we trade into round 2 for you to be okay with Steve Avila?
Honestly, you know what? I'm pretty okay. I would say in the 40 range, I'm fine. I would probably anywhere in round 2 because you're getting an extra pick there. Because I would not go. I would say ideally 40 is what I like to have him at. I think that would be a good. At that point, he's right where he should go, in my opinion.
Okay,
but also the fact, but what you're getting from that is what really helps the Cowboys too. So, but I do think it's too. It's a reach if they go 26. Personally, that's my.
I just saw a tweet from Tyler Eifert, who tweeted a clover with a Bengal or like with a tiger. So I don't know if he's trying to like will Michael Mayer to the Bengals. Obviously, Tyler Eifert went to Notre Dame as well. Fun fact: Tyler Eifert, Zach Martin's brother-in-law. I don't know that anybody knows that, or that everybody knows that. But starting to get kind of nervous. Starting to get a little lost in my thoughts.
Yeah, one thing I did want to mention, I'm reading the comments too, is like I don't want people to start panicking and like, hey, we don't got we're in trouble at O-line, so we got to take this. We don't want to make a need pick here. We got to be smart. There's good players available. Let's be sensible about this. We want to pick a good player. So I don't want anyone to be starting to feel desperate about going after
Danny. Kenny has offered real quick, Tony, Danny, that you are still the villain of the BTB crew. So I don't know if you like that or not. But Watsamata adds that in general he's with you, but that he would grudgingly pick Avila at 26 because of the run on offensive line right now. Tony.
I just want to echo Danny's sentiments. The worst thing the Cowboys could do right now is force anything. Like there is no reason to force it. This board has fell better than I think any of us really thought it was going to. So for them to go out and to just be stuck in their ways and force something, not necessary. Don't do that. Like I trust Will McClay and I trust what they're going to do, but I think there may be options presented to them that they probably didn't think was going to be there.
All right, let's pick dream picks now. We're close enough that you can pick a favorite. Zay Flowers.
Nolan is mine. Nolan.
Zay. Ended, Tony.
I'm thinking because I love Zay, but I think Nolan's a freak. So I want to say Nolan Smith.
Do you guys remember how you felt when Nolan was the first buzz started coming in about Nolan? And it's like, there's no way he's going to make it.
Right.
I mean, that's what I'm harnessing right now is that feeling. So,
I mean, if one Micah Parsons is great, imagine having two. And I know I compared his frame, his style to like a Hassan Reddick, a slighter defensive end. But again, Hassan Reddick became a great player this year for the Eagles. And he's also, for his size, he might be one of the best run defenders in the draft, where he will throw his body all around. He loves to tackle, being an undersized guy. And I think that you can have now two chess pieces to move around. I mean, imagine Micah Parsons, Sam Williams, Dante Fowler, Nolan Smith. Like, you have all these guys coming at you. The one, like, wet blanket pick for me, and only because now you have it fills a need, and it might be the number one player at the position, is Drew Sanders. And he is very similar to, a rushing the passer type linebacker like a Micah Parsons, but an Arkansas type player, a guy that maybe we don't seem right now as a guy that we're looking at, but that's a guy that I want to throw out there too.
What about you're Zay, right, RJ?
Yeah. Tony, who did you pick?
I said Nolan Smith just because of his freakish talents. Yeah,
right.
that was. I said Zay Flowers is my guy. That's a personal favorite, but Nolan Smith is too good of a prospect to pass up.
So, and Brandon, you were Nolan too?
Yeah, I said Nolan.
Okay, so
like
Nolan
we could totally settle for Joey Porter Jr.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be unhappy with it. I mean, I think that's a good
Tony's
need.
taking 5. He'll be back.
Danny, you watched Porter too, right?
No, just a little bit. I mean, he was my corner 3. I liked Witherspoon and Gonzalez better.
Yeah.
What if it was Jordan Addison?
I watched a lot of tape when I did the documentary for Kenny Pickett, and he was the guy for him. He was the Biletnikoff winner in 2022 or 2021 rather, before heading to USC, and he's a great player, deep threat. Somebody that is a reliable pass catcher. He's not the absolute best. Like if I had to pick between him and Zay Flowers, I think I'd take Zay Flowers.
But Brandon, I'm sorry to interrupt. Zay is gone. The Baltimore Ravens have selected Boston College wide receiver Zay Flowers.
Okay, so I'm fine with Jordan Addison if he is there.
No!
Ugh, man.
Well,
Wow.
they're dropping now. I mean, they're dropping now. So Nolan's going to go next. It's just terrible.
That
What if
was not cool.
Now I think it would be salt in the wound if he went to New York. Nolan Smith to New York.
So quickly, we're about to pull up the Cowboys War Room. Is, by the way, I think that the Baltimore Ravens draft board is on TV. So maybe Baltimore Beatdown can pull a blog on the boys.
Those guys. Whoa, that's crazy.
But
who would do something that silly?
Thank you, Brandon. Oh, I think it's gone now. I'm sorry.
Yeah, now it's gone. Yep.
Okay.
I'll let you know.
Okay, thank you. Cowboys draft War Room, excuse me. Cowboys War Room was on the draft show. It's not anymore. But interesting note, we're obviously not listening right now, but they do such great work at DallasCowboys.com at 105 to the fan. Tony, I believe, is back. Tony, Zay Flowers is gone. So sorry.
Sad world.
And Danny,
that's awful.
Danny's leaving. So this stinks. But I did want to mention this. John Owning, friend of the show, tweeted out that Kyle Yeoman's friend of the show said on the draft show that the Chiefs and Raiders both have called the Cowboys to trade up, but the Dallas said no. So that's interesting.
I like it because, well, Chiefs, okay, maybe they probably think that Nolan Smith is going to get there. Maybe they said no, like hold on, we might have a guy that we want. Maybe it was to trade up to get somebody like a Zay Flowers, and they were hoping he was there. Raiders, I don't know when they pick in the second round, but like I was saying, if the Cowboys covet that 5th-year option, the Raiders aren't picking in the first round anymore. So you figure that's not an option for them. And it depends on what they would get in return. But if you're handing out future 4ths next year, that's not something that I think would be viable for the Cowboys.
Yeah, I'm fine with not trading back. Man, well, I will say this. Look, I'm bummed that JSN and Zay Flowers are both gone. I'm obviously a little attached to them, having interviewed them yesterday. But these are two teams I'm totally fine with. I have zero beef with the Seahawks and the Ravens. All good. Go enjoy, go prosper, Zay. The Ravens offense all of a sudden kind of sick. I mean, kind of sick. So, okay. What else? Anybody feeling anything?
I mean, now I pivot to hoping Nolan Smith's there, maybe Joey Porter Jr. Like, I change it. We knew this was going to happen, right? We knew the guys that we like. Just stinks that it's the one guy that we really like. So there's still options that we didn't think were possible. Joey Porter Jr., Nolan Smith is kind of where I'm focusing my positive energy at this time.
So if we were to predict the next 3 picks, I think
let me get the list up, Brandon, but keep going.
I was going to say, I feel like Minnesota, you have Hendon Hooker, you have Will Levis. They didn't re-up, or extend Kirk Cousins' contract. I feel like that quarterback would be a good pick here. Maybe they go corner. Maybe this is where Joey Porter Jr. goes. They don't have anybody at corner. And then Jacksonville could draft the tight end. Certainly, they only have Evan Ingram on a 1-year franchise tag. He hasn't signed it yet, I believe. So that's still up in the air with his future on the team. And then the Giants are a wild card. They could go Nolan Smith. I think, Tony, you were gone. I mentioned that, Nolan Smith to the Giants would be like just absolute, worst case scenario, especially with Jalen Carter going already. But even they can go Porter. You have somebody like a Adoree Jackson who's on, I think, the last year of his deal in New York. So they have a need for corner. So it's like any of those, I think quarterback at 23, and then you just figure whatever you have left.
So here's where things stand. Man, I don't know. Is this Will Levis? That sure would be nice.
That would be nice.
Let's hope that's what that is.
Can you pop on best available for me? I just want to take a gander.
Oh my gosh, you guys have so
a little
many
gander,
requests
that's all.
and little whatevers and blah blah blahs. Let's collapse this. Okay, here we go.
I like it. that's my that's my analysis. I like it. I mean, Will Levis obviously not a factor. The two tight ends are there. Nolan Smith, Joey Porter, Miles Murphy.
Would Brian Branch be a disappointment?
To me,
yes.
It would.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I haven't seen anything about them being interested. I don't think he was the 30 visit.
Yeah, I mean, of those 9 in front of us there, I mean, there's 3 or 4 that I wouldn't be happy with. The rest I'd be cool with, honestly.
I think from what I remember, Robert Prince, the Cowboys wide receiver coach, worked out the receivers at USC, I think. I'm not like 1,000. I know it was early. I think they had the pro day early on, but I think he might have worked out Jordan Addison. So that's kind of like connecting the tea leaves a little bit too.
All right, Danny, you've got the consensus board here for us. Will Levis, the top option, and then it's Joey Porter Jr., which is proof that if that happens, we party, right? Will you eat a foot if it's Joey Porter Jr., Danny?
I'm not eating any foots.
What about fruit by the foot?
Okay, I'll eat some fruit.
Let's see. Brandon's got the war room up here.
Ooh.
So it's our first glimpse at the war room tonight here on the stream. Brandon, if you can make that full screen on your end, please, and mute it so that it doesn't destroy our ears.
Yep.
Let them cook. Let them cook.
This is the DallasCowboys.com war room. Nobody's on the phone. They don't look stressed.
They're looking, though. They're looking and seeing. I think they're trying to. I think it's a decision between offense or defense. If they want to go with the number 1 tight end on their board, or if they didn't envision somebody like a Nolan Smith being there.
The gears are turning right now. You can see
who is our tight end coach right now? I'm trying to.
That's Lunda Wells.
Okay, so just wondering, like, which coaches we're seeing. There's Q wandering around. So
they could be looking at evaluating trade points as well. Man, Sean Sharif looks so handsome. Look at the hair is all nice and done as well. I know I'm not his favorite RJ, but still, I mean,
you're my favorite RJ, if that counts for anything. Probably not. But
it doesn't. It means nothing.
I know.
To me. It's so insignificant.
So
to me.
I don't know. Trying to read Mike McCarthy, I don't know if he looks ecstatic. Like maybe he wanted an offensive player and they're going defense with this pick. I don't know. I'm trying to read.
It's got to be Nolan Smith, man. It's got to be.
I'm trying to read facial expressions.
We got to go defense here between those two players. I mean, I'd be almost disappointed at offense at this point if they end up going that way. It would just make me not like McCarthy that much more.
He
doesn't
starting
look
to get a little
though.
nervous. I'm starting to get a little nervous.
I didn't get nervous until this camera came up and I got to see him in the war room. Now I'm nervous. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, because when you see the position coaches, wandering around, now we know what's going to happen. This is like,
well, Jerry's doing a lot of talking here, so Jerry's got a lot of hand motions, and he's
trying to explain, Mike. We promise we won't fire you. Just let's take a defensive player. Steven's not talking. They're not trading back. They're going to take a player. It's going to be
so. So just if you want to read some tea leaves, if you consider these to be tea leaves, John Machado, The Athletic, tweeted out a screenshot of what we're looking at and said, Cowboys defensive coordinator Dan Quinn sighting in the team's war room. I think that's Dan right there.
I
No,
think he
that's
was
not.
in the far. He was in our
Yeah.
far left corner. I think he was
Right.
walking around.
And friend of the show, Jane Slater, quoted Machoda's tweet and said, "Coming for Nolan?" ? Will they maybe come up for Nolan
Stop.
Smith? They feel like. I mean,
Don't
it's
do it,
possible,
James.
Tony.
Don't
say
do it
no.
to
I
us,
mean,
James. No.
we're looking at him. It's possible.
Don't get my hopes up. Don't get my hopes up.
So okay, who
mean-
would they trade with? Would they trade with maybe RJ developed
Well,
a
Minnesota's
relationship with
taking up every single second here. I mean,
maybe RJ? You developed a kinship with Trevor Lawrence. Maybe
the Vikings
he's-
are in, by the way.
Yeah.
the
But-
Vikings pick is in. Oh yeah, my Trevor Lawrence interview was a disaster. Thank you for bringing that up, Brandon.
No, I
forgot
loved
to turn
it.
my
I loved
camera
it. I
on.
thought it was awesome.
It was like the man behind the curtain there.
So the Vikings pick is in. We might as well get it up here. The run on wide receivers continues. They have selected USC wide receiver Jordan Addison. So he is gone. Look, there's no receiver, right? Oh, let's go ahead and get the draft show off here now. Doing a great job. Everybody support them. There's no receiver worth taking. There's no receiver we can justify. You can be as anti-tight end in the first round as you want to be, but you cannot justify a receiver at this point over Michael Mayer or Dalton Kincaid. Is that objectively fair?
That's fair.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's why, like I was saying, Kincaid might be the best pass catcher out of the entire draft. So taking him here, you figure might be better than some of the wide receivers.
There hasn't been a single tight end taken. If the Cowboys get on the board and one of Nolan Smith or Joey Porter Jr. is there, nobody in their right mind thought that was going to happen.
Yeah, definitely.
You have to take that pick. And you
Yeah.
could maybe you move up a little in the second round. Maybe you try to find a way to work your magic. You can get your tight end tomorrow. You don't have to do it today.
Tony, you're starting to get a little passionate. You're starting to get
I'm getting nervous.
That is
man.
4 straight wide receivers, by the way, that have been selected. So our hopes died a little bit at each particular one. Jackson Smith-Njigba to Seattle, Quentin Johnson to the Chargers, Zay Flowers to the Ravens, and now Jordan Addison to the Vikings. Jordan Addison in an offense, by the way, with Justin Jefferson. Goodness gracious.
Dangerous.
Okay, so Cowboys are up in 3 picks. All right, let's pick a new guy. Let's pick a new guy. My guy was Zay Flowers. I got sniped. All right, Tony, you still sitting on Nolan Smith?
I'm gonna stay with him.
Whoa! We need the trade siren, please, Brandon. The next pick belonged to the Jacksonville Jaguars and now belongs to the team behind them. The Jacksonville Jaguars traded out with the New York Giants. So the second time tonight we've seen a team jump up one spot. In fact, both times it was an NFC East team. The Philadelphia Eagles jumped up one spot with the Chicago. Actually, no, the Texans didn't jump up. Anyway, the Eagles jumped up one spot with the Chicago Bears to take Jalen Carter. And now the Giants have jumped up with the Jaguars, one pick to select who?
JPJ, I'm guessing. Joey Porter.
They have given up 24 for 25, 160, and 240. So they gave up 160 and 240 to move up one spot.
I think it's Porter.
I think it's Porter
They
too.
They must want somebody they believe that I don't know, the Cowboys were going to take. Maybe the Cowboys were on the phone with the Jaguars. I mean,
well,
maybe Nolan Smith with Ojolari. I don't know. I mean,
they got what's his name too? The one they got last year early.
Oh yeah,
Thibodeau,
yeah. So
I
it might
think
be
it's
JPJ.
Porter.
Yeah, me too.
Porter makes the most sense. Like I mentioned, Dory Jackson is going to be on his way out pretty soon.
That would be such a bummer.
Yeah, but if you get Nolan Smith now, I mean, you still have the Jags to get through. But
yeah, but the Jags need a tight end.
Yeah,
they do. So I don't know if they would go Nolan. I mean, I think this move favors us if we want Nolan.
I kind of want to eat a foot. I got to be honest. I'm a little stressed out. Like I'm waiting. I'm waiting to see what this is going to.
Maybe they like Deonte Banks. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe like Avila, I don't know.
Miles Murphy. Oh, they already got one. Brian Branch.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome. I mean, that would be great. Like
I feel like it's got to be one of the guys who have slid because they feel like they got to get him now because too much value.
maybe it's whoever Kansas City or Vegas wanted, and they were worried that Dallas was going to trade out. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I think the run on receivers scared Kansas City, because I think they probably wanted to get Zay Flowers and it just didn't work out.
So Giants moved one spot, so they're scared of Jacksonville is going to take this guy. So Jacksonville, they have a need at corner. This has to be Joey Porter. I mean,
can I read Albert Breer's tweet, or do you want to pull it up?
I want
it's not
you
a
to,
name.
I know the pick, Tony. So give me a second, please.
Okay.
1 second. 1 second. Man, where is it? I'm coming. I'm sure you've seen it by now, Tony. I don't mean to leave everybody in suspense.
Oh, I saw it. I did see it. Yeah, boy.
The Giants did trade up for a corner, but it was not Joey Porter Jr. It is Maryland's Deonte Banks. All right, cool.
Like that's what I said.
Go
my
for
best
it,
case
dude.
Scenario. That's my best case scenario.
Okay, so it's now between Nolan and Joey Porter. You're going to end up with one of those two guys on the board.
If they do the right thing.
Yeah.
Well, but I'm saying they're going to end up on the board. Doesn't mean they're going to pick them.
Fair enough.
Right.
Yeah, fair enough.
And I would love either of those two picks, to be quite honest.
That's it. I mean, if they come out of here with one of those two picks, I have zero to complain about. Zero. And I will not complain.
That would be fantastic.
You're saying Nolan Smith or Joey Porter Jr. are your two?
Yes. 100%.
Yes.
Hey, RJ, let's back up here.
Well, we know Dan Quinn's going to be there.
I'm coming.
Side note,
they probably have.
Side note, the NFL didn't want Quentin Johnson there to have an awkward situation, just to have Will Levis do that awkward situation. So I digress. But
wow. Okay.
So just to buy time, talk about something else. Will Levis, I guess, is going to go either back into the first or not at all, right?
It'd be hilarious if, everybody's talked about that territory for Hendon Hooker. It'd be hilarious if he went and Will Levis didn't even go. You know what I mean? I don't have anything against Will Levis. Like, I don't want to make it seem like that's the case, but like that would just be objectively funny.
Has anybody seen any coaches? Are they talking to you? What's Jerry doing?
No.
He's explaining something, or?
Yeah, they're talking.
I'll be right back.
They're talking. I haven't seen any coaches yet.
Are they going to trade back?
Well, and so when I think you might have been gone potentially, RJ was saying that there were Kyle Yeomans apparently on the draft show mentioned that there was potential conversation with the Raiders and the Chiefs of moving up, and I think that was a little while ago. But then I think, like I mentioned, it might have been for a wide receiver. There was that whole run. I think they maybe started getting a little antsy, but like I mentioned, Kansas City, sure, you still have a first round pick, you still have the 5th-year option, but then that puts you behind Philly, and maybe they were thinking if Nolan Smith fell to that point, then they would draft Nolan Smith, and then you're kind of really up a creek on that one. Man, it seems like that they're really talking. It looks like Mike McCarthy's trying to plead a case here with Stephen Jones. I think he might really want an offensive player here. We mentioned, or Jerry mentioned, how Mike has had more input in the draft in recent years than he did when he was in Green Bay. Maybe he feels passionate now. Offensive coordinator wants his guy.
We've been drafting out of the park lately. Let's not change it up and let coaching start messing things up here.
We have a trade for this pick. Brandon, please. So the Cowboys will pick in one more pick, but that no longer belongs to the Jaguars. The Jaguars traded back with the Giants and then with the team that actually plays in the state of New York, the Buffalo Bills. So
What do they need?
The Bills, they don't need a tight end. They might be.
They also need defense. I could see it being corner. They drafted somebody last year, but they played a bunch of rookies. It could be corner, could be Porter. And Nolan. I mean, you figure both of those guys we didn't expect to be here. You figure other teams later didn't expect it to be there either.
$27 and $130. So the Bills gave up a lot less. I mean, I said a lot, but one pick less.
And now the War Room cam is gone there, RJ.
Oh, my bad. I was looking off screen. Let's get
no, it's okay. It just left.
I just put up the draft deeds of everybody. So if you want to look at what the Bills could be interested in, and I'm not seeing any.
We're working, Danny. We're working. Stop yelling at me, please. Stop yelling. Okay, just making sure I didn't see a Bills pick. So let's get team needs up here.
I can't even breathe right now.
What are the Bills' top
isn't this the best part though?
It's showing up
This
like
is,
receiver, interior offensive line, running back, linebacker.
All right, let's play this game quickly. Like, what is the holy crap that sucks pick right here for the Bills?
Nolan.
Yeah, Nolan.
Okay, everyone agrees it's Nolan Smith.
Yeah.
Hey Tony, you're close to Buffalo. You got any friends to make a little persuasion happen?
You got to call the other Brandon. He lives like right by there.
David Moore just tweeted out. David Moore just tweeted, "It's safe to say the Cowboys did not anticipate Nolan Smith, Joey Porter Jr., and all the tight ends to be here. So maybe now Nolan Smith and Joey Porter Jr. are a factor.
They should be. Come on, Buffalo.
This is the first time, by the way, if you guys care, that the Bills will ever pick at number 25.
It's amazing stat.
I mean, it's just so you know. I mean, the more you know. I'm waiting anxiously to see who the Bills are picking.
Well, okay. So here's another thing, another little tidbit. They were doing a lot of homework on Jack Campbell, the linebacker. Maybe they got anxious worrying about the Giants taking a linebacker. Giants.
Okay, pick is in. Everybody, man your battle stations. Coming. The Bills have selected Utah tight end Dalton Kincaid off the board for the Dallas Cowboys. Danny, your thoughts?
I think all this tight end talk has made them scared. They try to jump ahead of Dallas to get their guy. So 100%. I'm hoping 100%. The Cowboys aren't disappointed by this and it ends up being a good thing.
The war room cam is back on. Steven's on the phone. He's
working. I'm working.
Do they seem angry?
A little disappointed. It seems like a little down.
Connor Livesey said the Bills just took the Cowboys tight end. If we believe that to be true, they have to pivot off of tight end, right? And I mean,
well, unless Mayer's still their guy.
Well, we're in this where we're assuming that Connor's correct. If he's correct, then you're like, all right, our tight end's gone. Now we get two guys we didn't expect to be there. It almost makes the decision for him. Just pick one of the two guys and roll with it.
Now, if they trade back and acquire picks, but give up Nolan Smith, like if somebody's trying to come up and grab Nolan Smith, that would be a bummer, right?
I mean, you've waited so long. Two guys you didn't think were going to be there. I wouldn't run from them.
Yeah,
Steven's on the phone. And
I like the pick here, but I would not hurt my feelings.
Jerry, I'm sorry, Danny. Jerry didn't grab the phone to talk to the player. We see no coach. I mean,
they might be trying to figure out who the Giants are grabbing.
The Bills.
Yeah.
They know who it's Kincaid, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, I guess what happened? Okay, we're good. I panicked.
Is it just me, or does they seem like they always go to commercial right before the Cowboys?
They do.
Cha-ching, cha-ching.
Build suspense. Yep.
So that we're clear, Nolan Smith on in Dane's guide is 11th overall. Talking about getting the 11th overall player here if you pull the trigger.
Yeah.
Tremendous value. I mean, tremendous value.
I mean, Tank is he's only going to be here a little bit longer. So can you imagine pairing him with Micah for
like I said, he's and your problem with run defense last year, like he fills that need too. Like he's great with rushing the passer. Like that's sort of like his extra added boost. You know, if you can kind of put like a little cherry on top, like he's better at just being an overall all around defender.
If let's say that they think they have an embarrassment of riches at DN or D line, whatever. Let's say they don't go that way. Joey Porter Jr. could learn from Stephon Gilmore and then pair those two, Trayvon Diggs, Stephon Gilmore. Trayvon Diggs. Even if
you get the deal done with Trayvon, I mean, like you give yourself some insurance. I mean, I'm not trying to, want that.
It's a factor, though. You're right.
Right.
There are no coaches in the room.
No, not yet.
Right. That's like, and Jerry's not on the phone, like for what would be the initial conversation.
What is going on here? Will's talking now. So,
well, it looked like he was talking to somebody off cam on his left shoulder. So I'm trying to see if it was like a coach.
I feel like they're debating, do we take Nolan or do
Michael
we trade
Gelkin
back?
just tweeted Cowboys are not taking a tight end here.
Right.
Okay.
It's not Michael Mayer. It still could be a trade back.
Yeah, but you're trading away from two premier players that you didn't think would be there. You know, like I don't think the value of getting a extra fourth, let's just say, would be worth giving up on a Nolan Smith or a Joey Porter.
If it's not tight end, it has to be these two guys they thought weren't going to be there. It has to be one of the two. I mean, and anything else just honestly doesn't make sense to me.
They're wiped out at receiver. It's not going to be tight end.
Is Nolan a visit? I'm trying to remember offhand.
I don't think so. I think War Room Cam is now off. They pivoted from it, of course. I mean, it's the same thing where Kalijah Kancey didn't get any pre-draft visits. You know, he was the one player that just didn't get a lot of buzz with the 30 visits, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. But maybe the Bucks, for instance, wanted to keep that very quiet. Like to me, Nolan Smith isn't a player you have to do much research on. Like he's a guy that is a great leader, you know, on and off the field. Like everybody raves about him. You figure if you're going to try and, you know, pair him with somebody like a Micah Parsons, you kind of want to keep that as hush-hush as possible.
Jane Slater just tweeted, Cowboys love Laporta. It's wild to me, but wouldn't be surprised if they try to trade out or get defense given the guys on the board.
No C also said it's not a tight end as well.
I do think if they were picking, they would have left the War Room Cam up. That's pretty traditional for them.
Yeah.
But the fact that they didn't is a little. Are they trading out? And again, you know, Michael Gelkin's awesome. He very specifically said it's not a tight end. He didn't say what else it was.
Right.
ESPN's
and Patrick
Todd
Walker
Archer
said
tweeted,
the same thing.
ESPN's Todd Archer tweeted, maybe Mazi Smith, maybe Sam Laporta, maybe an offensive lineman, maybe a trade down.
How do you know it's not a tight end without knowing what it is?
That's what I'm saying. Like, to me, that suggests a trade down.
They're not excited about where they're at, so
I guess they might think, well, we like the guys who would be there if we traded back maybe a few picks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Michael Gelkin just tweeted, this may be an opportunity for the Cowboys to improve in the trenches, some quality options. You mentioned Mazi Smith. If this is how the Cowboys take a defensive tackle in the first round for the first time in forever, it would be pretty shocking to me.
I mean, he's a good player, but not somebody that I would pick here at 26.
Yeah. But that's how we're going to feel if they don't take Nolan or Porter here.
So the Cowboys are officially on the clock, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. They have
The
less
Dallas
than 4 minutes
Cowboys
to
are
go.
on the clock.
Thank you, Brandon. They've been on the clock for a little while. We've just been a little stressed. So wait.
Well, in fairness, they just tweeted it out like their own page too, like 15 seconds ago. So even though we know there's like 3.5 minutes left before they pick.
Right. I'm still. There's nothing. I mean, I feel like we're just waiting and.
I hope it's Nolan or trade back. I hope.
I bet you wish you had that foot to chew on right now, huh, Danny?
All right.
I don't know what's chewing on a foot. Who does that?
The war cam is back. Looks like.
Let's get that up here. Oops.
McCarthy is. He's really.
You've got your like. There's no like handshaking.
They're stumped.
There's no indication one way or the other.
They are really at it. They have a dilemma.
And
do we take
I mean,
the player or do we trade back?
Oh, there's smiles now.
Mike,
smiles.
Mike looks kind of jovial now.
Oh my goodness, brother, I'm so nervous.
Tony, have you taken a breath in the past 15 minutes?
No, I have not. Yeah, and my thumb is killing me from the refreshing.
I want to throw up. I'm pretty certain.
Bro, if they mess this up, man.
So would a Mazi Smith be a Tyler Smith? I mean, you're going Smith and Smith like type feeling. Right?
Yeah.
What's here in front of me? Mazi Smith could be great, but right now I'd be disappointed with it. To be honest.
Okay, so there's some tweets. I mean, there's some tweets coming about Mike McCarthy being involved. Who is the non-tight end offensive player? If it is offense,
is it Avila? The non-tight end offensive player. I mean, we're washed out of receivers, right?
Jonathan Mingo.
Oh, that's way too early.
That would be.
Yeah, but they got him rated higher. I mean, he's literally only 2 spaces below Avila.
Well, then trade back. Could get one of those guys later.
Darnell Washington. I hope not.
Yeah.
No, it's not a tight end. Remember, we know that.
Yeah, we know it's not a tight end.
But if it is.
What's Amata mentioned Hyatt, and that's. I mean, if it's a receiver, that would probably be the pick.
If they took Jalen Hyatt here, that would be very interesting. But
I would not like it.
No,
for my blood.
Yeah,
it's got to be Nolan or trade back,
or Joey Porter, man. Like,
I'm okay with Porter too, but if they make a pick here, that's a bad pick. Oh man.
This feels very similar to what happened in the Travis Frederick draft.
All right,
there's clapping. There we go. All right, let's see who gets on the.
Why are they suddenly happy?
Jerry's the only one not standing up.
Oh, darn it. It's an offensive player. Mike McCarthy's happy.
Okay, we've got the pick. Everybody get ready.
I haven't seen it yet, so be cool.
I've got it. So nobody look.
Nobody's looking. I'm getting my fingers on the jingle.
All right. The Cowboys. Let's go, Brandon. Pick is in. It is Mazi Smith, the Michigan defensive tackle. The streak is over.
Wow.
The Dallas Cowboys have spent a first-round pick on a wide receiver. How is everybody feeling? Let's go, Danny Phantom.
I'm not feeling very good. I feel like it's very Tyler Smith-ish, except I didn't see it coming. And so I'm going to have to take some time with this one.
Tony, how are you feeling?
I just put a tweet out. I said they couldn't mess this up. I was wrong. They did.
Look,
I mean,
here's the thing.
Listen,
we've talked. Go ahead.
He could be a fine player. He could be great. It's fine. Right now, there were legitimately like guys that could need positions, and not even need positions, but like high value positions that could have really helped. I mean, they didn't need to go this way. It felt like they reached for something that just didn't need to happen. It's just, it's a little perplexing, but I mean, that's kind of what we've become accustomed with them. Is they're going to march to the own beat of their own drum there.
Brandon.
Yeah. Like I mentioned, if this was like a wipeout scenario, like I mentioned with the David Moore tweet, that was the last thing he mentioned where he said defensive tackle is an option for the Cowboys. And I thought, okay, tight ends are gone, wide receivers are gone, your top end, defensive players are gone, but you still had Nolan Smith there, you still had Joey Porter Jr., and you opted to take a defensive tackle who, listen, very well could be the number one defensive tackle, not only in the draft, but like I said, an athletic freak. He's a very explosive player. It's somebody who maybe Dan Quinn likes, but again, like you don't know where Dan Quinn's going to be next year. And if this is like his guy, and this is somebody who fits his scheme, the next guy who comes in, it's like you're uncertain. It's like you could probably plug and play Porter or Smith into the next defensive system. Yeah, it's tough.
I mean,
I'm sure.
Look, here's my thing. Look, we've mentioned this several times. Number one on Bruce Feldman's freak list, right? I don't know if you can pull that article up, Brandon, because the beginning paragraph that he has about it, like the stairs he jumps or whatever, is pretty insane. Actually, this is a great tweet from Scooter Magruder, friend of the show. This like, I'm not saying you spend your first round pick on this, but like, can the Eagles run that rugby play now? Like, the Cowboys are finally investing in a monster in the middle of the defensive line. We have screamed for that. We have begged them to do this. We have been very upset that they have not done this. I'm totally with you. I totally understand, Tony. The money position, you had an edge rusher, you had a corner waiting for you right there, but they went for some beef, and not just beef. They went for some athletic beef, and they have the outside secured. They brought back Dante Fowler. They obviously brought back Ty McKinley. They have Sam Williams entering his second year. They have Micah Parsons. They have DeMarcus Lawrence. This is we freaked out when they brought back Jonathan Hankins, and no disrespect to Jonathan Hankins, but that's how low the bar is for us, right? We were upset when Carlos Watkins left for the Arizona Cardinals in free agency. This is what we have wanted to see for a very long time, a superstar athlete in the middle of pass rushers like Micah Parsons and DeMarcus Lawrence. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, I mean, but where could they have got him at 32, 33, 34?
Who could they have? I mean, again, like beyond everything that I said, beyond the logic, have they not earned the benefit of the doubt? We talk about that all the time. Have they not earned the benefit of the doubt?
They're gonna have to lean on that right now.
Yeah, and I think to RJ's point too is, I mean, they're not taking a defensive tackle that's a really good pass rushing defensive tackle. They're stepping away from the players that they typically go after at that position, and they're taking a run defender. And I mean, I'm a little bit unimpressed by the talent of this player in terms of like other players available, but they got a good football player. And I mean, it's one of those things where we're going to have to just try to trust in them and try to find the things that what they see in him that similar to Tyler Smith, the strengths that he has and what he can bring. I mean, we talked about this earlier when we were talking about Jalen Carter. This is where the Cowboys have a need, and to get one of the better players at this position is something that's definitely helps this football team. As much as it's not the pick we would have made.
So BPA is not something that we all agree they don't subscribe to, right? Because he wasn't the best player available.
Not to us.
Yeah, I mean,
they'll tell us he was. Yeah, that's coming.
We'll have to see Jerry's draft sheet tomorrow.
He's going to say he's the best player available.
I still don't think that that's fair. Like that's not fair to say like, oh, they didn't take the best player available. So like and I know you're not like saying they're a bunch of losers or anything like that, but like they took the best player available at a position that they have largely ignored for a very, very, very long time. I mean, and that is worth something. So like, and they're not the only teams passing on, I hate to be like that person, but they're not the only teams passing on Nolan Smith. They're not the only teams passing on Joey Porter Jr. Like that's worth mentioning. I want to go to the super chat from Brian. Thank you. Brian says Cowboys reached for Mazi. Bad selection. Could have had Porter or Smith or traded back. Really disappointed with this pick, even if he turns out to be really good. Why would you be disappointed even if he turned out to be really good? Now trade up in the second for inside offensive line. Bummed. Let's see here. Brandon, I don't know if you're busy, Brandon, but let's go. Tony, more of your thoughts. We're trying to process.
I mean, it's fine. Like I said, they're going to put a spin on it, and they've earned the trust that we have here. But they obviously have their own board. I mean, which is fine. It's fair. They can do what they want. But like, I think that we would all agree, and I think if they were honest, they would tell you that they didn't think that they would come up on a situation where Nolan Smith and Joey Porter Jr. was there, and there's some and literally 4 out of the 5 tight ends they like are still available. So for them to go Mazi Smith, was this something that they were going to go no matter what? Because I mean, who was the threat to take him? I mean, I just there's so many other people that they could have gone different directions that it's almost like it feels like last year where like we knew who they were going to pick because it was like predestined. Like we knew they were picking for need. And this pick almost felt like in their mind, they knew what they were going to pick because this wasn't going to be taken by somebody else.
I see, like, I guess, look, beyond the, like, they've earned the benefit of the doubt take, again, they drafted a superstar freak. Like, they didn't just, like, to Danny's point, which, kind of bounced off of mine. There wasn't like, oh, they drafted Quentin Bohanna. They have like a big run stuffing trash can. No, they got like a baller at that position, which is what we've wanted. I mean, he is like, people don't move this way. I mean, like he is a unicorn in that sense. That's what they prioritize is special traits, and we have seen them get that right here. Now, Paul, think of it super chat says, I believe we could have traded back 3 to 10 picks if we wanted Mazi Smith. How do you feel, Danny?
I think so. I mean, it's really tough to know. We don't know what the Cowboys board is. Certainly, there was a list of players we liked more, but they're really high on this guy, and he does. He's very strong. He's very powerful, and he could be one of those difference makers in the trenches. And I really think that there's a lot of players in this grouping that they have. They're good football players. They have potentials to be quality starters in this league. It's just I think that what we're seeing here is they didn't get good value because he's more of an early second round pick. And there's a lot of players like, Avila is another one that are there. And we see this as an opportunity to land the 11th, the best, maybe the 11th ranked player in the draft. But the Cowboys don't see it that way. And certainly when we talk about like Tyler Smith, this, we have to give the Cowboys the benefit of the doubt because they're very good at evaluating these players, and there is a lot of traits to like about Mazi Smith. So I think for us, it's going to have to take some time to just maybe get used to it and try to really hone in on what the Cowboys are seeing here.
Brandon.
Yeah, just doing a lot of tweeting and assessing my own personal life and fandom. I do think that it's something you mentioned. Benefit of the doubt. That's something I keep reiterating in my mind. I've said that all along, where Cowboys deserve the benefit of the doubt in my mind, picking a player that they feel like is the best. Maybe not on their board, but that's the thing though. Like they picked Tyler Smith, it didn't really work out. And like initially, you're thinking, oh, it was too much of a reach. But then, you look at it this time, right now as we're sitting, it's like it looks like a great pick. It looks like he was a first round player. So. Defensive tackle wise, like Brian Bresee, Mazi Smith is a bigger guy, like you said, immovable force, first team All Big Ten, defensive player of the year for his team captain. I'm looking, not really a guy that gets you sacks, but just a big run stuffer. But you re-signed Jonathan Hankins to a 1-year deal, so he won't be here for the foreseeable future unless you sign him long term. But yeah, an athletic freak. That's really, you hope that Dan can kind of coach that out of him along with the other defensive line coaches. Like Dane has him at first and second round, number 39 overall, for what it's worth.
I just think that the combination of factors is what is exciting to me. Now, Dallas Phillips, ironically, says, I thought we needed an offensive tackle. They certainly need interior offensive line help, and that will come. I mean, they're one pick in at this point in time, but I think it's a combination of factors, a combination of they've earned the benefit of the doubt. This is a super freak. They have a need at the position. They have, and they've learned, right? They've learned more. Like what has been like the biggest thing about the Cowboys over the last, call it 15 months? Don't get bullied, right? Like don't get bullied, don't get run over, get tougher in the trenches. What was, that was our whole big thing. We threw a parade last year when they drafted John Ridgeway, right? Oh man, they finally got a glass eater. They finally got somebody who's going to clog the middle of that defensive line, somebody who's going to be this big badass baller for them. And instead of just like getting by with patchwork there, Now they're attacking it with they're turning what's a position where they have just survived into a position of strength. I mean, this is the highest level investment in the defensive tackle position since what, Henry Melton? I mean, maybe right? I mean, in an overall sense. I mean, and so again, I understand being upset about the sacrifice of draft value by players like Nolan Smith, who's still on the board, and Joey Porter Jr., who's still on the board. I missed who went 27, by the way, in the fanfare of all of this.
Anton from Oklahoma.
Thank you. So that's the tackle help, obviously, that could have gone, obviously. But this is, I mean, this is a combination of elements that makes sense for the Cowboys. I mean, their starting defensive line now is Micah Parsons, Mazi Smith, Jonathan Hankins, and DeMarcus Lawrence. Like, name one better. Maybe the Eagles, but that is hard to be upset about, I think. And I'm not saying any of you are like down or mad or whatever. But this is very, very, very wise in its own way. Now, a couple of comments. Paul says our run defense has been poor, so this is an attempt to fix an obvious weakness with real capital. Brian says this guy isn't Taco. I think he can be a really nice piece on our defensive line, but still a reach. Philip says Mazi will be a Pro Bowler for 10 years with the Cowboys. Championships are won in the trenches. Put him at 3 tech and he'll wreck games. Took care of the only weakness on D. Now the D is elite. That I agree with as well. Paul, thank you for the super chats. Is why should we give the benefit of the doubt when they haven't truly Paul, thank you for the super chat, but this is such a silly comment. I mean, they have earned the benefit of the doubt, especially when it comes to how they draft. I mean, it was a year ago. We all sat here and felt, I would argue, worse about the Tyler Smith pick, and they were right. And they were not only right in general, but they were right despite the fact that he had to play in a way that they didn't anticipate because of other decisions that they got wrong.
Yeah, and also too, we have to remember how we felt in the middle of last year before the Jonathan Hankins trade, when the Cowboys were getting torched, and they're giving up, I don't know how many yards per carry, but that's the one weakness that the defense couldn't do. So now they take one of these super athletic players that can, address one of these positions. I mean, it's hard to be angry about the Cowboys selection, because they got a good football player at a position where they needed help. So I just feel like it's just going to come back to, we just like this guy over that guy. And we should know from past, drafts that those feelings don't mean anything, because the Cowboys, they know what they're doing. They have a really good track record in being able to evaluate these players. And also too, we got to throw the Dan Quinn thing in there when is Quinn messed up? I mean, you could talk about Kelvin Joseph,
Nashon Wright, I would argue. But when has he messed up along the defensive line?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So I think there's more reasons to be happy about this than be upset about it. We may not think it's ideal and love the pick, but we still have to say this has a chance to really help improve the 2023 Cowboys.
By the way, Miles Murphy just went to the Bengals. They also passed on Nolan Smith. So, I mean,
what's going to happen?
The Eagles are going to take him.
They're going to take one of the two.
So here's the thing, or not here's the thing, but whatever. Way to be negative, Tony. So Micah Parsons, as mentioned, doing a thing with Bleacher Report tonight. I think we're trying to upload what I think is his reaction to the pick of Mazi Smith. Here we go. Here's Micah Parsons reacting to the pick. Right about, it's processing. 3, 2, 1. Danny, count me down from 3, 2, 1. It's still processing.
3, 2, 1.
Here we go.
The Dallas Cowboys select Mazi Smith.
Let's go, man! Let's go! Dan New! Yo, look at the text, man. I told you Dan wouldn't let me down, man. Dan wouldn't let me down.
Read the text. What does it say? You want me to read it? Michigan DT, you texted him today at 3:27, and he responded, "I'm all about that life," with 6 exclamation points. And then you wrote, "Please."
We about that life!
How do you feel, Mr. Micah Parsons?
No more QB sneak, AJ!
Wow.
Yo! Huge.
He always makes me feel a little bit better.
I mean, like, I don't know. Y'all are pretty down. I feel like that would at least make you feel 1% better.
Yeah, let me clarify. Let me clarify. Okay, so I know that
you've had your time to kind of process this, Tony. So
I processed. I was promised, you know, a ribeye, and I got a New York strip. So like, I'll be fine. Like, I'll eat it. But you know, one of those things. Mazi Smith is going to be a good football player. He absolutely fills a need, and he's an athletic freak, and you can never not have enough of those guys, right? So I understand the value there. I just get caught up, and maybe this is a me thing. I get caught up on what is available, what's there, what could have been, what has been discussed. So I understand that, and we can all like agree that like this may be a good pick and still consider it maybe a possible reach. I don't think that's disrespectful or like even that absurd to say. Like Mazi Smith is a guy who can help this team, but understanding the landscape and the full picture lets us think about clarity. I don't know. I mean, we didn't mention this man's name not one time in 3.5 hours. You know what I mean? So, and then he's the pick. So we're happy. It's going to work out. Dan Quinn, Michael Parsons, they love him. It fills a need. He's an athletic freak, but we can't, I'm not going to sit here and just say that I'm not a little bit like disappointed, not disappointed in the player, but disappointed in how it unfolded, I guess.
And I mean, we knew that was going to happen too. We talked about this. They're going to pick a player when there's another player that we like is going to be available.
But I think them picking somebody that we didn't see coming is a testament to them. You know what I mean? Like, you know, they're finally getting good at this thing. You know what I mean? Like, that's worth mentioning.
That, or it's like, I mean, yeah, like I said, we know for an absolute fact they're going to show us tomorrow that he was their number one player on the board, even if he wasn't, you know, and so it's that to me is less like sincere or something I really care about. But, you know,
the Saints just took Brian Brzee, by the way. So they're also passing on Nolan Smith in favor of a defensive tackle. I mean, just, yeah. By the way, I mentioned it. This is from Bruce Feldman's Freak List article. This is new Dallas Cowboys defensive tackle, Mazi Smith.
Yeah, I just don't know what to make it. I mean, I'm sure somebody will tell me like that's a great clip. I don't know.
I just pulled my groin watching that.
Paul mentions that this boils down to perceptive value. Mazi Smith, ultimately, I mean, that's kind of the draft in a nutshell. Jeff, thank you for the super chat, says he's strong, bad footwork, and a slow first step. He's going to have to fix that, which I think Dan Quinn can fix that, but talent-wise, not a first rounder. I mean, I'm not. Mazi Smith just said right now on the Fan, my first job is to be an elite run defender. I mean, I don't know. I think you guys are being a little pessimistic, I got to say.
I think, and I think that comes with it too, is that we don't value run defenders as much as we should. And because, we want we want defensive.
That's been our gripe with them. That's been our gripe with them.
And so, I guess we need to pick a side, and we gotta, be pleased that they're, put an emphasis on that, and that's something the Cowboys definitely need help with. And we got pass rushers galore. So you know what? This just adds more strength in the middle. You mentioned with Hankins too, but remember we got Osa. We have to feel better about this interior defensive line with the talent that the Cowboys have there. And it's just something that they've usually just filled with Jags, to be quite honest. They just don't really throw premium athletic resources at the position. And here they are, and they're doing it. So, that's got to be something worth being happy about.
To Danny's point, we sit here every year and we bag on them for just throwing, Jags, like you said, at the position. And here they are investing a first round pick, and we're pissed. Brian, thank you for this super chat. It says Mazi Smith at 26 is the same as Avila at 26. Will be a great piece on the team, but it's a reach. Could have traded back and still got him along with an extra third rounder. I just don't know that I think that that's fair. I think we're assuming that based off of consensus boards and things like that. Yeah. When we're sitting here, Nolan Smith is still falling. Joey Porter Jr. is still falling. Like, I don't know that is necessarily true in the way that we believe it to be.
The one thing about the trading back thing is like you have to have two to tango. Like you have to have a trade partner. And maybe the Cowboys were trying and they just nobody wanted to come up to their spot. And then this way you pick up an extra pick or so. And it just I think at the end of the day, I mentioned his name earlier in the draft conversation, but as a name of like, oh, like I would be disappointed if that was the pick. And so I'm trying to convince myself back and re-hype myself up. And I mean, I know if you go and check out John Owning, he's been a big proponent of Mazi Smith, and he's had glowing reviews about it. And he's a trench guy. Like this has been his guy. He's been talking about it as saying like a change in culture would be to get somebody like a Mazi Smith for this defense. And he's like, watch how the rest of the defense is affected by this one guy. I mean, you figure Micah Parsons blitzing up the A gap is going to be a lot easier, with somebody like a Mazi Smith in the center of the defense. You figure a lot of these guys linebacker play would be a lot easier. So,
do you mind if I mean, I was looking at the beast. Do you mind if I kind of talk it through a little bit here, or you want to save that?
Go for it.
Okay, cool. So Dane Brugler ranks him as his 39th overall best player. Had him as a first to second round grade.
So
I can tell you
to that point, just to that real quick point, Tony. So like you wouldn't have got him at 58 if you go chalk, right? Like that's that's such an important point to me. Is people are like, oh well, he's a second round pick. Well, you wouldn't have gotten him with your second round pick. Like that's an important piece of information.
Right. He was his fourth ranked D tackle. He had Brisset as his number 2. Obviously, Jalen Carter number 1, and Kalijah Canty was his number 3. So, top 5 D tackle. For a summary, he says Smith might never light up the stat sheet with his backfield production, but he will be an above average NFL run defender and flashes pass rush potential with his natural leverage, body quickness, and remarkable power. He fits multiple fronts, but he's ideally suited as a shade in the middle of the line, similar in ways to a bigger Brandon Mebane.
Mebane,
yeah. So, it's, I mean, obviously the physical traits are crazy. I mean, when you get considered like an athletic freak, like you don't just be given that name. So he's going to show value. He's going to help this team. It's going to be in a position that we haven't seen them use in decades at this point. So it's I'm interested. I trust Dan Quinn. Like that's the bottom line is Dan Quinn has earned my trust. Will McClay has earned my trust. My apprehensiveness has nothing to do with Mazi Smith or anything like that. It's just looking at the board. We put together and we study and we look for months, right? And then you see two guys that you covet or appreciate, or I mean, to be fair, I had both Nolan Smith and Joey Porter in 2 separate mocks on our site. So I'm looking at 2 guys that I value as first round picks staring right at us, and they're like, no, let's go with Mazi Smith. And I'm like, initially, I'm like, man, none of us saw that coming. So, and I could be wrong because I was a little upset about Tyler Smith last year and I was wrong. So if I'm wrong again, I hope I'm wrong once again.
For what it's worth, the Eagles war room is pretty excited.
Yeah.
I think they just took Nolan Smith. So,
geez. So they take the number 3 player and the number 11 player. And
it's unbelievable.
Oh my God.
I mean, but again, I'm not saying like that's a bad pick. I think we do that sometimes. Like we say like, oh, this was bad just because it was something the Cowboys didn't do or whatever. But I mean, like it's like, again, I mean, I know this is like we're beating the same drum here or whatever, but like the Cowboys have more than earned our benefit of the doubt when it comes to how they perform in the NFL draft specifically. And I think that should be said over and over and over again. Okay, so a couple of things here. Jeff Davis, thank you for the super chat, says second round is exciting with the amount falling. The real question is, when are we drafting our future quarterback? And also Darnell Washington would be nice. Here's the other thing. And Tony, you mentioned it like, oh, well, we didn't even mention this name, blah, 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 blah. We were talking here, whatever. And you're right. But like we sat here and we were like, if they pick a tight end, we are going to be pissed. What was the name they were mocked to over and over and over and over and over again? It was Michael Mayer. And did they do that? No. They didn't do that. Like we sit here and we act like, well, this was so out of left field. It's because they kind of did a good job of keeping it that way, right? Like they did not allow this to get to a place of public discussion the way they have picks in the past. I think that that is part of who they are becoming. They're becoming a functional NFL team that doesn't, put all their cards on the table, that prioritizes elite run defenders. I mean, again, all this information, by the way, if you're watching on screen, is from Dane Brugler's Beast, as Tony referenced. Incredibly powerful and physical player. He can can feel block pressure and track the ball, easily handles double teams. Who are you going to double team on this defensive line at this point in time? I mean, like this makes Micah Parsons better. I think that's an important element to this. I mean, he is somebody that takes something that this team that we love does very well and makes it better. I mean, that we have seen them add on the offense. I know we would have loved to have seen Zay Flowers or JSN, whatever. They got Brandon Cooks. They're one round in, and we have seen many different times them draft a player that we did not love in the first round and then come back right away and knock out the second round pick. It was a year ago. We said, it's Tyler Smith, dude, whatever. And then Sam Williams lands, and we're levitating, right? 5 years ago, Leighton Vander Esch, this stinks. Well, now you got Connor Williams. 5 years ago, the last time they took a Michigan man in the first round, Taco Charlton. Well, you came back and you got Chidobe Awuzie, and then they paired it with Jordan Lewis. So, like, this is they have landed this plane successfully, but their true damage that they do sometimes isn't even until Friday.
Yeah, and the Eagles pick is officially, and I don't know if you saw that, RJ, at all.
I didn't. So I assume it's Nolan Smith.
Yes. Yeah. No, it's. You brought it up and keep saying it, the benefit of the doubt. I just think, like, to Tony's point and what he said, I echoed the same thing, where you look at the players that were on the board, you do the work, you look at the players, and maybe they had him higher. I mean, I just looking at what Nolan Smith was as a prospect, I don't know how you can have Mazi Smith higher, but it does fill a need. You have the edge play. Maybe they're hoping that Sam Williams, especially Sam Williams, takes a huge step forward in his development. You have Dante Fowler back. Maybe they said, well, we don't have a place for Nolan Smith. But to me, that's not how you draft. You have Dante Fowler only on a 1 year. DeMarcus Lawrence, you never know how long his future is going to be. So it seems like it would have been a good player, but maybe they just didn't have a spot for him. And Dan Quinn didn't have a vision for him.
Yeah. And in the meanwhile, you get the Eagles, who take every defensive lineman they possibly can take. And matter of fact, they get the entire Georgia defensive line now. So
from 2021. Yeah.
Yeah. So Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith. I mean, it just the rich get richer, apparently.
I mean, I am very happy. I think that y'all are. I think that y'all are kind of Eeyoring this. Again, Danny, you said it. Like they have ignored this forever.
Yeah,
and here they came. And okay, yes or no? This I actually would like to go around the horn here. Yes or no, Danny? Would Mazi Smith, in your opinion, would he have been available at 58?
Oh no, probably not.
No, but no.
Okay, no. So yes or no, Brandon?
No.
So if they wanted this player, this is what they had to pay, right?
That's the next question, though. It's like
how? No, you could have worked. You could have traded back.
Raytheon O'Ryan says, "I am incredibly happy. I never believed Dallas would take a defensive tackle in the first round, no matter how much the need existed. But they did. They did it. I mean, again, they deserve some props here. They deserve more than just oh, this is fine. They did the thing that we have been pissed that they wouldn't do."
I think I'm just in purgatory mentally. I don't know how to feel yet. Maybe it's because I have to do a little bit more on my Mazi Smith evaluation. I'm happy. I'm perplexed as to my own evaluation with regards to a Nolan Smith and a Joey Porter. But it's something where you look at the entire division and where you stand within the conference of the NFC, and you look at the Eagles and where they are. Not that you're trying to, like we mentioned, just because they take Jalen Carter, you have to draft an offensive lineman. And it's like the Eagles offensive line is a very formidable, opponent. So it's like Mazi Smith helps in that area as well too. Yeah, I guess for me, I just don't know where I'm at on it yet.
I think it's okay to be in two places. Like Brandon said, your evaluation, what you feel compared to what other players, I don't like it. I don't like the pick. That's where I stand. That's how I feel. But there are certainly good things about this, and the Cowboys have they're really good at evaluating players. So there's that aspect of it too. So how we want to feel, it's really up to us. I mean, I'm sticking to how I feel. I didn't like Tyler Smith until he showed me, why I should like him, and that's how it's going to be with Mazi. And but I'm perfectly willing to again be wrong. And the Cowboys have proven themselves as really good at picking players. I mean, look at CD, Micah, and Tyler, the last 3 first-round picks. Who can complain about that? I mean, so yeah, I mean, they seem to know what they're doing.
Well, the thing is, I'll drive my point home here in a second, but you brought it up that makes me want to say it. Like, how good do we feel about that CeeDee Lamb, Trayvon Diggs draft, right? CeeDee Lamb fell to them. They made the right choice. They took the kid that they didn't think would be there that was there. And then the guy that they were talking about they wanted in the first round was Trayvon Diggs. He falls to them in the second round. They're like, oh my God, like we just naturally just got the 2 people that we want. And so we felt really good about that. It's felt since then that they're like, we have pressing needs. We're going to attack these needs. We don't care what the board falls like. It doesn't matter. This Mazi pick, maybe to them, felt like predestined. Like, this is what we're doing. Doesn't matter. We don't care if it's Nolan Smith, JJ, JPJ. It doesn't matter. But I want to make this clear if I haven't. I'm not like upset about the pick or the player. I think Mazi Smith fits a role. He's going to fill a need. He's going to really help this team. I understand the athletic profile and understand the value of the interior defensive guys, and I know it's an issue. To me, much like Brandon was, he was perplexed. I'm perplexed. I saw guys that I thought were better value. I mean, we talk about best player available. We talk about value. We talk about not reaching for things. I said the only thing the Cowboys could do to mess this up because of the things they did in the offseason was reach. I felt like this was a reach. Yeah, who knows? You're right. They probably wouldn't have got him at 58, but the player they would have gotten at 26, based on value, and I would have felt more comfortable about that. Now, again, they're going to put the pads on OTA, mini camp, whatever, and I'm going to forget about it. I'm going to root for the kid like he's my own son. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, I hope he proved me wrong. But in the moment, it's like we went through all this just for them to be like, we're taking the guy we want no matter how this works out, period, the end. And
I think that's simplifying it too much though. That's not fair to say that they took the guy that they wanted, over and over, like over any cause or any whatever. Because if that's the case, they would have taken Michael Mayer. Like that was the guy they were connected to. Like, I think they measured value, need, what they liked, what they whatevered, and they kind of, put that into an Excel sheet and it spat out Mazi Smith. There is like that presentation suggests that it's void of logic to me.
Well, my only thing is, and I guess we'll never know, is if Dalton Kincaid was there, would that have been the only conversation that they would have had? Because that's the only.
Let me ask this question: would you have rather had Dalton Kincaid, Tony? Because it was better value. It was better draft. He was higher on the consensus board.
Honestly, probably, maybe, yeah.
Brandon.
Yeah, 100%.
Danny.
He was higher for me.
So yes, that was such a defeated sound. Well, then would you have rather had Michael Mayer? Because he was surely higher for you.
No,
that was a real choice. But if we're going off the board, if we're going off the consensus board, would you have rather had Michael Mayer
than Mazi?
Yeah.
I don't know where I have my Mayer stacked with Mazi. But it doesn't matter what I think. I think the Cowboys had him high. The Cowboys liked him. He has the traits they look for. So the Cowboys like him. That's we don't know where. I want to know what the conversation was in the war room. Like, where was the conflict? What were they actually debating? And they love the traits that Mazi had, but obviously there's something else that was part of the equation, and that's. I mean, I would love to find that out. But I mean, how I feel about it doesn't matter. It's the Cowboys. They really like this player. They had him higher than we had him, and and they're pretty good at this. So, there's reasons. It's okay to feel how we feel, but also too, there's we need to be a little bit upbeat about this selection. I mean, there's a lot to like about Mazi.
Hey, RJ, you want me to read the excerpt from Bruce Feldman on his freak list?
Yeah, please.
So he was number 1 on his list for the 2022 season, like before his final season started. He said the 6'3", 337-pound senior has rare power and agility. So rare, in fact, it's hard to find the right superlative to begin with. But let's start with this. Smith does 22 reps on the bench press, but that's with 325 pounds, not 225. He close gripped benched 550 pounds. His vertical jump is 33 inches. His broad jump was 9.4 Smith, who had 37 tackles last season, had clocked in at a 4.41 shuttle time, which would have tied the best by any defensive tackle at this year's NFL scouting combine. And it would have been the best, and it would have been better than any defensive tackle weighing 310 pounds or more in the past decade. His 6.953 cone time would have been by far the fastest among defensive tackles in Indianapolis. The fastest time was 7.33. His 60-yard shuttle was 11.9. So elite's, traits with regards to explosiveness, has the strength. I mean, 22 reps with 325 is amazing. So, I mean, he has rare traits for a reason. That's why he's number 1.
I mean, again, I think that's worth trusting in the hands of a team that we know evaluates very well, drafts very well, particularly in the first round. This wasn't, what was somebody remind me what was Simi Fajoko's like spider chart or athletic comp? Like, wasn't it we talked about DK Metcalf when the Seahawks took JSN? Like, it was literally he athletically comped to DK Metcalf, and we were sitting here saying, man, in the 5th round the Cowboys just got this super athletic freak monster that and that was literally true from a physical profile standpoint is DK Metcalf. And we're all rooting for Simi Fehoko, but 2 years in, has that translated at all? No. This isn't a lotto ticket, right? Like, this is, man, we want a Mercedes, and so we're going to pay the premium price because we want to drive a Mercedes. And so that's what I think the Cowboys have done here. They have paid for the athletic freak monster in the middle of their defensive line.
Yeah. I mean, you look at Nolan Smith, right? He goes, 30? And he had a lot. They talk about him. It's almost uncanny how they speak about him. I know they played 2 different positions, but a lot of the things you say about Mazi Smith, they say about Nolan Smith, like athletic, freaky, test monster, does a lot of things really well. And it's like, we're sitting here like, oh, Nolan Smith went 30. Like, what's his issue? And then you look at Mazi Smith, who goes 12, 15 picks higher than he was projected by a lot of people that we respect. And we're like, okay, but look at the traits. And it's like, I understand that, but it's like, let's talk about it as a fact. The Cowboys addressed a need. They attacked a need. They didn't grab most people's best player available. And that's fine if that's how you're going to attack it. But like, don't tell me
if that's the true argument, Will Levis was the best player available by any board, any measurement, that he was the true best player available. If you want to play that literal game,
I mean, we can play the literal game, but at the same time, we there's context allowed. You know what I mean? Like, Will Levis, any quarterback wasn't in play. Like, your best player available outside of Will Levis is I feel like an easy thing that you don't have to go on a stretch for. It is what it is. Like, he's an athletic freak. He's going to help the team. It's just like, just tell us how it is. Like, I don't want to go tomorrow. He's going to get introduced and Jerry's going to pull the piece of paper out and look at, he was our best player. And it's like, okay, they say that every year, but everybody they take, it's clearly their best player available. But, I trust the people that we trust in those, and they all say positive things about him, but they also not going to sit here and tell us that he was like, I mean, some of them didn't even have my first round grade on them. So I'm interested to see how it all plays out.
I would feel worse about it if it was the other way. Like, the fundamentals were there, but just did not have the strength or the quickness and the change of drive. So to me, I feel like a lot of things that, are wrong with him are things that can be coached. And, but you have the athletic traits. You got a person that has that potential to be a really good player here. So if you're looking at the Cowboys they're investing into these athletic traits and all these physical abilities of a player, at a position that they need help at, I mean, you have to feel good about that. And it's not like they just got a person that's just not strong enough or just don't have the ability, the suddenness to be able to move quickly. You don't have that with Mazi. It's other things that that are fundamentals that you can work on. So And in that regard, you have to be pleased because that's where you win. Is you get these powerful players, you get these athletic, studs, and then you develop them, and then they become stars in this league. So, I just feel like this. There's certainly reasons to feel good about this.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Danny. Like, it's totally fine. I understand what you're saying. Like, there's buildable things that he's multiple clay. Dan Quinn's gonna get his hands on him. It's gonna work out. But don't you hope to get in the first 2 rounds like a more refined player, and you use the third day to kind of find the traits, right? Like, we're talking about traits and things to feel good about a guy in the first round that we're hoping can be a plug and play guy. Like, those are all fine, and those are things that you want to pick and be a part of. But at the same time, like, aren't we looking for more refined skill? Isn't that what makes him a first rounder? Doesn't that make him like a top 60 pick?
I mean, you'd hope so, but I mean, Tony, you're picking at 26, and you're all these players you get down to this, the bottom part of the first round, they're gonna come with these warts, and are the warts gonna be fundamental things, or the warts gonna be physical things? So if you had to choose, I like that the Cowboys are going on this side of it versus absolutely. I would rather get a well-rounded player, and in some cases you can. I don't really know that is the case here. You start to look at the players that are available. Of course, Nolan to me is one of those players, both athletically and fundamentally. So that's why we have such a big problem with this. But if you're, like I said, if you're going to have to pick between the negativities, I'd rather it be something on the fundamentals that can be developed versus the guy. If he's not strong, he's not strong. He's going to get worked over and along in the trenches, and so that's not something that's I fear when it comes to Mazi.
And
I really like Connor's. I'm sorry, Brandon. Just really quickly, I really like Connor's tweet. Connor will join us later this weekend. Connor Livesey, whose draft guide is also available, definitely worth getting. He tweeted, Hankins is a run-stuffing nose tackle. Mazi isn't that. He's going to be a pressure player as well, and that's why he was well worth the 26th overall pick. I would have preferred Nolan Smith or Joey Porter, but defensive tackle is a bigger position of need while also staying in BPA tier.
Yeah, I mean that's sort of like what we were talking about. He said basically exactly what we're feeling, where we'd probably prefer to have Porter and Smith. Still addresses an area of need for the Cowboys. You don't know what's going to happen with Neville Gallimore. If he's going to come back, Osa would be the only defensive tackle under contract outside of Quinton Bohanna as a starter. So you needed to address Bohanna. You're not sure about, but I didn't know, RJ, if we also mentioned the Chiefs pick as well too.
What was it?
It was the Kansas State defensive end Felix Anudike Uzama is the player.
Jerry Pena, I think it's Pena, maybe Pena, says Quinn. Thank you for the super chat. Jerry says Quinn Micah have a big influence, helps the linebackers big. That's the thing. I mean, this helps Leighton Vander Esch. Like, we all believe in Leighton Vander Esch as a player. Like, what a life for Leighton Vander Esch. Like, what a defensive line to open things up for him and for Damone Clark. I mean, I don't know that we are feeling really great about Jabril Cox at this point in time, but still, I mean, this is a great start for the Cowboys to get a premier addition to their defense to make the overall group even better. They still have 6 picks to play with. They still have a lot of options at tight end. Steve Avila did not go in the first round. So, I mean, like, they can still add interior offensive line help. I mean, they just got a very important addition to their overall group.
Hey, RJ, I have a video here that Haley Sutton just put up about Mazi Smith. I'm going to share my screen here. It's him with, I mean, these are the type of videos that are going to be coming out. It's like 800 pounds he's moving. I don't know what the machine is called. Whenever you want to pull it up, he's just
coming right now. Here we go.
Figured take the sound off. So that's 800 pounds that he's just moving, it seems like, with ease. I mean, clearly he has the strength to, play at the next level. Again, I don't really know what these types of videos mean with regards to NFL play strength, but he's a strong guy.
I mean, he is a freak. I mean, there's no other way to put it. I mean, there really is not. And again, we have asked for this over and over and over and over again, and we finally got it. And everybody got mad. So, just kind of is what it is. That's kind of the way things
So is life.
I would suggest, first of all, reading bloggingtheboys.com. I would suggest reading what Bruce Feldman has written about Mazi Smith in the past. We've linked to it at blogontheboys.com. I would suggest reading John Owning always, but specifically what John has written about Mazi Smith. If you're looking to get, hyped up about the newest member of the Dallas Cowboys, that's the direction to go. I would also suggest, however, wherever you're watching, to subscribe, follow, subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on Twitch, like our Facebook page. This whole thing that we just did tonight on Thursday night, we're going to be doing it again on Friday night. We're going to be doing it again on Saturday. We're going to have live shows for each and every single round. We'll combine things a little bit on Saturday. We'll have an undrafted free agency show that we'll record. We'll put up on the channel for you as well. We'll have lots of content flowing through blogontheboys.com. We'll be on Twitter. We'll be on Instagram. We'll be all over the place. We are going to podcast these conversations as well. I know they're massive, but obviously some people have places to go. They have dogs to walk. They have groceries to shop for. They have their own workouts to get to themselves, maybe a little bit less intense than Mazi Smith. So closing thoughts as we wrap up after the first round of the 2023 NFL Draft. Let's go clockwise order. That means Brandon Laurie, you were up first.
Yeah, I think that seeing what happens with the next 2 days for the Cowboys draft will kind of depict on how I feel about the pick and say, okay, listen, they might have reached a little bit for this, but they got great value in rounds 2, 3, and 4, and then picked up some developmental guys 5 through 7. So I think, like you mentioned, seeing all the videos, hearing all the traits like Danny talked about, you can't coach traits, but you can coach technique and all these things that you trust a guy like Dan Quinn, Aiden Dirty, to do the dirty work with Mazi. And it seems like that he's really pumped to be here, which is always the first thing that counts.
Tony.
Yeah, so listen, Mazi Smith, he's gonna be fine, right? I believe in Dan Quinn. I believe in that defense. He will help the interior, like we said. It's an obvious need. It's something that the Cowboys have obviously looked for and haven't been successful in finding for a while. So Mazi Smith, welcome to Dallas. I appreciate your efforts and what's gonna happen. So I'm pumped up about that. And ultimately everything that I have say that's kind of non-excited about has nothing to do with him as the player. So I think Mazi Smith is going to be a quality addition to this team. They have gotten stronger on defense. Now how they attack the rest of the weekend will really, like Brandon said, really tell us the story. Now, we kind of go back to the drawing board and say, like, what do we look at? What are their needs? How are they going to attack this? Are they going to force a guard at some point? Do they move up to try to get the guy that they want? Because clearly they're going to attack the people that they feel strongly about. So, for me, it was a little different, a little head scratching. I let my hopes get up that there were a couple of guys there that I felt strongly about. And then it kind of stamped it home when the Eagles are able to get 2 out of the 3 of those guys that you really like. All in all, Cowboys Nation, you feel good about it. This kid is a quality player. He is somebody that is going to be a difference maker, but let's see what the rest of the weekend looks like.
Danny Phantom.
Yeah, so we all gave our initial impressions of the pick, and I think it's time for us to now switch gears and start focusing on why we like this guy. The Cowboys obviously do, and there's a lot of reasons to like him. And if you look at it, the Cowboys, they're coming on back-to-back years where they have their defense have really played better than we thought. And here, they finally addressed a position that's really been one of their bugaboos over the last several years. And now they have a chance they already have a great defense. They have a chance to even be better. And if you want to take this team to the next level, you need players like that. So, we're just getting started. The Cowboys, they've done a fantastic job this offseason with filling some needs. I think they addressed it today. We're getting a really good player at a position where they need help. So it's just time to start getting excited about the players the Cowboys drafted. And that's what how I'm gonna spend my weekend. And I'm gonna be a big Mazi fan by the end of the week.
The Cowboys are holding their post-draft press conference right now, obviously following just the first round. Mike McCarthy said the Cowboys wanted to improve their run defense and that it was a focal point. This clearly does that for us. Again, that stems all the way back to the way the Cowboys got beat by the 49ers in the playoffs, not this most recent season, but the one before. That has been something that they have not been able to handle. I'm not saying that you should draft a running back in the first round the way that Atlanta or Detroit did tonight, but the run game has had a bit of a resurgence across the NFL, not in a workhorse sort of way, but teams are really effective at it now. There is a team in the Cowboys division that is very effective at it. There is a team that has knocked the Cowboys out of the playoffs in back-to-back years that has done that to them and has been the reason, or that has been the reason why they have been at home for the divisional round, for the title game for back-to-back seasons. Although obviously it was the wild card round 2 years ago. So this to me is the Cowboys identifying what they need to do, how they need to be better, addressing that and doing it with their most premium resource this offseason. And I think in addition to the fact that the Cowboys have earned the benefit of the doubt, as we have said 1,000 times, we said all along, we have all written thousands of words, spoken thousands of words throughout all Blog on the Boys properties about the way the Cowboys handling themselves over the offseason and how it set themselves up not to be painted into a corner, not to have to go in any one particular direction, not to have to force an issue. They put themselves in a position to take what they like to match the talent, the need, the BPA-ness of whatever they wanted to however they wanted to play. And I think they did that tonight. There's justification behind it. There's logic behind it. And so I think we can all, to your point, Danny, at the very least get behind it because they have proven over and over and over again that they know what they're doing. They may not know how to get to an NFC title game, but they certainly know how to knock a first-round pick out of the park.
Well said.
So, yeah. Anybody want to say anything else? Now would be the time to do so.
All right. The only thing I'll ask is real quickly, if you want to go around, like, how do you want them to address the second round? Offense, position specifically, or do you just kind of let the board fall?
Let the board fall. I'm honestly just, you know what? Trust your board. Keep taking good players. It may not be the players we're hoping for, but, you know, the Cowboys have a plan, and it'd be great if they aligned up with positions that could help us, but you know, it's not the end of the world if it doesn't. So just keep taking great players.
Yeah,
Brandon?
I agree. I think me personally, offense. I think offensive line is something that you circle now a little bit. Maybe the tight end conversation comes back around, but if you can improve your offense, I think that you're going to be looking a lot better with this pick, including with that.
I mean, I'll echo that. It would be great to walk away with some interior offensive line help. We've seen them get that on the defensive side of the ball now. It'd be great, you know, to get Jonathan Mingo. You know, it'd be great to get one of these wide receivers to kind of add to the arsenal. It'd be great if tomorrow they got a second running back. You know, if tomorrow was Steve Avila by some stretch, as my dog scratches the couch in here, Steve Avila and a running back, or if you know, if they really, we've heard the name Sam Laporta from all the people on the beat, and if they walked away with Sam Laporta at 58, would we be mad? No, you know what I mean. Like, so, I'm very interested, but I think you know, today went well in some respects. It was a bummer the way that other things happened, but yeah.
I think tomorrow 58 is going to be the redemption pick.
Yeah,
I really think the Cowboys, because it's going to happen the other way, where somebody there that's like we didn't expect would be available, and they're going to be there, and we're gonna feel better about it, even though the Cowboys are just doing what they do.
I mean, is there only two like gaping holes on this team right now? In my mind, it's probably the left guard and kicker. I mean, everything else, just go out and figure it out. I think
I would say it was this, like this. It was this and left guard. Like that's what, like we sat here and we were, you know, begging for wide receiver. Some people were begging for tight end. I don't know why some people were begging for running back, but like if we were being true and literal, it was left guard, interior defensive line. So halfway.
So I think we're going to get Roberto Aguirre tomorrow. That's what we're going for.
Let's get out of here. Thank you to everybody who hung out with us. Brandon is on Twitter at Brandon is right. That's right. Like you write a paper. Tony is on Twitter at Tony_Catalina. Danny is on Twitter at Danny Phantom 24. I am on Twitter at RJ Ochoa. A big time thank you to all of our super chatters tonight. And again, those of you that rode with us from the very beginning, we're all here because we love the Dallas Cowboys. It is a true honor to hang out with you all and to have these discussions and conversations and disagreements and debates, or whatever you want to call them, with people from all over the world. That's why we're here. That's why we put on pants in the morning. So, yeah. Head on over to the Blog on the Boys Twitter to enter our contest with Homage, and you can win a t-shirt like the one that we are wearing. So, Tony, I would like you to say something nice about Mazi Smith, and then we'll get out of here.
He a big, strong dude. I'll tell you that.